Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Before my semen left my body, I manipulated it to not have baby-bearing capabilities. Thankfully, he have blacklight virus as one of the first prizes he pulled in containing anomalous beings. Otherwise, he would have worn a condom or shoot it outside. Thank God. Annie sighed in relief, completely trusting Haruto in this situation. Still, she was curious on how he did it. By the way, how did you do that? But the answer she was waiting was not the answer to her question. Instead, it filled her with dread and lust. Enough of that. You've probably rested well enough, right? Get ready for round 2. Wait, the room was again filled with moans and cries for mercy. Even the passing Love Hotel staffs could hear it outside the room and wondered if the couple inside was doing a strange kind of play. At the end of the day, Annie learned few positions she don't mind trying it again with Haruto. Chapter 94, Time Management Master. Instant knife scene. The next morning, Haruto declined the room service from the presidential suite. Instead, he requested some ingredients from the hotel and made breakfast himself. Red date, white fungus, and glutinous rice porridge. A light breakfast, beneficial for physical recovery. Haruto figured that after almost an entire sleepless night, Annie probably wouldn't want to eat anything too greasy. She might not even have much of an appetite. So, a light porridge was just right. He placed the prepared breakfast on the small table and took measures to keep it warm. Then, he walked over to the bed, pulled up the scattered blanket over Annie, and gently kissed her forehead. Annie let out a soft, dreamlike hum before turning over. Seeing this, Haruto chuckled softly. After changing his clothes and leaving the room, Haruto turned his earpiece back on and placed it in his ear. As soon as the connection was made, Shiro's resentful voice came through. Brother didn't come home last night. Hearing this, Haruto inexplicably felt guilty. I had some things to take care of. Hearing this, Shiro was a bit skeptical. She was still curious about what Haruto had been up to yesterday. Because of Shiro's age, Haruto had locked all our 18 content sources on her computer. A kind of youth mode. But it didn't restrict games or anything else. The computer itself had top-tier specs, even for personal use. That 680 lock wasn't difficult to crack, just a piece of cake for Shiro. However, once the lock system was broken, it would send an alert to Haruto. So, for now, Shiro's understanding was appropriate for her age. She hadn't been exposed to anything weird too early. Target 4. Can't be found. Shiro entered game mode, her eyes scanning the screen as she spoke hesitantly. Haruto thought for a moment. Target 4 should be Megumi Kato. Shiro must have overlooked Megumi. It's fine, I'll contact her myself. At this moment, Haruto was feeling rather confident. Yesterday's date progressed halfway, and there was no disaster at all. What love triangle drama? It simply didn't exist. Okay. I am a master of time management. Rock solid, never getting caught. As Haruto was mentally patting himself on the back, he arrived at the gates of Sobuhai. The third day of the school festival was also the most lively. Today, the main stage of the festival would be open. Located in the Sobuhai Gymnasium, the enormous venue could accommodate 30,000 spectators at once. On today's stage, Sobuhai students would showcase their performances. And for the grand finale, the school had spent a fortune to invite several top-tier industry celebrities. Hoshino Ai would also appear as part of the final act. At this point, Hoshino Ai was already a rising idol, her debut promoted everywhere. Just standing there, she naturally attracted people's attention. Furthermore, after some vocal training, her singing and dancing talents had been discovered. She was practically an instant star from the moment she debuted. Many students at Sobuhai were her fans. Back to the present. When Haruto arrived at the school gate, he immediately noticed Megumi Kato standing alone in the corner. He quickly walked up and smiled. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Megumi." Megumi looked up at him and shook her head with a smile. "I just got here myself." However, as she said that, 2 white pigeons were perched on her shoulder. Haruto waved his hand to shoo the pigeons away, wondering if he had gotten the meeting time wrong. He shouldn't have been late as he had arrived 20 minutes early. Today, Megumi was wearing a white dress, paired with a red jacket that suited her perfectly. She also wore a white beret on her head. Haruto felt that the hat alone added at least 3,000 points to her cuteness. "What do you think? Does it suit me?" Megumi asked softly, spinning around in front of him. Haruto nodded. "Rather than just suiting you. It's as if it was made just for you." Haruto's words made the girl blush slightly. Walking side by side, the two entered the school grounds. As they walked, their hands occasionally brushed against each other. Haruto tentatively extended his finger and hooked it around Megumi's hand. She didn't resist or pull away. That soft little hand just trembled slightly and then let him hold it. So, Haruto took her hand completely, their fingers interlocking. Megumi was the quiet type. So, Haruto took on the role of keeping the conversation going. Looking at the bustling festival streets around them, Haruto smiled and said, "It's really lively. Too bad I was busy the past 2 days, but at least I get to spend the last day with you." Hearing this, Megumi glanced at him, tilting her head slightly. "Didn't you attend the festival yesterday, Haruto?" "Haruto?" In his earpiece, he could hear the sound of Shiro frantically typing on her keyboard. Haruto's mouth twitched. What happened to not getting caught? Wasn't he supposed to be a time management master? Had he just jinxed himself? Megumi, you saw me?" Haruto asked, nearly in tears. Megumi Kato nodded naturally. "I ran into you by chance." Haruto let out a helpless sigh. No way, Megumi had an anti-medic presence, so people would usually overlook her unless they were specifically aware of her. Yesterday, even though Shiro had been monitoring the cameras, she must have been affected by Megumi's anti-medic trait. Yesterday, that was. Haruto still tried to salvage the situation. "First, you were with a silver-haired girl, then 2 blonde girls." Megumi counted on her fingers. "Wait, Megumi, you call that by chance?" Haruto was dumbfounded. Megumi nodded. "I ran into you 3 times. By chance." Her tone was calm, but the impact was devastating. Haruto lowered his head obediently. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I toyed with your feelings. I deserve to die. When you stab me, please make it quick and painless." Megumi stopped walking and looked at him for a long moment before sighing helplessly. "Even I would feel a little hurt if the person I like was this much of a flirt." At this moment, Haruto felt like a prisoner on the eve of his execution. He was done for. As for using his trait to alter Megumi's memory and perception, if he did that, Haruto felt he would truly lose his qualification as a human being. "So, as compensation, at least be fully devoted to me right now." Megumi said this. Haruto raised his head in disbelief. Was Megumi really letting him off this easily? Seeing Haruto's surprised expression, Megumi showed a helpless look. "After all, even before joining the Foundation, I already knew that Haruto was a flirt." Haruto's head immediately sprouted an exclamation mark. She knew all along? Haruto suddenly recalled his 3 years in middle school. If there had always been an unnoticed Megumi around him. Oh, then his true nature had been exposed long ago. In other words, Megumi, you knew. Haruto stopped mid-sentence. Saying any more would be impolite. But still, Megumi is the best. After that, Haruto wholeheartedly accompanied Megumi to enjoy the school festival. After wandering around, the two eventually arrived at the performance hall. They bought 2 tickets and walked inside. "Actually, I think I didn't need to buy a ticket." Megumi pointed at herself. Haruto couldn't help but chuckle. "Please, don't use your anti-mimetic trait for something like sneaking into a show, okay?" Of course, Megumi was only joking. In the past, Even when movie ticket sellers ignored her, she would still pay for a ticket before walking in. At this moment, the performance hall was already packed with people. Haruto reached out and held Megumi close to him, half embracing her to prevent her from getting pushed around by the crowd. The two found seats near the front and sat down. One performance after another followed the schedule. They watched silently, occasionally whispering to each other or exchanging glances before smiling softly. In fact, more than the performances, they both enjoyed each other's company the most. Yu and Yukino's play also arrived as scheduled. It was titanic, and this time, nothing unexpected happened. Watching the performance, Haruto commented, "Wow, Yukino's acting is so stiff. If she weren't at least good-looking, she might have gotten belted with rotten tomatoes." Megumi couldn't help but laugh. Although she shouldn't be laughing at her classmates, it was really funny. Hearing Megumi's laughter, Haruto suddenly realized something. "Wait, Megumi, weren't you supposed to be in the play too? Why are you sitting here so calmly?" Haruto asked curiously. Megumi pointed at a human-shaped cardboard cutout in the corner of the stage. "I made that to replace my character. I didn't have any lines anyway." Haruto looked at the cutout and face-palmed. It even looked pretty similar to her. The performances passed quickly, and just as Haruto and Megumi were chatting happily. "And now, please welcome the popular idol Hoshino I." The moment the announcement was made, the hall erupted in a wave of cheers as loud as an avalanche. All the lights in the hall suddenly went out. In the audience, countless pink glow sticks lit up, and in some areas, they even moved in rhythm to cheer. Watching this scene, Haruto couldn't help but feel amazed. How long had it been? That kid had already become this famous? So the booths at the entrance were selling glow sticks? Megumi realized belatedly. Earlier, they had seen a few empty booths at the entrance and wondered about them. Now it seemed the glow sticks had sold out long ago. "Do you want a glow stick?" "I think I have one," Haruto asked. Megumi blinked. She didn't remember Haruto buying one. Also, looking at his clothes, there didn't seem to be a place to hide one. Naturally, her gaze shifted downward. "Even though the lights are off, people can still see, you know. Even I would get embarrassed." Megumi said this. "Haruto? What kind of suggestive words were those?" Chapter 95, Hoshino I's solo concert. Suddenly invited on stage, Haruto reached out and tapped Megumi's forehead. This girl, where was she looking? Then, like performing magic, Haruto produced a glow stick out of nowhere. It was a white reward from a previous lottery draw. An ever-glowing glow stick. Megumi took it, curiously examining the glow stick. It was really bright. And it could change colors according to one's thoughts. "A containment object?" Megumi asked curiously. Haruto nodded. "Something like that. A glow stick that never goes out and can change colors at will." Megumi's mouth formed an O shape. So, the world even had containment objects like this. At that moment, a spotlight suddenly lit up on the stage. Standing within the beam of light was a girl in a dazzling long dress. She made no movement, didn't even lift her head. But the moment she appeared, the crowd erupted into a sound wave. I. The cheering echoed throughout the hall. Music started playing, and Hoshino I slowly lifted her head. Those starry eyes, even from a distance, shone like precious gems, making it impossible to look away. "Idol, the perfect and deceitful you, the genius Idol-sama." Hoshino I's voice was both aggressive and irresistibly sweet. Listening to Idol, Haruto thought this song's lyrics really suit her. As she sang, Hoshino I danced on stage, making it impossible to take one's eyes off her. That overly extravagant dress initially seemed like it might steal the spotlight. But the moment the girl started moving, no matter how extravagant the dress was, it became merely a backdrop for her. Under the stage's spotlight, nothing could shine brighter than this girl. When the song ended, the cheers in the hall reached their peak, as if they would blow the roof off. "She's amazing." Megumi sighed, watching the girl on stage. "Megumi is just as cute. Why not debut as an idol?" Haruto noticed Megumi's expression. This girl, always ignored, must have wondered how it felt to be adored by countless fans. Megumi shook her head quickly. "No way, being an idol doesn't suit me at all. Some things are best just imagined." Her gaze fell on Haruto. "For me, just having your attention is enough." Hearing this, Haruto reached out and gave her a head pat. As they played around, the performance on stage wasn't over yet. The host stepped forward. "Next, we have an interactive session. The lighting team will randomly select a lucky audience member to perform alongside I." As the host explained, Hoshino I's eyes remained locked onto a specific direction. As the performance unfolded, she had already noticed it. That seat. It had to be. There was no way she would mistake it. So, in a moment when the audience wasn't paying attention, Hoshino Ai spoke through her earpiece, "Aunt Miyako, the 7th seat in the 4th row. Shine the spotlight there." From backstage, Miyako Saito responded immediately, "Call me sister. Not aunt." Then, she glanced at the monitor to check the seat in question. Unfortunately, the venue was dimly lit, making it impossible for her to see who was sitting there. However, since Hoshino Ai had specifically pointed it out, Miyako went ahead and informed the lighting crew. After all, ever since her debut, Hoshino Ai had never made unreasonable requests. Such a small favor was nothing. So, after a brief moment of chaotic light movements, the spotlight locked onto that seat. With the bright light shining down, Miyako finally got a clear view of the person sitting there through the screen. It was the utterly bewildered president. Miyako was instantly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, in the venue, Haruto suddenly found himself under the glare of the spotlight, looking completely lost. Turning toward the big screen on stage, he saw his own face displayed for everyone. Just moments ago, he had been chatting and laughing with Megumi, paying no attention to what the host had been saying. "Would the lucky audience member please come up on stage?" the host announced through the microphone. Haruto pointed at himself in confusion. His bewildered expression, now broadcasted on the big screen, made the entire venue struggle to hold back laughter. Even Hoshino Ai covered her face, giggling. And just like that, Haruto was ushered onto the stage, still utterly confused. "How are you feeling right now, lucky audience member?" the host asked with a smile. Haruto glanced at the mischievously grinning Hoshino Ai standing beside him. No need to think, this had to be her doing. "Hey, pretty alright, I guess." Haruto took the microphone and responded nonchalantly. The host felt a bit awkward. This lucky audience member didn't seem all that happy. "Well then, you have 3 choices. You can ask Ai to sing a song for you, or you can sing a duet with her. Of course, you can also choose to perform a song by yourself." This segment was meant to bring idols and fans closer together. Usually, audience members would request a song from the idol and enjoy it from the stage, highlighting the friendly bond between idols and their fans. Some bolder or more musically talented attendees would sometimes opt for a duet, which could turn out quite well. However, Haruto was inclined to choose one of the first 2 options. But he had never listened to any of Hoshino Ai's songs. Until now, the only song he had heard was the one she just performed. Was he supposed to request the same song again? Normally, admitting something like that would just make the idol a little embarrassed. It wouldn't turn into a disaster. But if he outright said he had never listened to Ai's songs before. Haruto glanced at Hoshino Ai. Yeah. That would definitely lead to trouble later. So, I'll sing my own song. His choice left the entire audience stunned. The host's lips twitched. Who actually chooses to sing on their own? Hoshino Ai's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Haruto, full of anticipation. Even Megumi blinked curiously from the audience. She had only come to watch a performance, who would have thought she'd get such an unexpected bonus? Quietly, she pulled out her phone and started recording. "Well then, which song will you be performing?" "I'll have the backstage prepare the music," the host asked helplessly. Haruto thought for a moment before deciding. "I'll perform an original song. I just need to borrow a guitar from the backstage." With that, he turned and walked off, leaving behind a completely stunned audience. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd started murmuring among themselves. Did they just randomly pick an audience member, only for him to start showing off? They came here to see Hoshino Ai. At that moment, Hoshino Ai picked up the microphone. "Everyone." The chatter immediately ceased. "Let's all look forward to it together, okay?" She smiled. With those words, the atmosphere in the venue quickly calmed down. Meanwhile, backstage. "President, I had no idea it was you in that seat. I'm so sorry for the trouble." Miyako frantically apologized. Haruto waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. Just lend me a guitar. It's no big deal, I'll just get through this somehow." Miyako's eyes widened. Their president was actually going to sing? Hastily, she ran off to borrow a guitar from the band, carefully handing it over to Haruto. With the guitar in hand, Haruto returned to the stage. Seeing the now calm audience, he was a little surprised. No one was making a fuss. Turning his head slightly, he saw Hoshino Ai smiling at him. He understood instantly, she had settled the crowd. Adjusting the guitar strap, Haruto stood before the microphone. "Alright, has anyone here watched Attack on Titan?" The audience looked confused. Why was he asking about manga before a performance? Still, some people responded that they had. After all, Attack on Titan was one of the most popular shonen manga at the moment. Given how prominent the anime and light novel industry was in Japan, most people were familiar with it. Haruto nodded. "Well then, here's Gira no Yomiya." He strummed the guitar strings. The iconic melody of Attack on Titan's most legendary song began to echo through the venue. Sei sind es Snunwar sind die Jäger. They are the prey, and we are the hunters. A nameless flower is trampled underfoot, a fallen bird anxiously waits for the wind to rise. Music has the power to convey emotion. The world of Attack on Titan was undeniably cruel. Haruto had witnessed it firsthand. Yet every character within it struggled, refusing to bow to fate. The song Giran no Yomiya encapsulated that unyielding spirit perfectly. The moment Haruto began singing, countless audience members felt a chill run down their spines. Especially those who had read Attack on Titan, they were immediately reminded of the vivid characters and their fierce resistance. With flames piercing the twilight, crimson bow and arrow, as the song came to an end, the venue was left in complete silence, the lingering notes still hanging in the air. It wasn't until Haruto casually walked off the stage that the audience snapped back to reality. They felt as if something deep inside them had been awakened, a burning passion, a desire to fight, to struggle. Then, somewhere in the crowd, a single round of applause started. And in an instant, thunderous clapping roared throughout the entire venue. The applause continued for a long time. Hoshino Ai stood dazed, staring towards the backstage, her eyes shining with an unprecedented light. Meanwhile, Haruto returned the guitar backstage, waved his hand, and prepared to leave. Miyako was also stunned by the performance. Suddenly snapping back to reality, she grabbed Haruto's arm. "President, debut as an idol. If it's you, you could definitely reach the pinnacle of the industry." Hearing this, Haruto couldn't help but sigh, pressing his fingers against his forehead. If I become an idol, what will happen to humanity? Only then did Miyako remember her president's true identity. Just now, she had been too excited to think straight. Haruto didn't take it to heart, simply waving his hand as he prepared to leave. Just as he was about to step out of the backstage area, however, he suddenly felt a gaze upon him. That gaze was like a venomous snake, cold and malicious. Haruto frowned and looked back. The person quickly averted their gaze, but Haruto had already spotted them. It was a young boy, not very old. It was hard to imagine that someone of his age could have such a sinister look in his eyes. Haruto furrowed his brows. This person was unfamiliar, he had never seen him before. That gaze. Was it the hostile glare of a competitor in the idol industry? A wariness toward newcomers? If that was the case, then this person was truly disgusting. Chapter 96, The Reincarnator, Kamiki Hikaru? Just trash. Haruto took note of the boy for a moment, then he simply turned and left. Well, he wasn't the type to hold petty grudges. It was just a single glare, after all. Still, if he remembered later, he might have Miyako look into this guy's background and have him blacklisted. Haruto didn't consider himself a devil. Leaving the backstage and exiting the venue, Haruto soon spotted Megumi waiting for him outside. "Did you like it?" Haruto asked with a smile. Megumi nodded seriously. "It was amazing. Even though I'm not the passionate type, I still loved it." "Is that so? Then next time, I'll sing something sweeter for you." Haruto chuckled. As a transmigrator, aside from plagiarizing literature, he hadn't really made use of his advantages yet. Now, borrowing a few songs to flirt with girls didn't seem like much of a problem. "Okay." Megumi replied happily. Before, no one had ever sung just for her, as no one had even really noticed her. To Megumi, Haruto was truly someone special. "Let's go, we still have more of the school festival to explore." Haruto smiled and reached out his hand. This time, however, Megumi shook her head. According to the schedule, a certain light novel protagonist should be off to meet another girl now, right? Megumi said mischievously. Haruto twitched slightly. She wasn't wrong. His date with Hoshino Ai was scheduled right after her performance, during the time she'd sneak away in disguise. Seeing Haruto's awkward expression, Megumi smirked and waved her hand. "It's fine. Rather than being abandoned, it's better to say it myself. Besides, I've already had a great time today." Haruto still felt a little guilty. Megumi was just too kind. However, before he could say anything, Megumi suddenly leaned in. Standing on her tiptoes, she closed the height gap between them. Her soft, warm lips pressed against his. And just like that, Haruto couldn't say anything at all. He gently wrapped his arms around Megumi's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace, deepening the kiss. After a long moment, they finally parted. "I'm going now." Lowering her head, Megumi hurried away. Even the ever-calm Saint Megumi was shy after making such a bold move. Watching her retreating figure, Haruto couldn't help but smile. Truly, Megumi was the best. "What are you thinking about, Haruto?" A mischievous voice sounded beside him. Haruto turned his head to see Hoshino Ai, dressed casually with a baseball cap pulled low over her head, sneaking out from backstage. "That disguise is way too obvious." There are tons of your fans at the festival. Haruto commented dryly. Hoshino-ai tilted her head. Eh? Really? But in manga and anime, just wearing a cap is enough to fool everyone, right? Haruto sighed. Don't base your understanding of reality on manga logic. Hoshino-ai stuck out her tongue playfully. But I don't have any other disguise with me. Haruto thought for a moment before taking off his scarf and wrapping it around Hoshino-ai's neck. He pulled it up a little higher, covering the lower half of her face. With the cap and the scarf combined, it should work. Probably. Feeling the warmth lingering on the scarf, Hoshino-ai's hidden lips curled into a bright smile. By the way, Haruto, your song was super amazing. It felt like it pierced straight through my heart. Hoshino-ai pressed her hands to her chest, pretending to be struck. I could never sing like that. My performances are just lies, fake emotions to deceive outsiders. Haruto shook his head. When you're on stage, you shine brighter than anyone else. It's not about lies. You truly deserve to be loved by your fans. Hoshino-ai's eyes sparkled with an indescribable light. Every time Haruto encouraged her, she felt like the emptiness inside her was being filled. The atmosphere between them was perfect. However, a voice suddenly interrupted their moment. Hoshino-ai-san. Immediately, Hoshino-ai tensed and hid behind Haruto. It was something Haruto had taught her, to always be wary of strangers approaching her. Being an idol was a dangerous job. Haruto turned toward the source of the voice and frowned. It was that same boy with the cold, venomous gaze. Hoshino-ai recognized him too, though she forced a polite smile. But to someone as familiar with her as Haruto, it was obvious her eyes were filled with disgust. Someone you know? Haruto asked. Hoshino-ai shook her head. Not really. We've worked together twice. His name is Kamaki Hikaru, he's a really popular celebrity. Hikaru gave a sheepish smile. Hoshino-ai-san, that's so cold. We've worked together twice already. Shouldn't we at least be friends? Hoshino-ai shook her head again. We don't have that kind of relationship. Before, she would have smiled and played along, maintaining good relations with everyone. But ever since Haruto had taken her in, he had instilled a new belief in her. She was important. She was worthy of love. She didn't need to cater to others just to survive. On stage, she still played her role. But in private, she no longer let just anyone into her life. As long as she had Haruto, that was enough. Haruto wouldn't hurt her. He wouldn't abandon her. She didn't know if he loved her. But she believed that he would always be by her side. Being so bluntly rejected, Hikaru's eyes darkened with a flash of malice. That's quite harsh. Actually, I came to talk to you about wanting to love you. A fictional hit romance drama, Haruto scoffed. This guy. He was playing quite the deep game. That level of acting and deception even surpassed Hoshino-ai. If it weren't for Haruto's keen observation skills, no one would have noticed the deep malice hidden within this person. Moreover, after failing to strike up a conversation, he resorted to using resources to attract the female idol. This kind of tactic was not something a mere teenager should be capable of. You can discuss it with Aunt Miyako, Hoshino-ai refused once again. Hikaru smiled, a smile that sent chills down one's spine. I see. That drama is quite a rare opportunity. By the way, Hoshino-ai, is this your boyfriend? He shifted his target to Haruto, subtly implying that he had access to major hit scripts while Haruto, just an unknown nobody, had nothing to offer. In fact, if Haruto weren't so overwhelmingly handsome and hadn't just showcased his immense talent with that song, Hikaru would have surely found a way to put him down through comparisons in appearance and ability. Haruto just found it amusing. Competing over resources? Do you even know who I am and what status I hold? Regarding the script, Umbrella will secure it for Hoshino-ai. As for me, I'm the one sponsoring Hoshino-ai. Haruto stated calmly. Hiding behind Haruto, about to respond, Hoshino-ai's small mouth formed an O shape. Meanwhile, Hikaru momentarily froze. You're the owner of Umbrella? He asked, somewhat skeptical. He truly found Umbrella to be a headache. That company was full of madmen, an anomaly in the idol industry. It threw investments around as if money was meaningless. The kind of resources that normally required female idols to network and socialize for? Umbrella simply paid for them outright. Or even more absurdly, they directly used the immense power backing them. It was completely irrational. What company wasn't in it for profit? Umbrella invested like crazy, yet there was no way they were making money. If not for this outlier of a company, he would have long since ensnared Hoshino-ai. Yes, I'm a primary investor in Umbrella. I have full authority over the company. Any problem with that? Haruto sneered. Hikaru's eyes turned cold as he stared at Haruto. Before he could speak, Haruto suddenly raised his hand and slapped Hikaru across the face. Blood splattered. Hikaru staggered from the impact, looking at Haruto in utter disbelief. He was Hikaru, a top-tier celebrity. How dare someone lay a hand on him? Was he not afraid that the internet would tear him apart within minutes? Yet, when he met Haruto's indifferent gaze for the first time in his life, Kamiki Hikaru felt fear. Get lost. Don't make me repeat myself. Haruto said coldly. Under the weight of fear, Hikaru could only flee in disgrace. After he was gone, Hoshinoi finally stepped out from behind Haruto, exaggeratedly patting her chest. This girl had quite the mature development for her age. So when she did this action, it was especially eye-catching. Wow, Haruto, that was so dominant. Is this what they call a tyrannical CEO? Hoshinoi giggled. Haruto ruffled her hair before his expression turned serious. Don't interact with that person anymore. Hoshinoi's eyes sparkled. Could it be? Haruto, are you jealous? Haruto looked in the direction Hikaru had fled, speaking in a low voice. Do you remember what I told you? That this world contains countless anomalies. Hoshinoi froze for a moment but then nodded. That guy is an anomaly. And the kind that's anti-human. Haruto took out his phone and made a call to the Foundation. Deploy Mobile Task Force, Wings of Freedom. Have them monitor an entertainer named Kamiki Hikaru and conduct a full investigation into his background. I want to know which hospital he was born in, the exact time his mother gave birth, and all surveillance footage from his childhood. If he exhibits any abnormal behavior or poses a threat to others, execute him on the spot. Listening to Haruto issue these orders one after another, Hoshinoi was stunned. After he hung up, she couldn't help but ask curiously, that guy is an anomaly? Haruto nodded. He's a reincarnator. He's been reborn many times. The worst part is, he's a repulsive piece of trash. That slap just now wasn't just about venting anger. This guy's level of maturity and scheming was completely out of place for his supposed age. Haruto did it to obtain his blood and read his memories. Chapter 97, a piece of trash obsessed with destroying valuable girls. When Haruto struck, the flying blood discreetly seeped into his palm. The memories of Hikaru were laid bare before him. This was a man who had reincarnated multiple times, retaining his past life memories every time he was reborn into childhood. A reincarnator? What does he gain from approaching me? Hoshinoi asked curiously. Haruto poked her cheek. There are always twisted people in the world. Take Kamiki Hikaru, someone like him, reincarnating multiple times, only results in one outcome. He accumulates knowledge, skills, and experience far beyond his years, while also developing a warped perception of life. In his last few lifetimes, he became obsessed with the entertainment industry. He enjoys personally destroying talented young girls. By ruining the lives of promising actresses and idols, he gives himself a twisted sense of importance. His methods include luring them in, manipulating them, sleeping with them, emotionally abusing them, and then exposing their private lives post-breakup, inciting stalker fans to attack them. Haruto's words filled Hoshinoi with a chilling sense of malice, as if she had fallen into an ice-cold abyss. She was undoubtedly talented and full of potential. Her rapid rise to fame wasn't just due to company promotion, her natural talent for captivating people played a crucial role. That was why Hikaru had immediately targeted her. Unfortunately for him, Umbrella wasn't an ordinary company. His usual tricks in the entertainment industry were completely useless here. Because Umbrella was never about making money in the first place. Hoshinoi felt a lingering fear. Seeing her unsettled expression, Haruto cupped her cheeks with both hands. There's no need to be scared. With me around, that guy won't get the chance to approach you. And very soon, that man would disappear from this world. If Hikaru himself were the true reincarnation anomaly, he would have already been forcefully contained. For now, they were only holding back to draw out the real culprit behind these reincarnations. As Hoshinoi's face was gently cradled, her cheeks gradually flushed. Alright, don't let garbage ruin our mood. Weren't we going to enjoy the school festival? Haruto released her. Hoshinoi buried her face into her scarf, her cheeks still warm. Clinging to Haruto's arm, she truly put Hikaru out of her mind and eagerly dragged him around. Several times, they nearly got recognized by fans. They had to make a quick escape each time. You're too careless. If someone recognizes you, your idol career might take a major hit. Haruto sighed. Well, if I can't be an idol. Haruto, you said you'd sponsor me, so it's fine. Hoshinoi stuck out her tongue. Haruto was momentarily speechless. That was just a line to provoke Hikaru. But if she was serious, it wasn't entirely impossible either. Haruto quickly shook off that thought. She was still young. Once she gained more knowledge and matured, if she still understood what she was choosing, then they could discuss it. Whoa, it's a bonfire night. Hoshinoi pointed excitedly at the burning flames. Sobu High School's cultural festival had even set up a bonfire arranged in a tic-tac-toe formation. Once ignited, the blazing flames stood out far more than the neon lights scattered along the streets. Many young men and women danced around the bonfire. Of course, most of them were rather unskilled. After all, they were just students. Sobu High wasn't a noble academy, so those proficient in formal ballroom dancing were few and far between. In Hoshino Ai's starry eyes, the flickering flames were reflected. "Haruto, let's dance too," Hoshino Ai suddenly suggested. Haruto was slightly intrigued. "Do you know ballroom dancing? Does idol training actually include that?" The dance performed by idols for their performances was vastly different from formal ballroom dancing. Hoshino Ai grinned and nodded. But that was a lie. After receiving Haruto's agreement to go on a date, she carefully studied the cultural festival schedule and noticed the bonfire dance event. So, she asked Miyako to find her a ballroom dance instructor. She had gone through quite a bit of hardship just to master one dance. "If you don't know how, just follow my lead. I'll teach you." Hoshino Ai flashed a sly smile. Haruto didn't say much, simply taking the girl's hand as they stepped towards the bonfire. Even though there was no music, the two of them started dancing in unison. Their movements were seamlessly synchronized, as if they had been long-time dance partners. Under the glow of the fire, their intertwined figures complemented each other perfectly. As they twirled to the rhythm of their steps, Hoshino Ai, for the first time, found dancing to be genuinely enjoyable. She had always thought of it as nothing more than a professional act for fan service. But every moment spent with Haruto seemed to subtly change her perspective. The walls she had built up due to past wounds were slowly crumbling. The dance came to an end. They stopped in an embrace. Beads of sweat glistened on Hoshino Ai's forehead, and her breathing became heavier. Dancing with full focus was exhausting. Yet, her smile was brighter than ever before. Their eyes met. The flames flickered, casting their profiles in alternating light and shadow. In such an atmosphere, it would be a shame not to do something. So, Hoshino Ai wrapped her arms around Haruto's neck and kissed him. Before the bonfire, this scene became an unforgettable sight. A long time passed before they finally separated. At that moment, applause erupted around them. Only then did they realize that somehow, they were the only ones still dancing around the bonfire. Their performance had drawn the attention of the entire crowd, who had silently stepped back and become spectators. And now, the applause ringing through the air was undoubtedly sincere. Hearing the applause, Hoshino Ai was overjoyed and instinctively prepared to put on her idol persona. Haruto knocked her lightly on the head, then swiftly lifted her up in a princess carry and bolted from the scene. "Miss Idol, mind the occasion. What exactly were you planning just now?" Carrying Hoshino Ai as he ran, Haruto couldn't help but complain. Hoshino Ai playfully tapped her own head in a noob's gesture. Hey, I forgot." Haruto sighed in exasperation. Wasn't this top idol a little too careless? He was genuinely worried that in a future interview, she might accidentally blurt out something like having a sugar daddy or how much she liked her first kiss. Just then, Shiro's voice came through his earpiece. "Brother, your appointment with Target 6 is about to start. The target is already waiting. You need to make your exit now." Cute little Shiro was feeling a bit down. She had actually caused her brother to fail his game. Hearing Shiro's voice, Haruto started thinking about how to gracefully make his escape. "Haruto, are you heading off to meet your next date now?" Hoshino Ai suddenly asked. "Haruto." Seeing Haruto's shocked expression, Hoshino Ai grinned mischievously. Love is the master of lies, and the key to lying isn't acting, it's observing people's hearts. Haruto was completely thrown off. He had thought himself a master of time management. Yet, today, both of his dates had seen through everything. Jumping out of Haruto's arms, Hoshino Ai imitated his earlier movement, cupping his cheeks in her hands. "It's okay. If it's you, Haruto, I can accept it." Haruto was utterly stunned. "Don't say something like that with such a serious face. Are you encouraging me to be a scumbag?" Their date for the day concluded with Hoshino Ai stealing another kiss. "Haruto, make sure to come watch me. I have a performance at the Dome next month." After saying that, Hoshino Ai waved her hand and ran off into the night. Watching her retreating figure, Haruto felt a mix of emotions. Then he hurried toward the gates of Sobu High. Kasumijoka Uchiha was already waiting. "Senpai, sorry for making you wait." Haruto spoke with a hint of apology. Uchiha gave him a suspicious look. "I've been meaning to ask. The cultural festival lasts 3 days, so why did you specifically set our date for the last night? And now you show up all dressed up and running late. Kuhai, you're looking pretty suspicious." Uchiha's words made Haruto's heart skip a beat. Stroking her chin, Uchiha speculated, could it be one of those typical rom-com scenarios where the protagonist juggles multiple dates with different heroines? Haruto let out an awkward laugh. Something like that would never happen in real life. You never know, Uchiha said, staring him down. If it's you, it actually makes perfect sense. Haruto was left speechless. Luckily, Uchiha didn't press further. Well, judging by the time, if this really was a multi-date scenario, I'd be the last one. I probably won't find any obvious clues, so I'll just let it slide. But you'd better focus now. Haruto nodded fervently. The two of them stepped into the night, beginning their final grand date. Even though there were still plenty of activities left on the final day of the festival. The main events, like the grand stage performances and a bonfire dance, had already passed. At this point, things felt a little anticlimactic. Still, Uchiha strolled around with interest. Haruto walked alongside her, weaving through the crowd, sharing laughter and conversation. At one point, Uchiha looked up at the night sky. This is quite a rare experience. Now I'll have more realistic material when writing about cultural festivals. Haruto was curious. Senpai, have you never participated in a cultural festival before? Leaving middle school aside, Uchiha was already a third year at Sobu High. Had she really never attended the festival in her previous years? Uchiha nodded. If you're alone or just with girlfriends, there's no point in coming, is there? School festivals are meant for moments like the protagonist confessing their feelings under the fireworks. Only for their words to be drowned out by an explosion. Haruto twitched at that. Senpai's taste was truly unique. But fireworks, huh? Chapter 98, Senpai's Taste and Enrollment at Hueco Private Academy. Senpai, let's go. Uchiha was pulled along towards the dimly lit sports field. There aren't any festival stalls or activities over there. Are you planning something indecent, Kuhai? Uchiha teased. If Senpai is up for it, I'd be happy to oblige. Haruto replied casually. Uchiha was momentarily choked up, her face unconsciously turning red in the dim light. You completely lack the restraint of a typical light novel protagonist. There's no satisfaction in teasing you at all, she muttered softly. The two gradually disappeared into the night. During the day, the sports field at Sobu High occasionally hosted small events and games. But at night, due to insufficient lighting, it was simply closed off. At this moment, the vast sports field had only two people, Haruto and Uchiha. Kuhai, do you enjoy this kind of secluded atmosphere in the dark? Uchiha asked with a smile. This ambience was indeed quite heart-stirring. Haruto simply smiled without responding. After strolling for a while, he suddenly stopped. Uchiha also halted, looking at him curiously. This kind of private atmosphere. Could it be? Scenes of youthful romance flashed through her mind. Confession? Or perhaps something even more R18. Just as she was speculating, Haruto pointed upward. She looked up and saw only the silent night sky, a full moon hanging high, and countless stars scattered across the vast expanse. While she was still puzzled, boom. Suddenly, a brilliant firework exploded in the sky, igniting vibrant colors. Uchiha. Boom. 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 A series of fireworks bloomed across the sky, turning the once quiet night into a dazzling spectacle. The colorful lights cascaded down from above. Fleeting, yet so magnificent that they left an eternal impression on the heart. Uchiha gazed up at the grand fireworks display, unconsciously letting out an awe-filled wow. It took her a while to snap back to reality. There wasn't supposed to be a fireworks show in the school festival schedule. Kuhai, was this your doing? She asked in surprise, raising her voice over the noise of the fireworks. Haruto, of course, heard her. With his level of hearing, fireworks were hardly an obstacle. However, senpai, what did you say? Haruto responded loudly, pretending not to hear. Seeing this, Uchiha suddenly laughed. Even if he didn't answer, she already knew the truth. She had mentioned fireworks just earlier. Yet, after that, Haruto had been with her the entire time, he had no opportunity to set anything up. And yet, he knew the fireworks would happen at this moment and had brought her here in advance. That meant he had arranged everything beforehand. Uchiha sighed, so hearts in sync really did exist in reality. When the spectacular fireworks display finally ended, Kuhai, now that it's quiet, listen carefully. She spoke seriously. For the rest of my life, can I invite you to be the protagonist until the story reaches its final chapter? It was a somewhat awkward confession, but it was Uchiha's most sincere invitation. Looking at her serious expression, Haruto really wanted to accept immediately. However, senpai, can you accept a protagonist who's just a little bit unfaithful? Haruto asked cautiously. Although keeping a harem a secret from Uchiha forever was doable, he felt that her heartfelt confession, made with such courage, shouldn't be met with a lie. A harem where the heroines don't know that they're part of a harem, simply doesn't know that they share one man, isn't a harem, it's fucking called infidelity. As he expected, Uchiha got angry. That kind of statement. You're not even a lowly insect, no, even a microorganism is overestimating you. You're nothing but plankton. Her long dormant sharp tongue suddenly resurfaced. Before, Haruto had seemed almost perfect in her eyes. Unparalleled good looks, an unbelievably noble dream of protecting all humanity, a delicate yet gentle personality, and a way of caring for her so meticulous it felt like mind reading. Because of that, when she was with him, she not only refrained from using her sharp tongue but also made an effort to restrain herself. When faced with someone perfect, she wanted to appear perfect as well. But tonight, that perfect image was completely shattered. Shattered beyond repair. Haruto shrank his neck, prepared to endure her scolding. He had already resolved himself that no matter how angry Uchiha got, no matter how she vented her frustration, he would accept everything. And afterward, he would do everything in his power to win her back. However, after her brief outburst, she didn't leave in a fit of rage as he had expected. "Senpai. If you're still angry, you can hit me a couple of times," Haruto weakly offered. Uchiha rolled her eyes. "Forget it. Letting out some pent-up sharp remarks cheered me up, so I'll let you off this time." Haruto's eyes widened. "That easy? Don't give me that easy. Look. I'm actually super petty. If I catch you with another girl, I'll throw a fit." Uchiha huffed. "Alright, no matter how much Senpai makes a fuss, I'll take responsibility and bring you back to my side." Haruto chuckled and made his promise. "Humphrey, at least you know what's good for you." "Then I'll reluctantly accept you as my protagonist." Haruto took off his headset. Haruto turned off his mic. Shiro? Shiro, having been ignored for the second time, shut off her computer in a fit of rage and stormed out of her apartment. She was the one who arranged the fireworks, after all. So infuriating. With a loud bang, she slammed her apartment door shut. Then she stood outside the neighboring apartment, expertly picking the lock with a hairpin. Shortly after, a miserable scream echoed from inside. The next morning. Don't ask why we skipped straight to morning. Some things about Senpai are simply not meant for outsiders to know. At dawn's first light, Haruto arrived at a new location. Hueco Private Academy. Today was his first day as an exchange student at this elite academy of high-stakes gambling. The school gates were even grander and more luxurious than those of Sobu High. However, this wasn't mere flaunting of wealth, it was simply because the materials used were truly that rare and precious. The academy's uniform jackets were a vivid crimson, as striking as fresh blood. As students poured in, the countless red silhouettes were impossible to ignore. The color red, capable of stirring one's deepest desires. Haruto, however, wasn't wearing a uniform. He had come in casual clothes. After all, he didn't have a Hueco uniform yet, he'd receive one after reporting in. Just as he was about to step into the academy. "Excuse me, are you a new student at Hueco?" A pleasant and polite voice called out from behind him. Haruto turned around. The speaker was a stunning black-haired girl. Her long, jet-black hair reached below her short skirt. Her crimson eyes matched the academy's uniform perfectly. Her long legs were wrapped in black stockings, highlighting a figure that could only be described as flawless. Now that he thought about it, Haruto had always wanted to point this out. Were the skirts at Hueco a little too short? Most JK uniforms had skirts between 42 and 56 centimeters in length. But here, they were probably around 37 centimeters. Not that he was complaining about the view. "I'm an exchange student. Today is my first day reporting in." Haruto responded with a friendly smile. For polite and friendly conversations, he had no interest in responding with hostility. He was a very easygoing person. "I thought so. I guessed correctly." The girl beamed with excitement. "My name is Jabami Yumiko. I'm also transferring in today." Haruto was slightly surprised. Chapter 99, Gamble into the Abyss. It's that female protagonist. I never expected that on my first day transferring to this school, I'd run into this person, Jabami Yumiko. "My name is Haruto, Jabami-san. It's a pleasure to meet you." "The pleasure is mine, Haruto-kun. Let's get along well." The two conversed amicably. In her normal state, Jabami Yumiko was a friendly, kind, and slightly airheaded girl. A completely obedient and well-mannered. As long as gambling wasn't involved, she was the very definition of a proper young lady. "So, Jabami-san transferred to Hueco Private Academy from another school?" "That's quite impressive," Haruto casually remarked. For students outside the three prestigious academies, transferring into one of them was extremely difficult. Sobu Academy required exceptional academic achievements and outstanding competition results. Shuchin Academy demanded a prestigious family background and immense political influence. And Hueco likely required an astronomical amount of money. Yumiko nodded. "Yes, I made a huge donation to the academy. It couldn't be helped if I wanted to enroll." Haruto glanced at Yumiko. It seems like you really love gambling, Jabami-san. After all, this academy is famous for it. Yumiko paused for a moment at his words, but then her expression dramatically shifted. Her face flushed red, her expression exaggerated, almost as if she were experiencing something euphoric. Yes. I'm absolutely obsessed. The thrill of enormous amounts of money changing hands in an instant. That feeling of wagering your very life on a probability, where one misstep leads to utter ruin. The rush of soaring to heaven or plummeting to hell in a heartbeat, it's simply irresistible. Haruto sighed, rubbing his forehead. He had seen this coming. Jabami Yumiko was the definition of a contradiction. An obedient, well-mannered girl in daily life, but a complete lunatic when gambling was involved. Haruto-kun, you must love gambling too, right? Yumiko retracted her exaggerated expression and asked him directly. Haruto shook his head. Unfortunately, I'm the type who enjoys peaceful, ordinary days. The thrill of life or death bets is exciting, but I'm afraid it's not for me. Yumiko nodded in understanding. I see. Well, everyone has their own preferences. Haruto-kun, which class are you in? Yumiko asked curiously. Haruto took out his transfer papers, which contained his class information. However, before heading to class, he had to report to the student council first. Yumiko leaned over and beamed. Wow. You're in class 1, Hana? What a coincidence. So am I. Indeed, Haruto responded perfunctorily. I need to check in with the student council first. See you later. Yumiko cheerfully waved him off as they parted ways. Following the academy's internal map, Haruto found the student council room. It was an extravagant, private chamber. When it came to the three prestigious academies, only Sobu had a balanced power structure. At both Hueco and Shuchen, the student council wielded greater authority than the school itself. It was absurd. He knocked on the door. Come in. A slightly immature-sounding female voice answered from inside. Haruto frowned slightly. That voice didn't sound like it belonged to a high schooler. He pushed open the student council room's door and stepped inside. There were only 2 people in the room, or rather, 2 people and a large monitor. Haruto raised an eyebrow at the sight. Yo. You must be the exchange student from Sobu. The president specifically told us to greet you. Oh, right. My name is Rana Yamazaki, a student council member. Nice to meet you. A petite girl with a playful appearance spoke while munching on snacks. Rana Yamazaki looked about the same age as Shiro. She wore a cute animal hoodie with little ears on the hood, along with black and white striped thigh-high socks, giving her a mischievous vibe. Aside from snacks, she also held a gaming console, barely looking away from it as she spoke. The other girl stood silently, wearing a white mask over her face and possessing pure white hair. At that moment, the screen lit up, displaying the image of a young woman with neatly tied white hair and light makeup. Momobami Kairari. The student council president of Hueco Academy. The current leader of the Momobami clan. And Haruto's target for this mission. Haruto had assumed that after reporting in, his role as an exchange student would be complete. All he needed to do was meet Kairari. Then, the blacklight virus could infect her without a trace, transforming her into his puppet. It wasn't exactly ethical. But for the sake of the Foundation's expansion, the 4 major financial clans had to be brought under his control. However, Haruto hadn't expected their first meeting to unfold this way. Welcome, Haruto-kun. I'm delighted you accepted the invitation to Hueco Academy. Momobami Kairari spoke pleasantly from the screen. Haruto remained silent, locking eyes with her through the monitor. At first, he hadn't understood why she invited him here. Now, he had a good idea. It seemed that this financial titan had caught wind of something. The existence of the Foundation was no longer a complete secret. Those who wielded immense power and influence had likely heard rumors about it. That was inevitable. Even with strict confidentiality protocols, a behemoth like the Foundation would inevitably cast a shadow over the world. And Haruto, as an O5 council member and one of the Foundation's highest authorities, had comparatively lower secrecy measures. For those trying to investigate the Foundation, targeting Haruto was the most logical approach. Haruto-kun, you don't seem pleased with this meeting, Kairari observed. Haruto nodded. There was no need to hide it. The greed in your eyes toward me is practically overflowing, Kairari chuckled. Good thing I trusted my instincts and arranged our first meeting this way. Haruto casually responded, just an inconvenience. Since he was already here, he would simply take his time. Eventually, Momobami Kairari would be his. Oh my, how dangerous, Kairari continued smiling. But there's no need to be so impatient, Haruto-kun. I'll meet you in person. Haruto raised an eyebrow in surprise. If she sensed the threat he posed, why would she willingly meet him? I invited you here because I wanted to meet you. And to gamble against you. If we had met normally, The game would have ended before a single gamble could take place. After all, the rumors about you are terrifying, Haruto-kun. But that's what makes this so exciting. Kairari's words made Haruto narrow his eyes slightly. She was insane. Even if it sounded self-important, from a normal person's perspective, he was essentially a god. Yet, she had invited him here, ready to stake everything, even her own life, just to experience the thrill of gambling against him. If that wasn't madness, what was? And worse, this lunatic held one of the 4 major financial clans in her grasp. She had the power to indulge in her insanity however she pleased. Haruto smirked. Challenging me is foolish. Author making the mech have a god complex now. Gambling isn't about strategy either, Kairari grinned. But I just want to experience it. Haruto nodded, accepting the bet. Since she was going this far, he might as well entertain her. Consider it a preemptive reward for his future employee. I'm glad you agreed, Haruto-kun. Now, listen to the rules of this game. From now on, no borrowing money. No external funds. Using only the 1 million yen provided by the student council, he must gamble his way to 10 billion. At that time, he would be able to play a game with Kairari. Of course, for Haruto, as long as he could meet Kairari, the outcome of the game was irrelevant. Although, there was no way he would lose. The conditions Kairari proposed were as difficult as reaching the heavens. 1 million to 1 billion, such an exaggerated gap. For ordinary people, it was impossible. But for Haruto, it was simply effortless. Alright, I accept. Haruto said with a smile. Then, he turned to the petite girl beside him, Runa Yamazuki. Runa-san, let's gamble. Haruto's pupils, at some unknown time, had turned blood red, with 3 black blade-like patterns slowly rotating within them. Haruto-kun, please. Take it easy. If it ends too quickly, it won't be any fun. Just treat it as experiencing Hueco Academy, okay? On the screen, Kairari Momobami spoke helplessly, with a hint of coquettishness. Hearing this, Haruto sighed. His eyes returned to normal, and then he left the student council room. A while later, Runa seemed to wake from a nightmare. Her body collapsed into the chair, and cold sweat poured down her forehead and back. This guy is a monster. President, if you bring in a monster like him, everyone will be devoured, right? Runa muttered with some resentment. Previously, when she heard Haruto and the president talking, she had been somewhat disdainful. A god? How could this guy boast so much? Until she met his gaze just now. If the president hadn't spoken up in time, she would most likely have started gambling and lost 10 billion to Haruto. Hearing this, Kairari smiled. That's exactly why I want to bet everything and play a game with him. After leaving the student council, Haruto sighed helplessly. Aside from her insane personality, Kairari also had an intuition beyond ordinary people. There was no way her intelligence network could grasp Haruto's true abilities, not even the tip of the iceberg. At most, she might know that Haruto belonged to a mysterious organization and possessed some unknown power. Everything else was purely her instinct. Because of that, Haruto would have to play at Hueco Academy for a few more days before he could claim the 100 devouring families. But that wasn't so bad. A few days were nothing compared to the reward. Besides, Kairari herself, Haruto was starting to want her as well. When he arrived at the first-year class Hana, Haruto saw a large group of people gathered. At the center sat 2 girls. One of them was Yumiko Jabami. The 2 seemed to be gambling. Haruto recalled that this was likely the opening act of Kakegurui. The class gambling queen was displeased with the new transfer student, Yumiko Jabami. So she set up a trap, preparing to scam Yumiko. Only to be utterly humiliated. Well, it was quite amusing. Haruto joined the crowd with a spectator's mindset. The game they were playing was called the rock-paper-scissors game. Classmates would draw rock, paper, or scissors on cards and place them in a box. The 2 gamblers would then draw 3 cards and play against each other. It sounded like normal rock-paper-scissors. But in reality, it was a test of control over the class. If someone could command more than half the class to draw a specific symbol, then knowing in advance that one type of card made up the majority would provide a massive advantage. Clearly, the class gambling queen, Mary Setum, was using this method. And she was completely unaware that Yumiko had already noticed. Oh my, how lucky, I won again. Mary was still smiling, completely unaware of the danger. Then, for the next round, let's bet 10 million. Yumiko's crimson eyes flashed with a dangerous light. As she spoke, she opened her school bag and poured a large pile of money onto the table. The sheer amount of cash created a powerful visual impact. Mary was dumbfounded. You carry this much cash with you? And for a simple game of rock paper scissors, you want to bet 10 million? You're insane, absolutely insane. Saying that, she prepared to take her winnings and leave the table. Ultimately, Gambling is about entrusting one's entire fortune and life to probability. It's inherently irrational. But that's exactly what makes it so beautiful. The essence of gambling is madness. Now, let's gamble our way into the abyss. Yumeko Jabami revealed her signature insane expression. Seeing this classic scene, Haruto took out his phone and pressed the capture button. Chapter 100, Yumeko Jabami loses her life to Haruto. Mary-san, are you perhaps afraid? Yumeko sneered. That taunt successfully pulled Mary, who had been about to back out, back to the table. That crazy woman dares to look down on me? Mary gritted her teeth in anger. So far in this game, she had been winning overwhelmingly. Even if this crazy woman bet an enormous amount of money, so what? She had absolute control over this rock-paper-scissors game. 2/3 of the class owed her money and had no choice but to obey her. Under these conditions, there was no way she could lose. Alright, let's begin. Mary announced the start of the game and discreetly made a hand signal. She instructed her controlled classmates to draw an overwhelming number of rock symbols and a few papers. With this setup, the box would be filled almost entirely with rocks, with only a few papers and possibly no scissors at all. Knowing this in advance, all she had to do was draw a paper and play it, securing a guaranteed win. The voting began. Haruto, intrigued, took a blank card. He glanced at Yumeko's glowing red eyes. Well, might as well help her out. If a legendary scene gets ruined by bad luck, that'd be too boring. With that thought, Haruto drew a symbol and placed it in the box. Voting ended. Each player drew 3 cards. The moment Mary saw her hand, she nearly laughed maniacally. 2 papers. Luck was completely on her side. With these cards, there was no way she could lose. Actually, the whole class is helping Mary-san, aren't they? Yumeko mused as she examined her cards. Huh? What proof do you have? Don't make baseless accusations. Are you trying to weasel out of the game? Mary, exposed, remained unfazed and responded forcefully. After all, there was no evidence. Of course not. This delightful moment mustn't go to waste. Now, let's begin. The game resumed, and both sides played a card. Despite feeling uneasy from Yumeko's words, Mary confidently played her paper. And Yumeko's card was scissors. Gasps filled the room. 10 million vanished in an instant. Mary's eyes widened. Even after deducting her previous winnings, she still owed 8.8 million. A sum she absolutely couldn't afford. Impossible. There's no way I lost. Mary muttered in disbelief. At that moment, Yumeko turned to Haruto. Thank you, Haruto-kun. Oh my, I was actually worried about my luck, but in the end, you provided the final missing piece. Hearing this, the entire class including Mary turned their gaze toward the unfamiliar boy. Haruto shrugged. I found it interesting, so I gave it a little push. Mary's eyes widened in shock. You cheated? No, how did you do it? Yumeko picked up the pair of scissors and waved them in front of Mary's eyes. At first, Mary didn't notice anything unusual, but after taking a closer look, she realized that a strand of hair was wrapped around the scissors. These scissors were in Haruto's hands just moments ago. Mary felt completely incredulous. A single strand of hair? No ordinary person would ever notice something like that while drawing cards. And yet, how did that new boy know about her cheating method? Yumeko had only exposed her tricks after the game had already started. It had taken Yumeko several rounds at the table to analyze and figure it out. How did you know my technique and secret signals? Mary's mind was spinning, no longer able to think clearly. Haruto sighed. Satome-san, has anyone ever told you that you're not very smart? The moment he said that, Mary gritted her teeth in anger. Not very smart? She had ruled this classroom at one point. I wasn't even at the table. Once I knew you were cheating, I just looked at how everyone else was voting. Haruto revealed the truth. Hearing this, Mary felt so frustrated she could almost cough up blood. She had overlooked something so simple. I don't have that much money on hand. Can you give me a few days? In the end, Mary painfully lowered her head and pleaded to Yumeko. However, Yumeko's attention had already completely shifted. Haruto-kun is amazing. The moment I saw you, I just knew it. Hey. Wanna gamble with me? Betting against you would definitely be thrilling. Yumeko completely ignored Mary, her eager gaze fixed on Haruto. Haruto sighed. Why was he always attracting crazy women? But sure. After all, he needed to gamble. No, he needed to take money from others. He had to gather 10 billion, then go grab a student council president and leave this academy as soon as possible. Might as well entertain Yumeko a little. Yay! Yumeko beamed with joy. Meanwhile, Satome. She was completely ignored. The students pushed her to the corner of the classroom like trash, and no one cared about her anymore. That was how this academy worked. Your worth was measured by gambling and money. If you lost both, you had no value. What should we play? As he sat down at the gambling table, Yumiko asked with a smile. Haruto thought for a moment. Let's play the rock paper scissors card game. We'll mix all the used cards together and continue from there. Haruto suggested. Yumiko nodded. Mary and Yumiko had already played over 10 rounds of rock paper scissors. Now that all the cards were shuffled together, the balance between the 3 types of cards was roughly even. The two of them began drawing cards. As they played, they continued to chat casually, as if they weren't even taking the game seriously. Haruto-kun, how much are we betting? Let's start at 1 million. The student council only gave me that much credit. I see, that makes it even more fun. I was worried you'd have too much money for us to play on equal terms. Amid their light-hearted conversation, Yumiko lost 2 rounds. Haruto bet the maximum amount each time, so Yumiko had already lost 3 million. The spectators watching them felt chills run down their spines. These two. They didn't even see money as money. I feel like Haruto-kun can see right through me. No matter how I try to mislead or counterattack, it's useless. After losing 2 more rounds, Yumiko pouted her cheeks in adorable frustration. Haruto nodded. With his observational skills, every tiny movement Yumiko made was clear as day to him. As skilled as she was, there were still subtle bodily reactions that couldn't be consciously controlled. So, to him, her thoughts were completely exposed. At this point, Yumiko had lost 15 million. She was completely out of cash. I'm broke. But I really want to play one more round. Yumiko's eyes glowed with excitement. Haruto gathered up the chips on the table. He already had 16 million. At this rate, getting 10 billion would be easy. Seeing this, Mary curled up in the corner, trembling. They were both monsters. Why had she provoked them? Now she was saddled with debt. At this academy, having debt meant becoming a house pet, a subhuman existence. Just as Haruto finished collecting his winnings and was about to leave, Haruto-kun, let's play one more round. I'll bet myself. Yumiko grabbed Haruto's hand and pleaded. Haruto sighed. You really throw everything away for the thrill, huh? Yumiko giggled, tacitly admitting to his words. She was the type to risk everything for excitement. Haruto sat back down. Thus, a gamble with Yumiko herself as the stake began. If Haruto won, he could do whatever he wanted with this beautiful girl. Not a bad deal, so he accepted. They both drew 3 cards from the deck. This time, Yumiko didn't even look at them and placed them directly on the table. Blind play. That meant Haruto couldn't read her intentions through her expressions. This is pure gambling now. Haruto muttered. Yumiko playfully stuck out her tongue. I can't help it. Haruto-kun is way too unfairly strong. I had no chance of winning otherwise, so I might as well take a gamble. Haruto picked a card from his hand and placed it on the table. At this moment, the outcome of the match truly depended on luck. Any normal person would never have the guts to push Haruto this far. Unfortunately, Haruto despised luck-based games. He demanded absolute control. He didn't care about excitement. So, Zawarudo. The power of the world activated. The surroundings turned gray and time froze. Everything in the world came to a standstill. Haruto reached out and flipped over Yumiko's card. A scissor. The card he had just placed was paper. Haruto shook his head with a wry smile. Was this what they called a gambler's lucky streak? Too bad. Not against him. He swapped his paper for a rock and reset the table. 9 seconds passed. The gray world regained its colors, and time began flowing again. Both of them revealed their cards at the same time. I lost. Ah, this feeling. The thrill is making me tremble. Haha. Losing my entire life over a single bet, this kind of rush is absolutely irresistible. Yumiko stared at her losing hand, still displaying her signature crazed expression of pleasure. And just like that, Yumiko lost herself to Haruto in a gamble. Though, legally speaking, Japan wouldn't recognize such a bet. However, Hueco Academy's system allowed it. Besides, even without an official system, Yumiko was the type who would absolutely honor her gambling agreements. Then, Master, please take care of me from now on. Yumiko stood up and revealed an absolutely submissive and adorable expression toward Haruto. Monster. This title quickly spread from the first-year class Hana. Yumiko and Haruto soon became figures of strange rumors within the academy. And the two of them simply skipped class and headed to a luxury hotel outside. Haruto was no saint. Since Jabami Yumiko had willingly bet herself and lost, he had no reason to refuse. After a session of indulgence. The details could not be described explicitly, but the taste of this long-haired black beauty was completely different from anyone else. That absolute sense of submission. Although it lacked a woman's natural shyness, everything else was perfect. I see. This kind of experience is a first for me. It feels pretty good, though it's still far less exciting than gambling. Yumiko curled up under the blanket and spoke casually. Haruto reached out and gently ruffled her black hair. What kind of weird victory speech is that? Your rationality and madness are way too distinct. Hearing this, Yumiko pondered for a moment before responding. Understood, Master. I'll try to be a bit crazier in those moments. Please continue to use me as much as you like. Of course, if we could play another round or two in the future. That would be ideal. To this, Haruto was left speechless. Chapter 101, Shinomiya Kaguya and Shinomiya Tommy inside Shuchin Academy. Sitting in the student council president's seat, Shinomiya Kaguya was furiously venting to Hayasaka. Why did he choose Hyaku instead of Shuchin? No matter how you look at it, Shuchin should have been the better choice. Shuchin has a higher status, more offspring of officials, and also Hayasaka. Hayasaka let out a long sigh. My lady, please don't count me as part of the assets for attracting men. Hearing this, Kaguya looked slightly embarrassed. Anyway, I just can't understand it. Why didn't Haruto accept Shuchin's invitation? This semester's exchange student program had concluded. In past years, the program was usually inactive, but this year, there had indeed been an exchange. When Shuchin received the exchange application, Kaguya had thought it was a done deal. She had even begun preparing strategies to win Haruto over. But when she opened the application, she found that the incoming student was not Haruto but a young lady named Yukinoshita Yukino. The Yukinoshita family was also a prestigious household, ranked just below the 4 great conglomerates in Japan. A young lady with an impressive background. So, even though Kaguya was frustrated, she still approved Yukino's application. But even until the exchange program's deadline, she never received a second application. Upon further investigation, Kaguya found out Haruto had chosen to transfer to Hyaku Academy instead. That was infuriating. Watching her young mistress's slightly frantic expression, Hayasaka sighed. When did it all start? When did the dignified Ice Princess Kaguya turn into Airhead Kaguya? The Kaguya of the past was practically the definition of elegance and rationality. But now, Hayasaka could hardly bear to look. There's another noble banquet next month. By then, I must. Kaguya was already plotting another way to bring Haruto to her side. After finalizing her plans regarding Haruto, Kaguya gradually calmed down. As long as the topic wasn't about Haruto, she was still the Ice Princess Kaguya. Hayasaka, about that assassination attempt, any results? Kaguya asked in a deep voice. That attack, while ultimately avoided without major harm, had exposed many problems. Someone was targeting the Shinomiya family, targeting her, the heiress of the Shinomiya family. Though many people harbored hostility toward the Shinomiya family, few had the audacity to act on it. Moreover, the enemy had obtained detailed tracking information on her whereabouts. That was an even bigger issue. It suggested that there might be a traitor within the Shinomiya family. Hearing Kaguya's inquiry, Hayasaka furrowed her brows. Regarding the assassination, my lady, the following information is uncertain, so please take it with a grain of salt. Her words made Kaguya frown. Because such wording meant the information could not be officially acknowledged by the Shinomiya family. It could only be personally relayed by Hayasaka. The attackers were confirmed to be underlings of Chiba's underground syndicate. Because the order was passed through too many layers, the original instigator is untraceable. However, based on certain clues, the most likely client is the Suzuki conglomerate. This answer made Kaguya's breathing heavy. The Suzuki conglomerate was also one of the 4 great conglomerates. At first glance, it might seem natural for rival conglomerates to attack each other. However, the Shinomiya and Suzuki conglomerates had always been allies. Their business domains were deliberately positioned to complement, not compete with each other. In fact, the Shinomiya family's stable position as the top conglomerate was partially thanks to the Suzuki conglomerate's support. So why, out of nowhere, had Suzuki turned against them? It made no sense. What about the traitor? Have they been identified? Kaguya asked gravely. She was beginning to suspect perhaps this attack wasn't from an external enemy, but from inside the Shinomiya family. She had 3 older brothers competing for succession. Even though she had always been considered a caged bird, unable to claim the Shinomiya family's throne in theory, she still had inheritance rights. Maybe one of her brothers had decided to act preemptively. Hayasaka took a deep breath and quickly approached Kaguya's side. My lady, the problem is this, there isn't just one traitor in the Shinomiya family. In fact, they're all traitors. Kaguya's expression turned ice cold. So it really was a family struggle. But even that didn't fully explain it. Her father was still in his prime, far from death. Wouldn't it be too soon for succession wars? Just as Kaguya was pondering, Hayasaka spoke again with an even more shocking revelation. My lady, through my own sources, I discovered something. Your father has adopted a foster daughter. A foster daughter? Shinomiya Kaguya was baffled. This foster daughter has been granted inheritance rights, and part of the Shinomiya family's executive power has already been transferred to her. As Hayasaka continued, Kaguya's eyes widened. Was this some kind of joke? Her own father was handing over the Shinomiya conglomerate to an outsider? Kaguya felt a buzzing in her head. What did that make her, then? For the sake of the family, she had endured everything. Even if she was treated as a mere pawn in political marriages, she could endure it for the family's sake. But now, all of that had become a joke. What's the name of this foster daughter? Kaguya gritted her teeth. It seems. Her name is Shinomiya Tomi. Hayasaka responded in a deep voice. Meanwhile, things were far from calm at Hueco Academy. Rumors about Haruto were spreading widely across the campus. In a school where gambling was paramount, the sudden appearance of Haruto was like a shark entering a shallow pond. It wasn't just eye-catching. It was terrifying. In the first-year Hana class, many students were gathered around Yumiko, bombarding her with questions. On the other hand, the former class queen, Saga. Her desk was a complete mess, covered in insulting messages written with permanent markers. Her signature plush toy had been gutted, its belly slit open, with a knife stabbed into its head. It was blatant school bullying. Unfortunately, Satome had fallen into debt 8.8 million yen. Unable to repay Yumiko, she was forced to invoke Hayaku's infamous pet system. Her debt was transferred to the student council. In exchange, Satome now owed the student council money. Until she repaid it, she was a pet. She had to wear a tag around her neck, displaying her name and the label Mittens. It was a common nickname in Japan for stray cats. A cruel irony. Once someone wore the tag, they lost all human rights in the academy, reduced to a plaything at everyone's whim. Satome stared blankly at the tag hanging over her desk. Not long ago, she was admired by her classmates, a rich and confident young lady. In the blink of an eye, she had become this. That crazy woman. And that monster. Satome murmured. Meanwhile, Yumiko seemed completely unaffected. If anything, more students were eagerly trying to befriend her. After all, Yumiko was not in debt. Though she had lost to Haruto, she was not a pet, just Haruto's personal property. And with her extraordinary gambling skills, even after losing to Haruto, no one dared to look down on her. Yumiko-san, you left campus with that Haruto guy this morning, right? Could it be? A student asked with a hint of gossip. After all, a beautiful girl losing herself to a guy in a gamble. It was hard not to let the imagination wander. Yumiko, however, nodded without hesitation. Yes, I did it with Haruto-kun. He was amazing, utterly irresistible. Her words sent waves of excitement through the surrounding students. The noise only made Satome more confused and furious. Meanwhile, in the Hueco student council room, almost all student council members were present. Even President Momobami Kairari was there. They were silently watching a recording. It was the footage of Haruto's gamble with Jabami Yumiko. When the video ended, silence filled the room. Haruto-kun is ridiculously strong. President, he might even be scarier than you. Runa, dressed in her mascot costume, remarked. Kairari smiled. Indeed. That's why I'm willing to bet everything to bring him in. The others shared similar thoughts. Rock, paper, scissors was a simple game. There were countless ways to cheat. Everyone present was a master gambler. Coming up with a method to cheat was just a matter of thinking. But the problem was, they couldn't see how Haruto cheated. A winning streak like that had to be rigged. Yet, there wasn't a single clue. No openings. No traces. The first few rounds might be explained by inhuman insight. But the final blind round? Was it really just luck? No one was foolish enough to believe that. The student council members agreed with Runa's assessment. Well, except for one person. Maybe he just got lucky? This game is too simple, it barely requires any skill. All eyes turned to the speaker. It was the Itsuki Sumeragi. Seeing everyone looking at her, Itsuki chuckled. I'll challenge him with the card game I'm best at. The members exchanged glances before looking at the president. Kairari smiled. Alright, Itsuki, go teach him a lesson. Satisfied with the president's approval, Itsuki nodded and left the student council room. After she was gone, Runa made a "this is ridiculous" face. President, you're just sending her to donate money, aren't you? Haruto-kun's progress might be too fast at this rate. And she's a student council member, after all. Kairari waved a hand dismissively. This is fine. It doesn't matter who he gambles against, the result will be the same. As for her position in the student council, didn't she pay a special fee to get in? Runa shrugged. Well, yeah. Someone like her is basically just a money pit. Meanwhile, Haruto, the center of all the rumors, found himself picking up a girl on his way home. Looking at the unconscious girl on the roadside, Haruto fell into deep thought. Since when did picking up a lily become as easy as picking up a stray cat? Chapter 102, picked up a Haibara eye. It was already autumn. Though it wasn't quite cold yet, the night breeze was chilly enough that not wearing a jacket could make someone shiver. The little girl lying on the roadside looked around Shiro's age. Not exactly naked, but almost. She was wearing nothing but an oversized white lab coat. Like a child playing dress-up in adult clothes. If a passerby saw this scene, they would probably call the police immediately. Inspector Magure would show up and arrest Haruto on the spot. Guilty until proven innocent. Better report this. Haruto made the usual choice. He took out his phone to call Inspector Magure. However, as if she had heard Haruto's voice, the girl weakly opened her eyes and reached out toward him. With a hoarse, barely audible voice, she forced out 3 words. Don't. Call. Cops. Then, she passed out again. Haruto rubbed his forehead. What the hell is this? Leaving the girl on the street felt wrong, but taking her in felt even worse. This area didn't have much foot traffic. If she was unlucky, she could die here without anyone noticing. With a deep sigh, Haruto picked up the little girl, wrapped her in the lab coat, tied it securely, and carried her back to his apartment. Big brother, welcome home. How was your first day as an exchange? Nao's voice trailed off, her eyes locked onto the unconscious Lily in Haruto's arms. Big brother. You've finally crossed the line. You're not human anymore, are you? Nao let out a dramatic sigh. Haruto walked over and flicked her forehead. You're fine everywhere except for that ridiculous mouth of yours. Nao rubbed her forehead, protesting. But big brother. You just drugged Lily and brought her home. Haruto rolled his eyes. She fainted on the street. I was being nice and brought her here to help. Nao gave him a doubtful look. A normal person would have reported this to the authorities. It's not like she's a stray cat. Haruto was momentarily at a loss for words. Annie Neeson, come out quickly. Big brother has finally taken the first step toward depravity. Seeing Haruto remain silent, Nao shouted into the house. Haruto. In the end, the situation turned into a 3-person interrogation. Nao, Annie, and Shiro sat in their seats, eyes burning with curiosity as they stared at Haruto. As for the little girl he had picked up, she had already been properly taken care of. She had been changed into clean clothes, bathed, courtesy of Nao, given water, and treated with Cool 3 solution to heal her external injuries. The girl had scars all over her body and feet, no shoes, and appeared as if she had been running away in a hurry. On her wrists, there were purplish red marks, likely from being restrained by handcuffs or something similar. A complete victim. Haruto, I won't object. But at least set an age limit for your targets. Annie frowned as she spoke. Nao nodded vigorously in agreement. Haruto was on the verge of tears. I found her on the street. I have nothing to do with this, okay? Just as the interrogation was reaching its peak, a faint groan came from the corner of the room. The 4 of them turned to look. The little girl had opened her eyes and was trying to sit up. Now that she had been bathed, her delicate features and short chestnut-colored hair were fully revealed. Upon waking and seeing 4 people staring at her, she immediately went on guard. Who are you people? She questioned. Hearing this, Nao immediately accused Haruto. Big brother, and you still say you didn't drug her? She's 1 step away from accusing you outright. Haruto responded by flicking her forehead again. Then, he turned his attention to the little girl. I picked you up on the street. Do you remember who you are? What's your name? Where do you live? Haruto's questions left the girl momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, she looked down at herself, her expression shifting to shock. Right. It must be APTX 4869. She muttered, as if recalling something, her expression becoming complicated. This reaction made Haruto frown slightly. She didn't seem like just a simple lost child. You look surprised by your body, but you also quickly understood why? Haruto's gaze turned sharp and scrutinizing. His attitude toward an ordinary girl and someone who seemed abnormal was naturally different. Hearing Haruto's words, the girl looked even more shocked and wary. This boy in front of her was definitely not normal. Give me a name first, at least for communication purposes. Haruto said indifferently. Mano. Haibara I. She answered. Well then, Haibara I suppose I can count as your lifesaver. Can you tell me what this is? Haruto flipped his palm, revealing a small pill container. Inside was a capsule with no markings. He had found it in the pocket of the white lab coat Haibara I had been wearing. At first, Haruto thought it might be some necessary medication for her. So, he had kept it safe. But now, it seemed to be the very APTX 4869 she had mentioned. For a drug to be named like that, it had to be an experimental compound. Seeing the pill container in Haruto's hand, Haibara I's pupils visibly contracted. That's medicine for heart disease. I have a congenital heart condition. Hibara-I quickly said. Haruto shook his head. No, you don't. Hibara-I's expression froze. A congenital heart disease couldn't be confirmed without an X-ray. She had deliberately used this fact to deceive him. Yet, this boy had instantly denied it. I can hear the subtle sounds of your heartbeat. Aside from an increase in heart rate due to nervousness that is about 27% higher than normal, there's nothing wrong with you. Hibara-I. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. What kind of monster was this? Just by hearing, he could determine if someone several meters away had a heart condition? Seeing Hibara-I fall silent, Haruto waved his hand. Forget it. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. Now, send this to the Foundation for component analysis and testing. As for Miss Hibara-I, she'll be placed under temporary containment until the test results come out. After that, we'll erase her memory and release her into society. Nao acknowledged the order, took the pill container, and was about to contact the Foundation. Hibara-I's eyes widened. They weren't even going to ask her? And what was this about memory erasure? But what shocked Hibara-I the most was what Haruto had just said. Foundation. The Foundation? Are you people from the SCP Foundation? Hibara-I asked. Haruto and Nao both froze for a moment. You know about the SCP Foundation? Hibara-I hesitated and fell into silent contemplation. Haruto's gaze grew increasingly dangerous. Forget it. Let's proceed with an A-class memory wipe. With that, Haruto took a step toward Hibara-I. Perhaps intimidated by his presence, Hibara-I finally spoke. I'll talk. Then, she revealed her true identity. She was a scientist affiliated with the Black Organization, specializing in pharmaceutical research and development. Her real name was Mano Shio. Since childhood, she had studied abroad in the northern country. In the Black Organization, she was codenamed Sherry. The so-called Black Organization was a massive transnational terrorist group. Its full-scale objectives were unknown to her. Because she and her sister, who was also in the organization, attempted to defect, she was placed under strict surveillance and had her freedom restricted. In the end, she took the experimental drug APTX 4869, intending to commit suicide. However, instead of killing her, the drug regressed her physical age, essentially de-aging her. Using her now small body, she escaped from her restraints through an air vent and fled the organization's control. As for the SCP Foundation, she had only seen the name in a classified document within the Black Organization. Though Hibara-I had been honest, Haruto still took a sample of her blood and read her memories. Her memories matched her statements exactly. That classified document she mentioned. It only contained the name SCP Foundation and some speculations about its vast influence. Based on that document, the Black Organization's understanding of the Foundation was on par with the four great conglomerates. The most valuable information was just the name SCP Foundation. After recounting everything she knew, Hibara-I was clearly uneasy. In her mind, the SCP Foundation was an even more powerful and mysterious organization than the Black Organization. And while it didn't have any horrifying records, that didn't mean it was a good organization either. At the same time, Haruto's expression darkened, not because of the Black Organization. Though massive, compared to the Foundation, the Black Organization was nothing. Instead, Haruto was troubled by Hibara-I's story. A black-clad organization, a drug that de-aged people, and a protagonist who became a child after taking it. That overwhelming sense of déjà vu struck again. Even stronger than when he met Gabriel. Haruto was now certain before transmigrating, he must have known a story like this. But there was no memory of it. Only fragmented details. Like a death god elementary school student who brought death wherever he went. A joke from some anime culture, Haruto remembered that much. But the anime itself? Gone. More proof that some supreme divinity had tampered with his cognition. How to retrieve that knowledge, uncover the truth of that supreme divinity, and prepare countermeasures. For now, Haruto had no solution. Sighing, he refocused on Hibara-I. Alright then, take Miss Hibara-I to containment for now. Haruto delivered his verdict. Hibara-I. Shortly after, Hibara-I was taken to the Foundation's containment facility. As the alloy elevator slowly descended, Hibara-I's heart sank with it. When the alloy doors silently opened, another world gradually unfolded before her. Looking at the underground structure made entirely of metal, resembling a honeycomb, Hibara-I was filled with shock and disbelief. What kind of organization was this? A base designed like something straight out of a sci-fi movie? Chapter 103, The Foundation Shocks Hibara-I, New Type Bio-Armor. Good day, President. Passing staff members greeted Haruto. Haruto nodded in response. Meanwhile, Hibara-I, who followed beside him, was already numb from shock. As she walked through this metallic honeycomb structure for just a short while, She had already seen several familiar faces. As a scientist of the distillery, she had fairly high clearance in the organization's database before defecting. That was how she had been able to access information regarding the SCP Foundation. She had also read through personnel files. And now, many of the people she had only seen in those documents were right in front of her. For instance, over there, a man in a white lab coat was sipping tea that was a titan in the field of modern biological sciences. That was someone whose name had been printed in the textbooks during her studies abroad. And that fully armed young man passing by? He was the Northern Kingdom's War King recorded in the distillery's files. A former member of the Northern Kingdom's Navy SEALs, he had achieved battlefield feats beyond common imagination. These individuals were considered top-tier talents in the distillery's records. People whom the distillery was willing to go to any lengths to recruit. Yet, in the SCP Foundation, they seemed completely ordinary, just like regular employees going about their work. I had even seen that biological science titan consulting a young girl about research data. Her entire worldview was being shattered. The SCP Foundation. Just what suppressing her shock, I was about to ask Haruto about the organization. Just then, the girl the scientist had been consulting came running over. President Haruto. Haruto smiled slightly in response. Mihari, long time no see. How's your work at the Foundation? Mihari grinned and nodded. The pay is great, the work hours are flexible, and my research projects can actually help people. I love it. Mihari was a kind-hearted girl with extraordinary talent in bioengineering. At the Foundation, not only could she put her abilities to full use, but she was also genuinely working to save lives. To her, this job was ideal. That's good. If you need anything, let Nao know. The Foundation will accommodate you within reason. Haruto said. Nao, as the logistics director, oversaw the entire containment facility and was on good terms with Minorai. I'll ask if I need anything. More importantly, President, the new bio-armor is complete. Mihari announced as she took out a pitch-black wristwatch. Beside them, Hibarai, whose mind had already gone numb, once again felt ripples of shock. Bio-armor? She might not have majored in bioengineering, but she understood the concept of bio-armor. Wasn't that something purely theoretical, something that only existed in science fiction? So soon? Haruto took the wristwatch and, after a quick observation, understood. The research on the arc reactor has progressed, huh? Mihari nodded. I'm not in charge of the energy sector, but apparently, we can now create limited reproductions of cold nuclear reactors. Though this energy source has radiation hazards for biological organisms, I use new cells to absorb it. The so-called new cells are a modified version of RC cells for research purposes. The original RC cells are being phased out. The new bio-armor is temporarily named the Black One Armor. Its strengths are portability, concealment, and powerful energy reserves. As she spoke, Mihari pressed a button on the wristwatch. The black substance on its surface quickly spread over Haruto's entire body. The process took about 1.3 seconds. Once it fully enveloped him, the black material rapidly solidified into a semi-rigid fiber-like structure. The spot where the wristwatch had been began to glow with a cold, blue light. That was the sign of the cold nuclear reactor activating. Even while covered in the Black One armor, Haruto could still see everything clearly. Moreover, with just a thought, his vision could lock onto and zoom in on the target. Clearly, the Black One armor followed the same design philosophy as the Crimson series armor, integrating with the user's body and being controlled via neural response. A failsafe was in place to prevent it from being consumed by the Blacklight virus. Haruto quickly reviewed the armor's strength, speed, and other fundamental data. In terms of enhancement, Black One seemed to be about 2/3 as effective as the Crimson one. While its raw stats weren't as high as the Crimson series, the Black series excelled in stealth. Deploying a second mobile task force equipped with Black series armor would allow them to blend seamlessly into city environments. Additionally, the Black series was powered by an arc reactor, making its energy efficiency and endurance terrifyingly high. Just as Haruto was analyzing the data, Miss Mihari, the Black One is still in its experimental phase. Even if it's not harmful to biological organisms, you can't just use it recklessly. A Foundation researcher called out with a wry smile. This genius was great at everything, except following protocol when testing new prototypes. As Haruto willed it, the Black One armor quickly retracted and returned to the form of a wristwatch. It's fine. If the subject is me, nothing can go wrong. Seeing that the experimenter was the president himself, and given Haruto's assurance, the researcher decided not to press further. Mihari, thank you for your contributions to humanity. Want a raise? Haruto asked with a smile. Mihari scratched her head. No need for a raise. I already have more money than I can spend. Having President Haruto's praise is more than enough for me. Hearing this, Haruto reached out and ruffled Mihari's hair, a classic head pat technique combined with praise. Hibara, on the other hand, was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of sci-fi organization was this foundation? Ultra-miniature cold nuclear reactors, adaptive bio-armor, and, from the looks of it, perfectly safe neural integration technology. Even without knowing the specific test data, this technology was already at least a century ahead of the rest of the world. The research progress of the SCP Foundation compared to other organizations was like the Industrial Revolution versus cavemen. It was like bringing guns to a rock-throwing fight. At that moment, Hibara had just one thought: if she were the leader of the distillery, the first thing she would do would be to burn every single file they had on the SCP Foundation. Then, she would light 3 incense sticks and pray to the gods, hoping they would never cross paths with this sci-fi nightmare in the future. At this moment, the big eyes of the two eye-beams turned into swirling, rotating images. Just like in anime when a character gets knocked out and sees spinning visuals. The two eye-beams were normally quite fast, capable of moving at high speeds and even climbing vertically without regard to terrain. Being suddenly grabbed, the inertia sent them into dizziness. What are these things? Hibara poked her head out, staring at the two eye-beams with shock in her eyes. Eye-beams, a harmless anomaly. Haruto briefly introduced the two small creatures and then placed them back on the ground, letting them continue running around. An anomaly? Hibara caught on to the key term. Yes, anomalies, supernatural existences, just like those two eye-beams. But the proportion of harmless anomalies is pitifully small. Hibara was highly intelligent, and upon hearing this information, she quickly understood the implications. So, the SCP Foundation is an organization that fights against anomalies. Since harmless anomalies were the minority, it meant there were still a large number of anomalies with dangerous potential. Yet the world remained peaceful. With that in mind, it was easy to deduce that this futuristic organization was responsible for maintaining that peace. Haruto gave Hibara an intrigued look. Understanding so quickly saved him a lot of explanations. The SCP Foundation's mission is to secure, contain, and protect. As they arrived at a containment chamber, Haruto took out his identification card. Meanwhile, Hibara lowered her head in thought. Just as the containment chamber door opened, she lifted her head and asked, "President Haruto, do you want me to join the Foundation?" Right now, the most valuable thing about Hibara was her intellect and credentials as a scientist from the Black Organization. She had defected from the Black Organization because it was a terrorist group, and every piece of research she conducted there was meant to harm others. But the Foundation was different. It was an organization dedicated to protecting humanity. Haruto glanced at her and said, "If you want to join, the Foundation would certainly welcome you. But the purpose of this trip is to restore your current condition. An adult turning into a child, this qualifies as an anomaly, so it should be dealt with. This containment chamber holds a project known as the Panacea, SCP-500, capable of curing all diseases. The APTX-4869 you developed should still be within the Panacea's healing range." Hibara. The girl's cheeks turned slightly red. So she had misunderstood. It made sense. How could such a high-tech, sci-fi-like organization be interested in her? However, Haruto was lying. He was indeed interested in Hibara and wanted to recruit her into the Foundation. Talents like hers were always valuable to the Foundation. As for the Panacea, he already had 2 spare pills in his Divine Might space. There was no need to make a trip to a site. Chapter 104, Gambling Challenge. The Student Council, is it really that strong? President Haruto, do you really have to observe? Hibara asked in a somewhat exasperated tone. Haruto nodded matter-of-factly. This is a valuable interaction experiment between the new drug APTX-4869 and the Panacea, SCP-500. Such highly significant research material cannot be wasted. A single Panacea pill is quite precious. Hibara's eyes welled up with tears. Although what Haruto said made some sense, it was just too embarrassing. Completely unacceptable. Right now, Hibara was dressed in child-sized clothing. After taking the Panacea, she would most likely return to her adult form. If she wore her current small-sized clothes during that process, the best case was that they'd tear apart, the worst case was that she'd be hurt by the fabric. So, after a long internal struggle, Hibara ultimately upheld the spirit of scientific dedication and proceeded with the interaction experiment. She took the Panacea while in a state without clothing. 30 seconds after ingesting the Panacea, her body began to grow at a visible rate. The process lasted for 5 minutes and 17 seconds. The experiment confirmed that the abnormality caused by APTX-4869 could indeed be cured by SCP-500. Once the experiment was complete, Haruto handed a white lab coat into the containment chamber. Hibara. You had something like this all along? You should have given it to me sooner. Hibara gritted her teeth and glared at Haruto. For the sake of scientific rigor. Haruto averted his gaze guiltily. Hibara snatched the lab coat, put it on, and buttoned it up. The two then fell into a silent standoff. Eventually, Hibara was the first to back down. Can you save my sister? When she first attempted to defect from the Black Organization, she was imprisoned. Meanwhile, her sister, Akemi Meno, a field agent and assassin for the Black Organization, had also been put under tight restrictions. She was assigned increasingly dangerous missions. Given the Black Organization's modus operandi, defectors were never forgiven. Akemi Meno was likely being used as a disposable pawn. Once she had exhausted her usefulness, she would undoubtedly be eliminated. Now that Hibara had escaped, she naturally worried about her sister's safety. If saving her sister meant serving the Foundation for life, she was willing. However, to Hibara's surprise, Haruto agreed immediately. He didn't even ask her to join the Foundation in exchange. Sure. I'll have someone keep an eye on it. A cleanup operation against the Black Organization was inevitable. At the very least, the Foundation would infiltrate the organization's headquarters to examine their database. If they found information above level 0 clearance, they would act accordingly. If not, they would still make their presence known. After going through the necessary procedures, the Black Organization would be left in shambles. Saving a person, especially someone with potential as an agent, was an easy favor to grant. On top of that, wiping out the Black Organization would provide additional researchers and operatives. Seeing Haruto agree so readily, Hibara was momentarily stunned. Can I join the Foundation? She was starting to doubt herself. Did she really have no value at all? Haruto smiled and nodded. If you're willing, the Foundation welcomes you. Talented researchers are hard to come by. Even though Haruto said that, Hibara still had doubts about her worth. She signed her name in the Absolute Contract Codex, officially completing her induction into the Foundation. With his goal achieved, Haruto smiled in satisfaction. Let's go. I'll introduce you to your new colleagues. Later, a specialist will discuss your salary and benefits. The SCP Foundation isn't an evil organization, so we don't restrict personal freedom, but there are confidentiality rules. You specialize in organic chemistry, right? Mihari has some expertise in that field too. She'll guide you. Haruto's smooth handling of the situation left Hibara deep in thought. Just how many people had this guy recruited into the Foundation? And so, Hibara was successfully swayed into joining the Foundation's research department. As for Haruto, after finishing his recruitment, he returned straight to his apartment. On the way, he was even humming a cheerful tune. The next morning, Haruto, as usual, headed to Hueco Private Academy. After his gamble with Yumiko, his funds had risen to 16 million yen. Though still far from the 1 billion target, in reality, it would only take a few more rounds of exponential growth to reach 1 billion easily. After all, Chendo's once turned $20 into 37 million. For Haruto, turning 1 million into 1 billion wouldn't be a problem. Good morning, Master. Upon entering the classroom, he was greeted by Yumiko's energetic voice. That title felt a little awkward. Good morning, Yumiko. Haruto responded with a smile. Then, he found himself lost in thought. Speaking of which, where was his seat? After reporting in yesterday, he played a gambling match and then skipped class with Yumiko. Up until now, Haruto still didn't know where his seat was. Seeing his confusion, the other students in the class immediately started trying to ingratiate themselves with him. Haruto, do you need any help? Haruto, you can choose any seat you like. There's an empty one right next to me. Haruto, just say where you want to sit, and we'll make space for you. Faced with such enthusiasm, Haruto felt a bit overwhelmed. Fortunately, the seat next to Yumiko was still empty. So, Haruto sat down beside her. Seeing this, many of the girls in the class secretly bit their fingers in frustration. They wanted to get close to Haruto too. Even if it was just to learn a little bit of his gambling skills or receive a small reward from him. Even the crumbs that fell through his fingers would be enough for them to show off and indulge. However, they were also self-aware. Whether it was in terms of looks, intelligence, or gambling skills, they simply weren't on the same level as Yumiko. Master, someone asked me to pass this to you. Yumiko seemed to suddenly remember something and took out an envelope from her bag. The envelope had luxurious gold patterns, and the seal was an elegant wax stamp. Just from its appearance, it was clear that this letter was expensive. Haruto took the letter with some confusion. Who in this academy would send him a letter? A love letter? As he pondered, he opened the envelope and pulled out the letter inside. Not a love letter. Haruto skimmed through it. Removing all the polite and refined language, the message boiled down to, I hear you're pretty awesome. Wanna test that in real life? I'm waiting for you at not in Shenyang Street, but in the activity room. You're in for a bad time if you don't show up." It was signed by Itsuki Sumeragi. Haruto was a bit lost. "Who's Itsuki Sumeragi?" he asked Yumiko. Was there really someone in Hueco Private Academy daring enough to challenge him? Even the student council president had to act all sweet and obedient toward him. Yumiko shook her head. "I don't know either." At that moment, a voice from behind chimed in. Itsuki Sumeragi is a first-year student, a member of the student council. Haruto turned to see that the one speaking was none other than the not-so-bright Satom. "Good morning, Satom. Speaking of which, that's quite a miserable sight." Halfway through his sentence, Haruto noticed Satom's desk. It was covered in insulting graffiti from permanent markers and filled with scratches from sharp objects. Satom sighed. Yesterday, she might have gritted her teeth and retorted, "You think this isn't your fault?" But after a day had passed, she had came to terms with reality. Haruto and Yumiko were monsters who lived in a completely different world from hers. She was just unlucky to get caught up in their affairs. They had never even deliberately targeted her. This is too much. This is outright bullying. I'm going to deal with them. Yumiko, upon seeing the mess, was outraged and wanted to stand up for Satom. That was just her nature. Normally, she was a kind and adorable girl with long black hair, only turning into a crazed thrill-seeker when it came to gambling. Satom quickly grabbed Yumiko's hand and let out a long sigh. "No need. This is just how things work in this academy. I'm a livestock now." She showed the tag hanging around her neck. In the original story, Satom couldn't accept the humiliation of being treated as livestock. So she ended up challenging the student council to a gambling match. And then, predictably, she lost even more miserably. Her debt skyrocketed beyond anything she could ever repay, and even her future was decided for her. It was only after that crushing defeat that Satom truly woke up and recognized the harsh reality. Later on, she teamed up with Yumiko and managed to turn things around in one of the student council's gambling events. But looking at her now, it seemed she had realized the truth much earlier than in the original timeline. With that in mind, her current debt, which wasn't too heavy, should be something she could reverse fairly quickly. After all, Satom wasn't really stupid, she just couldn't beat Yumiko or the student council. That Itsuki Sumeragi has never lost a game of cards since enrolling a year ago. Her family runs the most famous toy manufacturing company in Japan, with absurdly deep financial backing. And personally, there are rumors that she enjoys collecting other people's fingernails. For some reason, Satom shared everything she knew about Itsuki Sumeragi. After listening, Haruto finally remembered who she was. Oh, wasn't she the weakest member of the student council? The one who bought her way into the student council, only to get kicked out later? Looking at the challenge letter again, Haruto raised an eyebrow. He had thought she was some hidden gambling master in Hueco Academy. But it turned out. "Where's the activity room?" Haruto asked. "Wait, I just told you she's never lost a card game, and she likes pulling out people's fingernails. You're still going?" Satom looked at him in disbelief. Haruto nodded as if it was obvious. "Of course. Why wouldn't I go when there's free money on the line?" He was planning to win that 10 billion yen limit today and take the student council president home already. Chapter 105, Haruto, wipe that drool off your face. You really are a monster. Satom buried her head in her golden twin tails, refusing to face reality. A student council member with an undefeated record in card games. To her, such a person was someone to fear and avoid at all costs. But to Haruto, they were just another walking ATM. Looking at her reaction, Haruto suddenly smiled. Somehow, this girl was kind of cute. There were many talented people in the world, as countless as the stars in the sky. But most of them would never become the brightest star. When talented people failed to reach the top, 9 out of 10 would drown in their own disappointment. After all, people who had talent but didn't blindly believe in it, who could acknowledge their own limitations, were rare. And Satom was one of those rare few. She had talent. Even after repeated defeats, she didn't drown in despair but instead accepted reality. That was admirable. And perhaps, she was also quite lucky. That golden twin tail hairstyle gave Haruto a strong impression of a golden-haired defeated dog. Yumiko, help Satom out a bit from now on. Haruto suddenly said. Yumiko was briefly surprised, but then she nodded. All right. Satom raised her head in a daze, looking at Haruto in confusion. Why? She didn't believe Haruto was someone who helped others out of pity. I just think it'll be interesting. Haruto waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, class was about to begin. Haruto and Yumiko turned back to face the front, leaving Satom still lost in thought. Master is really kind. Yumiko covered her mouth with a book and whispered. I just think it'll be interesting, Haruto repeated. Then, if I do something interesting for you, Do I get a reward? Yumiko asked with a sly smile. This woman, after losing to Haruto, quickly figured out Haruto's personality. She understood that this kind of small, gradual overreach wouldn't be disliked. Next time we have a bet, go easy on me a little. Haruto said this. Wow, that's an amazing reward. Yumiko is really looking forward to it. For Yumiko, she loved all-out gambling, the thrill of both sides going all in. But when it came to Haruto, she hoped he would go easy on her. After all, if he didn't, she couldn't see any chance of winning. Yumiko also disliked gambling where the outcome was either guaranteed victory or inevitable defeat. Class time quickly passed. Haruto yawned. As one of the 3 great academies, Hueco Academy's education was also of an extremely high level. Although it was known for gambling, everyone took their studies seriously. After all, knowledge and intellect were also part of gambling skills. Unfortunately, this knowledge was too simple for Haruto. Let's go, we shouldn't waste Sumeragi's kind invitation. Haruto said this. Satome rolled her eyes. What the hell kind invitation was this? But still, she followed Haruto and Yumiko to the activity room. The so-called activity room was actually an entire floor of the school building. There were numerous card tables, lounge areas, and even closed-circuit TVs and spectator seats for broadcasting. It looked exactly like a casino. As soon as the 3 of them stepped into the room, someone quickly approached. It was a petite and adorable girl with short, fluffy yellow hair that curled slightly at the ends. She wore the Hueco girl's uniform, her legs wrapped in black thigh-high socks with cute patterns on them. Haruto. Did you see my invitation letter? Oh. I forgot to introduce myself, I'm Itsuki Sumeragi. Itsuki flashed a cute smile. Haruto wanted to smile back. But why was this girl staring at his hands so intensely? Haruto instinctively looked at his own hands, wondering if something had stuck to them. But as soon as he raised them, her gaze became even more obvious. Her face even began to flush strangely, and her eyes seemed dazed. Itsuki, did you drink computer parts or something? Haruto asked curiously. No. Itsuki snapped back to reality and patted her cheeks. Sorry, Haruto, you're just too perfect? I got a little mesmerized. Haruto. Perfect was indeed a fitting description of Haruto. As the host of the Blacklight virus, Haruto was evolving toward perfection. Every part of his body, by human standards, was absolutely flawless. So being admired was understandable. But he hadn't expected her obsession to be this intense. Taking out the letter, Haruto waved it slightly. I received your invitation, so I came to gamble. Itsuki nodded excitedly. Because Haruto is so famous. Slurp. I thought gambling with you would be fun. Haruto facepalmed. Girl, could you be a little more restrained? Your drool is literally dripping. Where's your dignity as a high-class lady? Then, Itsuki led Haruto to a card table. This was the main table, with a camera set up for live broadcasting. Yumiko and Satome were seated in the audience. So, for the type of gambling. How about playing double concentration? Yumiko placed 2 decks of cards on the table and smiled. Double concentration was essentially a matching card game. The cards were laid face down, and players took turns flipping over 2 at a time. If the 2 cards matched, the player could continue flipping. The double part came from using 2 decks of cards. Only when the rank and suit of the 2 flipped cards matched would it count as a successful pair. A standard deck had 54 cards, excluding the 2 jokers, leaving 52. With 2 decks, that made 104 cards. The first to successfully match 54 pairs, more than half, would win. Haruto casually nodded. Itsuki smiled and took out 2 unopened decks, first holding them up to the camera. These are playing cards made by my family's company. They have an amazing feel, please support us. As the heiress of a major toy company, Itsuki was advertising. This girl. She's seriously promoting her cards? Satome muttered. Yumiko just smiled knowingly. The decks were unsealed, shuffled, and spread out chaotically on the table. So, Haruto, about the stakes. Yumiko once again showed an intense expression. How about 16 million? Haruto asked. That's a bit low. Yumiko pretended to hesitate. Haruto sighed helplessly. Not because his bet was being looked down on, but because. Did this girl not know about his agreement with the student council? Did the student council not even consider her a real member? How about this? Haruto, bet one of your fingernails, let's say it's worth 14 million? Itsuki tested the waters. She was just too tempted. Normally, she would never suggest bodily stakes right away, it would scare people off. But after watching footage of Haruto, Itsuki knew he wasn't the type to back down. And she couldn't suppress her desire any longer. Haruto was just too perfect. She had to have it. My fingernail is worth that much? Haruto muttered before nodding in agreement. Then let's begin. Double concentration. Itsuki said excitedly. Haruto, you go first. The camera focused on the table. Even for a luck-based game, this is extreme. The odds of a correct match with a single flip are 1 in 103. And with 104 cards in total, remembering all of them will be impossible toward the end. Satome frowned. But Yumiko shook her head. Not really. Memorizing 104 cards is pretty easy, don't you think? Satome? For a moment, she was speechless. Was this what it meant to be a monster? But before she could process it further, Yumiko continued, besides, these are marked cards, so even the luck factor is eliminated. It's purely about observation and memory. Satome? Hearing this, Satome widened her eyes and looked at the screen. But after staring for a long time, she couldn't spot any abnormalities. No need to look, Satome. The abnormal markings on the backs of these cheating cards will fade over time. It's probably some kind of heat-sensitive printing. Once the temperature drops, the markings disappear, making them look like regular cards. Yumiko smiled. Satome turned to her, dumbfounded. If they're cheating, doesn't that mean he can't win? Why are you still smiling? Yumiko tilted her head. He can still win. If it were me, I'd definitely lose the first round, since I wouldn't know the markings' meanings. I'd act pitiful and beg for a second round. That way, I could figure out the pattern. The worst-case scenario is if they have multiple sets of different marked decks, in which case I'd lose repeatedly. But that's because I'm not strong enough. If it's Master, he'll probably end the game in the first round. Yumiko's words left Satome stunned. This monster, just at first glance, discovered the trick in the cheating poker game and even figured out a way to win? But could Haruto really? Just as Satome was deep in thought, Haruto's voice came through the surveillance camera. With this, that makes 54. Itsuki Sumeragi, the game is over. That'll be 30 million, please. Chapter 106, attempting to fix this girl. Haruto flipped over the last 2 matching cards. With that, the game was officially over. From start to finish, Itsuki hadn't even touched the cards. At the moment the match ended, her eyes widened in disbelief, and she collapsed into her chair. She couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Meanwhile, in the activity room, an uproar erupted as people watched the recording. Putting aside Itsuki's reputation for being undefeated in card games and her position in the student council, just this particular gamble alone was completely incomprehensible. Even if someone wanted to cheat, they wouldn't be able to figure out how. The deck was prepared by Itsuki, the table was provided by the public activity room, and the game itself wasn't something that could be won through psychological manipulation. This entire scenario felt absolutely unbelievable. As expected of Master. I'm really curious now. Itsuki set up such an elaborate trap with great enthusiasm, and now, Master easily turned the tables on her. What will happen to her next? Just thinking about it is thrilling. Yumiko spoke excitedly. Satome, on the other hand, was completely numb. As expected, that person was an absolute monster, completely beyond the realm of ordinary humans. However, just as everyone was waiting for the outcome, Haruto walked up to the camera in the broadcast room and showed an apologetic smile. Sorry, everyone, but from here on out, this is private time. Then, Haruto directly cut the broadcast feed. Yumiko. What the hell? I even lifted my skirt for this, and now you're cutting me off? Grumbling in frustration, Yumiko grabbed Satome and rushed toward the private room upstairs. To leave things unresolved like this was pure torture for her. Even if she was only a spectator, she couldn't accept it. At the same time, in the student council room many student council members stared at the blank broadcast screen in silence. As expected, little Itsuki was just an easy target. She wasn't even worthy of being a test opponent. Who recommended her for the student council again? Rana glanced at a young man beside her. Shut up. The young man adjusted his glasses, clearly irritated. Well, whatever. The bigger issue now is, does little Itsuki have more than $1 billion in cash on hand? If she does, then Haruto has basically completed this gambling challenge. That means trouble for the president. Itsuki was the daughter of a toy manufacturing mogul. If the truth about her cheating deck came to light, her family's business would take a massive hit. Given this situation, even if Haruto demanded that Itsuki become his personal plaything, she might not be able to refuse. So, if she had about $1 billion in cash on hand, Haruto would essentially achieve his goal immediately. And right now, Rana was simply watching the chaos unfold for entertainment. She had already figured it out, Haruto was an absolute monster, and it was best to keep her distance. At the same time, the president was also a monster. A showdown between two monsters. This was going to be fun. Meanwhile, Yumiko had already dragged Satome up to the second-floor private room. The two pressed their ears against the door, but they couldn't hear anything. Then, because the door was slightly ajar, they lost their balance and fell straight into the room. As they looked up from the floor, they were met with an unbelievable sight. Itsuki was kneeling obediently in front of Haruto, looking pitiful as she awaited punishment. It was hard to believe that the girl prostrating herself like this was the same proud and untouchable student council member, Itsuki. Haruto let out a deep sigh and flicked her on the forehead. Originally, after winning the match, he had planned to properly teach this girl a lesson. She wanted his fingernail? How dare she? However, the more Haruto thought about it, the more something felt off. The name Sumeragi sounded really familiar. After digging through his memories, Haruto asked a question. Hey, is your family the Sumeragi Entertainment Corporation? When he received a confirmed answer from her, the situation took a bizarre turn. Damn it, Sumeragi Entertainment Corporation was actually an external business owned by the Foundation. Itsuki's father, the company's president, had been one of the major investors in the former Youth Syndrome Research Laboratory. Later on, after being persuaded by Haruto, he joined the Foundation and became one of its workers. So, if the scandal about Itsuki's cheating deck were exposed, the actual loss would be suffered by the Foundation's assets. Itsuki. Can you use your damn brain for once? You risked your family's entire company over a fingernail and a few million yen? Do you have any idea what your family's company is worth? 100 billion? A trillion? Damn it, it's an 87.3 billion market-valued corporation. Haruto scolded, feeling even more frustrated. He flicked her forehead again. Itsuki, Kakshi didn't dare say anything. She didn't even dare to cry out loud. But from Haruto's scolding, she vaguely realized something. She knew that her family's company and her father had recently invested everything into a mysterious organization. And now, it seemed like the very Haruto she had been targeting was a member of that organization. Or maybe even its leader. So at this moment, Itsuki stayed obediently on her knees, not even daring to beg for mercy. So, what exactly is happening here? Satome whispered. Yumiko was also curious. Haruto massaged his forehead and sighed. Sumeragi Entertainment Corporation is basically an asset I control. You guys should have noticed that this girl was using a cheating deck. Long story short, I thought she was an enemy, but it turns out she's my junior, playing around with her elder's assets like a fool. Hearing Haruto's explanation, Satome and Yumiko couldn't help but chuckle. Itsuki weakly raised her hand, wanting to ask about Haruto's connection to her father. Kneel properly. Who told you to move? Haruto's stern reprimand made her immediately bow her head again, not daring to say another word. Itsuki, whimpering noises. Haruto felt like he had just witnessed an idiot throwing money away on the street. He had been standing at the side, laughing, only to realize the idiot was actually his own kid, throwing away his own money. Years of low blood pressure? Instantly cured. So, does this mean the gamble is void? Yumiko asked with a blank expression. Haruto glanced at Itsuki. How much cash do you have left in Hueco Private Academy? Itsuki replied weakly, 770 million. Haruto rolled his eyes and flicked her forehead again. Bringing so much money, yet still not enough to reach a billion. Technically, she could transfer funds and then lose to him again. But that would be breaking the rules. He might as well have made Yumiko lose 10 billion to him in the first place. Give me all the money and withdraw from the student council. Haruto ordered. But I paid a huge entry fee to join. Itsuki muttered weakly. Haruto snorted coldly. You really don't know your place, huh? If she kept mingling with the student council, she'd eventually be devoured whole. Why yes. I'll withdraw from the student council. Terrified, Itsuki quickly agreed. Looking at the usually proud and arrogant Itsuki now reduced to a pitiful mess, Satome felt like she was dreaming. Also, I heard you have a habit of collecting fingernails? Haruto asked coldly. Hearing that, Itsuki felt a chill run down her spine. She lowered her head, not knowing how to respond. Despite her pure and adorable appearance, her hobbies were quite twisted. She liked collecting fingernails. After entering Hueco Academy, thanks to the environment here, she had indulged in her desires even more. To the point where, in gambling matches, she would even use fingernails as stakes. Itsuki carried a small treasure box with her at all times, containing various patterned fingernails. As for where they came from, that was self-explanatory. Yumiko. I'm here, master. Yumiko responded sweetly to Haruto's call. Go get Itsuki's toolbox. Use the tools inside to rip off all 10 of her fingernails. Haruto gave the order. Yes. Yumiko responded excitedly. This was exactly the scene she had rushed over to witness. A gamble without consequences, wouldn't that be far too boring? The thrill of gambling came from the pain of falling into the abyss after losing. No. Haruto-kun, Lord Haruto. Please, no. Itsuki completely panicked. As a wealthy young lady, even if she lost a bet, at worst, she could just pay more money. She was absolutely not prepared to endure this kind of pain. Did you not consider this day when you ripped off other people's fingernails? Haruto asked coldly. If she were a complete stranger, Haruto wouldn't care what happened to her. But Itsuki was at least a peripheral member of the Foundation, half a junior, so to speak. So, before it was too late, he decided to correct her a little. A tree left unpruned won't grow straight, and a person left unchecked will become unruly. Thus amidst wretched, almost inhuman screams, Itsuki received her lesson. She nearly passed out from the pain several times. However, Haruto had warned her, if she lost consciousness, her toenails would be removed as well. So, though she cried her heart out, she ultimately endured it. Alright, Haruto-kun, what should we do with the fingernails? Preserve them. Yumiko asked with a cheerful smile. Haruto shook his head and motioned for her to set them aside. Then, he picked up the fallen Itsuki and let out a hopeless sigh. Now, do you understand what kind of things you've been doing all this time? She was still crying from the pain, and the money lost, but upon hearing Haruto's question, she obediently nodded. Seeing this, Haruto thought to himself, good, at least she's not the type of girl who's inherently inhumane. With a little correction, she could still be brought back on track. Placing Itsuki in a chair, Haruto crouched down to meet her gaze. With a flip of his hand, as if performing a magic trick, he produced a syringe. It was a vial of Ghoul 3 solution. Holding the solution in his left hand, Haruto then activated his cells, shedding a perfectly intact fingernail. The process was as easy for him as moving a finger. Holding the fingernail in his right hand, he placed both items in front of Shiro Aitsu. The solution can heal your injuries. Choose one. Itsuki had been stunned by Haruto's unnatural display, but his words pulled her thoughts back. Without hesitation, she reached for the fingernail. Haruto? Yumiko. Haruto was just about to order Yumiko to continue the punishment, but Itsuki hurriedly explained, No. I don't want the fingernail itself. It's just that. It belongs to Lord Haruto. Hearing this, Haruto was speechless. It seemed like he had overdone it. The girl was now heading in a strange direction. Chapter 107, What's it like to swap bodies with a girl? In the end, Haruto gave both the solution and his fingernail to Itsuki. Unexpectedly, Itsuki carefully treasured both items. Even after Haruto explained that the solution could instantly heal her wounds, she still refused to use it. It was hard to believe that this stubborn girl had been crying like she was on the verge of death just moments ago. Fingernail removal was considered a form of torture. The cruelest part wasn't the process of ripping them off, it was the months afterward when the exposed fingers couldn't exert any force. Any slight pressure would cause fresh blood to seep from the wounds, bringing unbearable pain. But Itsuki responded to this by saying, I think I understand Haruto-sama intentions now. So, I'll fully experience this punishment as a lesson. Since she said that herself, Haruto didn't argue and simply helped disinfect her wounds. Then, Haruto personally wrapped bandages around her delicate fingers. After that, Itsuki returned all the fingernails she had collected to their original owners. And she even sincerely apologized. It seemed like she had truly changed. However, Haruto couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It might have been his imagination, but her gaze toward him had become even more fanatical. And it wasn't just directed at his fingernails anymore, it was directed at him, his entire being, with an intense, burning obsession. The heat in her gaze was so overwhelming that even Haruto had to make a run for it. Seeing Haruto flee in distress, Satomu was genuinely baffled. That monstrous guy actually has a reason to run away? And over something like this? Maybe Yumiko was right after all. He really is a kind person. After escaping, Haruto wandered around Hueco Academy. After school hours, whether in the main building or club rooms, gambling matches were taking place everywhere. By now, Haruto had over 800 million in funds. He was just one step away from reaching 1 billion. Turning 1 million into 1 billion, an impossible feat for ordinary people. But for Haruto, it was effortless. Unfortunately, no matter where he went, he couldn't find a game to join. The entire student body of Hueco Academy avoided him like the plague. The moment people heard he wanted to play, gambling matches disbanded on the spot. Well, it couldn't be helped. Haruto's reputation had spread too far. The title of monster was now infamous across Hueco Academy. With a sigh, Haruto lamented can't find an opponent. However, there was still one option. Hueco Academy's student council had an open duel system, allowing anyone to challenge them. If he participated in that, the student council wouldn't be able to refuse him. Unfortunately, because he had spent too much time disciplining Itsuki, the open duel period had already ended for the day. Oh well, I'll finish my business in Hueco tomorrow. With that, Haruto left the academy and returned to his apartment. The next morning when Haruto woke up, he fell into deep contemplation. Was it because he had jinxed himself yesterday? Had that tomorrow he spoke of never arrived? Was this some kind of flag anomaly? Or did Nao drug him with a gender-bending potion while he was asleep? Because otherwise, his current situation was completely unexplainable. Lifting his hand, he saw delicate, pale fingers. Lowering his head, he saw a substantial weight on his chest. No need to check further. This was undeniably a girl's body. Sitting up from the futon, Haruto examined his surroundings. A strange ceiling, a strange room. It was a small, slightly messy, and cramped room, with tatami flooring and a desk cluttered with textbooks and miscellaneous items. Standing up, Haruto walked to a full-length mirror and took in the full view of his new body. He saw a cute girl. Black hair and black eyes, with slightly messy hair due to just waking up, draping loosely behind. Beneath a somewhat old-fashioned pink pajama set was a figure that was difficult to conceal. The most distinctive feature was those eyes, big and seemingly filled with curiosity. Mimizu Mitsuo? Sleepwalking? Two voices rang out at the same time. The first was Haruto's question, while the latter was a girl's voice that echoed inside Haruto's mind. Haruto frowned. The voice in his mind was completely identical to the one his body had just uttered. So, was this the owner of this body? Was her consciousness, or rather, her soul, still inside this body? That would mean this girl named Mimizu Mitsuo was watching him control her body. That phrasing sounded a bit inappropriate. And kind of indecent. But the real question was, why had his consciousness appeared in someone else's body? Moreover, if nothing had gone wrong, Mimizu Mitsuo should have died in the catastrophic event in Itamori town. Just as Haruto was about to try communicating with a girl inside the body, the sliding door of the room was suddenly pulled open. "Sis. Wake up already. You're going to be late." A child's voice called out. Haruto turned his head to look. The little girl who barged into the room bore a 50% resemblance to Mitsuo. Probably her younger sister? This is a miracle. "Sis, you actually woke up on time today. Hurry up and get dressed for breakfast." After saying that, the little girl shut the door. This dream is way too realistic. Is Yatsuo always like this, even in dreams? The pleasant-sounding girl's voice appeared in Haruto's mind again. It feels real because, without a doubt, this is not a dream. Haruto said as he raised his hand and pinched his own arm. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wait, it hurts? If this isn't a dream, then who are you? A ghost? Possession? Mitsuo's voice grew increasingly panicked. Haruto nodded slightly. It seemed like their senses were shared as well. Do you need to go to school? Instead of answering Mitsuo's question, Haruto changed the subject. Ah, right. School. I'm going to be late. The uniform is in the drawer to your left. Mitsuo's attention was immediately diverted. Clearly, she was a bit of an airheaded girl. Haruto opened the nearby drawer and took out a JK uniform. To be honest, this was a bit hard to accept. Do you have any long pants? Haruto asked. How could I have something like that? School uniforms are obviously skirts. Mitsuo's tone carried a hint of confusion. Haruto sighed. Well, it couldn't be helped. Thankfully, the girl wore safety shorts. At that moment, Haruto truly appreciated that safety shorts were one of the greatest inventions in this world. You need to change your underwear too. Mitsuo reminded. Are high school girls nowadays this open? Is it normal to let a complete stranger see what's underneath their underwear? Haruto teased her. Wait, you're a guy? Mitsuo was shocked. Since Haruto was speaking with her voice, the sound naturally came out as a girl's. Recalling the scene of him changing clothes earlier, Mitsuo immediately felt like she was going to explode with embarrassment. If she had a physical body right now, she would probably be digging a hole to hide in. Haruto chuckled, picked up an orange-red hair tie from the side, and tied up his black hair. You're so skilled. Are you actually a girl lying to me? Mitsuo asked curiously. That level of skill in tying hair didn't seem like something a guy would have. Even she wasn't that good at it. No, it's because I have a younger sister, so I got good at it. Haruto directly shattered Mitsuo's self-consolation. He often tied up Shiro and Annie's hair. Sometimes, even Nao would come over to mess around. So naturally, he became proficient in it. You have a younger sister. So, you're not a ghost? Then why are you using my body? Mitsuo was still full of doubt. Haruto didn't respond. He simply opened the door and walked downstairs. This was an old-fashioned apartment. Though it had a second floor, the space was a bit cramped. When Haruto reached the lower floor, he saw a steaming breakfast and a kind elderly woman. Sis, hurry up and eat. You're really going to be late. Mimizu Yatsuo urged. Forget eating, we'll be late. Mitsuo was also getting anxious. Haruto sat down, took a few symbolic bites, and then his eyes landed on the newspaper on the table. "Grandma, can I borrow the newspaper?" Haruto asked with a smile. The kind old woman paused for a moment, then nodded. "Of course." Receiving approval, Haruto picked up the newspaper and left the table. "I'm full. I'm going to be late, so I'll head out first. I'm leaving now." After that, Haruto stepped out of the house. At the dining table, the elderly woman and Yotsuya exchanged puzzled looks. "Sis is being extra polite today?" "Yeah, normally she's always rushing. But today, she seems a lot more composed." Meanwhile, outside the house, Haruto's gaze swept over the surroundings before finally landing on the newspaper. This was Itamori Town. However, according to the information Haruto had, Itamori Town should still be in the process of post-disaster reconstruction. But the area around him was peaceful, with people coming and going, as if no catastrophic event had ever happened. So, the date on the newspaper was from 3 years ago. The moment he saw the date, Haruto understood something. His consciousness had not only traveled to another body but had also crossed time, arriving 3 years in the past. Chapter 108, Haruto's Plan and Iwato Suzume. Haruto slightly furrowed his brows. If that was the case, then he must have been affected by some kind of anomaly. An anomaly possessing both consciousness-related and time-related properties. Moreover, it was likely at least at the level of fragmented divinity. The divine fragment of insight he possessed was specialized in cognitive immunity, but it also provided strong protection for his soul and consciousness. To completely transfer his consciousness like this would require an anomaly with at least specialized fragmented divinity. How could he break free from this anomalous influence? Haruto tried to analyze the situation. Currently, he still retained the abilities of World and Kaleidoscope. The blacklight virus wasn't bound to consciousness, so naturally, he couldn't carry it over. Aside from that, his system was functioning normally. If that was the case, Haruto's gaze shifted to the divine fragment of enlightenment displayed on the system interface. Should he use the divine fragment of enlightenment to elevate the power of World and attempt to gain time divinity? If he possessed time divinity, he might be able to find a way to resolve this situation. At that moment, Haruto suddenly stopped. He recalled something even more important. Since this was the world from 3 years ago, then, did his past self exist here? And if his past self did exist, did the Haruto from 3 years ago still retain his pre-corruption memories? Before being transported, his memories hadn't yet been shattered by the Supreme Divinity. Could he retrieve the lost memories that had been destroyed by the Supreme Divinity from his past self? Haruto saw a possibility. If so, then this unexpected anomaly might actually be a blessing in disguise. Haruto decided not to use the divine fragment of enlightenment for now. First, go to Chiba and see if he can find his past self from 3 years ago. Lost in thought, Haruto was pulled back to reality by Mitsuo's voice. "We're really going to be late. If we're late, the homeroom teacher will kill us." Haruto chuckled at her words. Of course, a youthful girl should be worried about everyday things like this. "Hey, Mitsuo, do you want to go on a spontaneous trip?" Haruto asked. Mitsuo was stunned for a moment, then her interest was piqued. "Really? I'd love to go on a trip. I want to experience a big city. Chiba, Tokyo, or somewhere like that." Since birth, she had lived in the small town of Itamori. She had always longed for the bustling world outside. Sometimes, Mitsuo would think, in my next life, I'd love to be reincarnated as a handsome guy from Tokyo. If she could travel, of course, she'd want to. But I don't have any money," Mitsuo said bitterly. She had no source of income. In this small mountain town of Itamori, it was difficult to even find a part-time job. Her family wasn't well off either, so there was no way she'd have enough money to travel. Haruto waved his finger. "Money is just a trivial thing. Since you want to travel, there's no need to worry about the rest. Let's go." After making such a bold declaration, Haruto obediently stood outside the classroom. Mitsuo's homeroom teacher really did look fierce and terrifying. Unfortunately, money was something that held no value to Haruto. He could gamble away billions in the blink of an eye without feeling a ripple of emotion. But right now, he wasn't Haruto. He was Mitsuo. In this body, he had no blacklight virus, no SCP Foundation director status, and no unlimited wealth at his disposal. He had his divine might space, but it was completely empty, probably because of the timeline shift, meaning everything inside had returned to where it was 3 years ago. His combat strength was still formidable. But he couldn't exactly activate Suzume to head to Chiba, could he? That would probably require a worldwide memory wipe. So, for now, Haruto attended class. "So, Mitsuo, what's your excuse this time?" The middle-aged female teacher stared at Haruto with sharp eyes, pressing him for a reason for his tardiness. I lost track of time while studying last night and got so absorbed that I had trouble waking up this morning," Haruto said calmly. At the same time, a red glow flickered in his eyes. "I see. Studying is good, but you must also take care of your health. Go inside." The middle-aged teacher's gaze turned vacant as she stepped aside. "Whoa. You didn't even get scolded. You're amazing. I'm going to use this excuse next time." Mitsuo cheered. Haruto didn't respond. Just now, he had used a genjutsu to fool the teacher. If Mitsuo copied him, she would definitely get scolded. After sitting down, the surrounding classmates looked at him in admiration. Clearly, this strict teacher had left quite the impression on them. As he took his seat, the girl in front of him turned around and said, "Wow, Mitsuo, you actually avoided getting scolded by that old witch? That's amazing." She was obviously someone Mitsuo knew well. Unfortunately, Haruto didn't recognize her. He smiled and waited for Mitsuo to introduce her. "She's Iwato Sazume, my best friend. You. Don't do anything weird to her in my body." Halfway through her sentence, Mitsuo suddenly remembered that Haruto was a guy. In her mind, boys her age were all filled with perverted thoughts. Mitsuo seems strangely gentle today. Is it just my imagination? Turning back around, Sazume murmured to herself in confusion. During class, Haruto suddenly thought of an important issue. "Mitsuo, don't you have a phone?" Haruto wrote in his notebook. A phone is kind of a luxury item." Mitsuo's tone was hesitant, revealing her insecurity about her family's financial situation. "I'll get you one later." "Huh? Really?" Mitsuo saw the words in the notebook and asked in excitement. However, Haruto didn't respond. Instead, he reached out and poked Sazume's back. "What's up?" During class, Sazume leaned back against her chair and whispered. "Sazume, let me borrow your phone," Haruto said directly. Sazume was momentarily stunned. Her best friend was acting way too strange today. Normally, even if she handed her phone over, Mitsuo would refuse. Still, Sazume didn't ask further and quietly passed her phone under the desk. "Don't let the old witch catch you, or we're dead," Sazume warned. Haruto took the phone and immediately cast a genjutsu on the teacher. Now, from the teacher's perspective, Mimizu Mitsuo would appear to be paying full attention to the lesson. Even if Haruto jumped out the window right now, she wouldn't notice. Thus, Haruto openly placed the phone on his desk and started looking up travel routes from Itomori to Chiba. First, he'd need to take a bus, then transfer to the Shinkansen. After arriving in Chiba, he'd have to switch metro lines twice, otherwise, he'd have to take a taxi. Taxis in Japan were ridiculously expensive. True, the problem was Mitsuo didn't even have enough money for the Shinkansen ticket. Using genjutsu to get past that. Wait, how could using genjutsu be called cheating? Haruto silently kept that plan as a backup. But his first option. "Sazume, lend me 3,000 yen." Haruto poked Sazume and said. "Sazume? Hey. Don't just randomly borrow money from people." Mitsuo was furious. Using her body to casually borrow money from her best friend, what was he thinking? Mitsuo, are you in some kind of trouble?" Sazume asked hesitantly. Her best friend was acting way too strange today. Borrowing money was something Mitsuo would only do as a last resort, according to Sazume's understanding. "Yeah, I ran into a little issue. I'll pay you back later," Haruto said. Hearing this, Sazume hesitated but still discreetly handed over 3,000 yen. She wasn't worried about not getting her money back. She was more concerned about what kind of trouble Mitsuo was in. Soon, the bell rang for the end of class. The teacher, her eyes still vacant, left the room. Sazume eagerly turned around to ask what was going on. But the moment she did, she was stunned. Her best friend had placed her phone openly on the desk. While operating the phone to check maps and transportation routes, Mitsuo was also quickly jotting down notes in a notebook. Sazume looked closely and realized that the notes formed a full travel itinerary. "Huh? Mitsuo, are you leaving Itomari?" Sazume asked in disbelief. Without looking up, Haruto responded, "Yeah, I'm heading out. Let's call it a trip." Hearing this, Sazume completely froze. "You're actually going on a trip? You know 3,000 yen is basically nothing in the big city, right? And what about lodging? What about school? And what about your grandmother?" She definitely wouldn't agree. Mitsuo had always talked about wanting to travel with excitement, but now that she was actually going, all the realistic worries were surfacing. "Leave it to me." Haruto directly wrote this response in the notebook. Saying so didn't really hold much persuasive power. But given the current circumstances, Haruto had to make an exception. Chapter 109, Worm Second Period is PE class. "Everyone, head to the gym." The class representative called out to the students. Conveniently, Haruto had just finished checking the train schedules he needed. Closing the notebook and handing his phone to Sazume, he stood up and followed the others toward the gymnasium. The bus leaving Itamari Town wouldn't arrive until noon, so for now, he could attend class properly. Watching Mitsuha from behind, Sazume fell into deep thought. Today, we will be learning about basketball. Who would like to volunteer for a demonstration? The PE teacher announced the lesson plan while scanning the students. He was looking for someone who didn't know how to play basketball to serve as an example for instruction. This way, it would be useful for teaching and also relatively easy. Eventually, his gaze landed on a girl with a single ponytail tied with an orange-red hairband. She looked like she had decent athletic ability. But as for basketball skills? Well, most girls didn't really know how to play, right? And so, Mimizu Mitsuha, step forward and demonstrate. I'll correct your mistakes. Haruto? Being randomly called out, Haruto reached out and caught the basketball. Looking at the encouraging gaze of the PE teacher, Haruto hesitated for a moment, then started dribbling. Alright, it looks like Mimizu has some basics down. Everyone, try to spot the mistakes. Dribbling is stable, wrist positioning is standard, oh? A crossover, followed by an in and out. At first, the PE teacher was explaining as he observed. But very quickly, he became numb. What kind of dribbling skills were these? Even though the actual game hadn't started, the PE teacher had a feeling. This girl could probably get past him as easily as crossing an empty street in the morning. The smooth, fluid dribbling left the entire class, boys and girls alike, staring in shock. Sazume slightly parted her lips in surprise. Huh? My best friend is this cool? She had no idea when Mitsuha had mastered such godly basketball skills. Well, the dribbling seems fine. Next, let's move on to shooting. Shooting is a crucial part of basketball. Mimizu Mitsuha, please demonstrate a shot. Before the PE teacher could even finish his sentence, the girl gathered the ball and shot without the slightest hesitation. The problem was, they were still outside the court, nearly at half-court distance from the hoop. The PE teacher was about to tell her not to shoot from there, to at least move to the three-point line first. But then swish. A crisp sound echoed. The basketball went straight through the net, nothing but net. The PE teacher was completely stunned. Mitsuha. That was amazing. Sazume excitedly hugged Mimizu Mitsuha. Even though she didn't know why Mitsuha was acting so strangely today. She was just so cool. Sazume's heart pounded. Sazume, aren't you exaggerating a bit? Was it really that? Mitsuha's tone sounded a bit sour. From her first-person perspective, she couldn't fully appreciate how cool her own actions had looked. Besides, this was her body. Just because it had a different user now. Why didn't she ever get this much admiration before? Mitsuha clearly saw that her best friend's eyes were shining with excitement. And the other classmates, especially the girls, were looking at her with admiration. This was a strange new experience. By the way, I still don't know your name. Why do you know mine? Mitsuha was growing increasingly curious about the person inhabiting her body. This guy felt completely different from many other boys she had met. Haruto couldn't respond at the moment. Sazume was still nearby, and talking would seem strange. And honestly, wasn't Mitsuha a bit too carefree? After the initial panic of being possessed, she was now chatting and joking around like it was nothing. PE class quickly ended. Haruto had a rare chance to enjoy a basketball game. Using his own body, he couldn't feel this kind of exhilarating exhaustion. And his well-practiced basketball skills didn't have much use in his usual life. But the consequence of Haruto's fun now, the boys in the class looked at Mitsuha with deep respect. And many girls were giving her affectionate glances. It was easy to predict from now on, Mitsuha might receive invitations from other boys wanting to swear brotherhood with her and call her big bro. She might even start getting love letters from other girls. After class, Haruto tidied up and prepared to request a leave of absence from Mitsuha's homeroom teacher. It was time to depart. Sazume, looking worried, accompanied him. Mitsuha, are you really leaving? This is practically running away from home. Is there some special reason? Haruto thought for a moment, then said, I need to meet someone. Sazume's mind immediately flooded with wild guesses. Could it be a boyfriend? Mitsuha, are you running away for love? This is just like a light novel. Haruto chuckled and didn't explain further. Meanwhile, Mitsuha complained, I don't have a boyfriend. Boys are too immature. Though you're a bit different, but still. Their footsteps echoed down the hallway. Then, all of a sudden, they stopped. This wasn't in front of the teacher's office. It was just an ordinary stretch of the hallway. What made them stop was the scene outside the window. What is that? Sazume's eyes widened in shock, pupils contracting as she pointed at the distant sky, her voice tinged with fear. Haruto followed her gaze. Through the corridor's window, They could see the distant sky illuminated by a dark red glow. In the sky, an eerie, massive worm-like entity writhed. The dark red form stretched from the distant ground toward the heavens, growing thicker and more unstable. It swayed in the sky, as if it could collapse at any moment. What is that? Haruto wasn't sure, but he could tell, it wasn't a physical entity, but some form of energy. When that energy crashed to the ground, something bad was bound to happen. There was no doubt, this was an anomaly. Mitsuha, you see that, right? That. Suzume started speaking but suddenly clutched her head in pain. Haruto immediately reached out to support her. That's the worm. The gate has opened. We have to stop it, we must stop it. Suddenly, Suzume blurted out cryptic words. Haruto frowned. Worm? Gate? You know what that is? He asked in a low voice. Suzume was still holding her head, as if in agony. I don't know. Some memories. I think I've seen the worm before. Anyway, we have to stop it. Suzume's state made Haruto think of some kind of psychological trauma. Because she had experienced immense pain, her body had instinctively sealed away those painful memories. And now, recalling them once more, the pain was unbearable. I understand. Let's go. Haruto said decisively. Hearing this, Suzume's eyes widened. Her words just now must have sounded like complete nonsense. Surely, no one would take them seriously. No one would understand, right? Yet, the person before her accepted and believed her without hesitation? This feeling of being trusted made Suzume's heartbeat suddenly accelerate. At this moment, Haruto quickly ran toward the teacher's office. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door and barged in. Among the many bewildered teachers, Haruto immediately found Mitsuha's homeroom teacher. Sensei, I need to take a leave of absence. Please mark me down for 3 days of sick leave. The middle-aged female teacher was just about to get angry when she saw a flash of red light in Haruto's eyes. The illusion of the Sharingan activated. Alright. Following Haruto's words, she recorded Mitsuha's 3-day sick leave. Also, lend me your car. Haruto pushed further. The female teacher, her eyes vacant, handed over her car keys. Taking the keys, Haruto grabbed the utterly dumbfounded Suzume and ran out of the school. Mitsuha, how did you convince the old hag? Suzume was completely lost. Moreover, she quickly realized another issue. Mitsuha, do you even know how to drive? I'm a skilled driver, a veteran. Haruto patted his chest confidently. Soft. And rather well developed. Mitsuha's family clearly wasn't particularly well fed, yet somehow, her development was a bit beyond her age. Hey. A mortified voice echoed in Haruto's mind. Haruto awkwardly laughed and brushed past the matter. Opening the car door, the two of them got into the female teacher's car. Haruto skillfully started the engine. With the car roaring to life, the two of them sped toward the distant Calamity, the ominous red worm wrath. On the road, Suzume finally started to process what she was doing. Skipping class. To save the world? Meanwhile, Haruto frowned as he looked at the massive, dark red worm wrath in the sky. Suzume, can you explain the worm and the gates in more detail? Suzume, hearing the question, tried her best to recall those hazy memories. Her head began to ache again. However, given the urgency of the situation, she ignored the pain. Large drops of cold sweat trickled down her face. Just then, a hand rested on hers. That touch filled Suzume with warmth. Unexpectedly, she calmed down. The once blurry, chaotic memories gradually became clearer. Suzume opened her eyes and glanced at the person beside her, her heartbeat unconsciously accelerating. If she were alone in this situation, she would probably be panicking. But with this person by her side, she felt strangely reassured. Suzume couldn't shake the feeling that her familiar best friend didn't quite seem like the Mitsuha she knew. The worm is a manifestation of disaster energy from the netherworld. It represents Calamity itself. Normally, the worm is sealed in the netherworld. It only escapes when a gate is opened. If we don't close the gate in time and the worm touches the ground, it will trigger a massive earthquake. Suzume sorted through the information in her memories. My mother was a gatekeeper, responsible for sealing the doors between the netherworld and our world. But 10 years ago. Suzume's voice gradually weakened, choked with emotion. Even though she hadn't finished her sentence, Haruto already understood the situation. According to records, Japan had experienced a nationwide earthquake 10 years ago. The casualties had reached astronomical numbers. Moreover, that earthquake had stopped earlier than expected, as if someone had forcibly ended it. Otherwise, the death toll would have been several times higher. Now, based on Suzume's story, her mother must have stopped that disaster. And the reason Suzume lost her memory. It was likely because her mother sacrificed herself to stop the catastrophe. Silent, crystalline tears fell. At this moment, Words were meaningless, listening and companionship were the best forms of healing. Outside the car, the scenery blurred past. The massive, sky-darkening worm was now seemingly within reach. Ahead, the road was no longer passable. A vast ruin lay before them. It was the remains of a town abandoned after an earthquake. And the worm had emerged from here. Haruto opened the car door, stepped out, and looked up at the worm. His eyes turned blood red, and the black three-pronged Tomoe spun rapidly. Kamui activated. Haruto attempted to use space manipulation to cut the worm wrath apart. For a moment, the worm's middle section was severed. But soon, it reconnected. The worm was a semi-physical energy entity, its true nature was energy itself, making direct attacks ineffective. Suzume also got out of the car, her eyes still slightly red, but now filled with determination instead of confusion. The two exchanged glances before rushing into the ruins. Leaping over broken walls, jumping across fallen power poles. Haruto recalled the records about Itamori Town. 3 years ago, Itamori Town had experienced a significant earthquake. However, the magnitude was relatively small, and there weren't many casualties. Only one person had died. Haruto recalled the report and unconsciously glanced at Suzume. Chapter 110, Actually, you're not Mimizu Mitsuya, are you? After traversing through countless ruins and debris, the two arrived at a plaza that resembled an astronomical observatory. Above them was a semicircular glass dome. However, due to the destruction caused by the disaster, not only was the glass shattered, but even the supporting steel framework had been almost completely ruined. Perhaps because of the heavy rain a few days ago, the area beneath the ring-shaped dome was filled with water. Under the reflection of the sky, the place looked like a tranquil lake. And in the middle of this vast, empty lake, stood a single door. Just a door. No walls on either side, only a few scattered bricks securing it to the ground. A solitary door stood in the center of the water. At this moment, the door was wide open. Billowing waves of dark red mist, visible only to the two of them, were surging outward from within. That mist gradually took shape in the air, condensing into a towering, worm-like entity. From the sides and through the door itself, the view was entirely different. Clearly, this door was a connection to that so-called other world. Anyone who could see this scene would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with shock. The dark red mist, soaring skyward, seemed to exert a tangible sense of oppression. Yet, as if acting on pure instinct, Suzume rushed toward the door without a second thought. She had to close that door. If she didn't stop it, an enormous disaster would descend. And then, just like her and her mother's sorrow, history would repeat itself for others. Suzume pressed against the door with all her strength. From her small body, an unprecedented surge of power erupted. She struggled against the terrifying Calamity. Watching this scene, Haruto felt a faint stir deep within his heart. Hey! Hurry and help Suzume. Mimizu's voice trembled slightly, but she still urged Haruto to move. Clearly, though she was afraid, she was still willing to do the right thing. Suzume was using all her strength to push against the door. But the force of the worm's curse spilling out was so immense that it made her feel powerless and insignificant. At that moment, a hand covered hers. Suzume opened her eyes and saw someone standing beside her, pushing along with her. The power of the curse seemed to weaken instantly, and the door began to close little by little. For a moment, Suzume felt dazed. The person beside her was Mitsuya, yet at the same time, not Mitsuya. The scene felt incredibly familiar, as if she had done this before. But in that memory, she had been alone. With a heavy bang, the door was firmly shut. Suzume snapped back to reality and reached for the pendant she had worn since childhood. It was a golden key. For a fleeting moment, her mother's figure appeared before her. Instinctively, Suzume recited, "I call upon the unseen gods with deep reverence, calling upon the ancestral deities of this land. This mountain, this river, have received blessings for generations, and for that, we are eternally grateful. With utmost sincerity and humility, we return this offering as decreed by the gods." She inserted the key into the door. With a click, the crimson mist suddenly dispersed. The looming worm, which had been on the verge of descending to bring catastrophe, crumbled apart, dissolving into a downpour. As the rain fell, Suzume clutched the golden key tightly, tears mingling with the raindrops on her cheeks. Suddenly, the girl threw herself into Haruto's arms. Haruto was slightly puzzled but gently stroked Suzume's long hair. The rain came and went quickly. Before long, the skies cleared. A rainbow stretched across the ruins. After the storm, the desolate land seemed to regain some vitality. Haruto and Suzume were both completely drenched. Luckily, they were both girls, well, at least on the surface. So, while it was a little awkward, it was still manageable. "We did it. Yay! We saved the town of Itamori." Mitsuya cheered excitedly in Haruto's mind. Though she couldn't control the body, she had been just as anxious throughout. "Weren't you worried about your own safety? Weren't you scared?" Haruto asked. The question was directed at Suzume, but also at Mitsuo. Suzume was momentarily stunned before she beamed brightly. Of course, I was scared. But when I think of 10 years ago, the past can't be changed, but the future can. More than fear, I don't want to see my mother's tragedy happen to anyone else. And in Haruto's mind, Mitsuo answered as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Stopping a disaster is obviously more important than fear. This is about saving so many lives. Hearing this, Haruto smiled. These two were really. Just then, a small white cat appeared on the lake's surface. What was surprising was that this cat had two tails, resembling a Necromancer from Japanese folklore. Both of them turned their gazes toward it. Suzume. The cat spoke. Haruto raised an eyebrow. This was definitely an anomaly. Definitely an anomaly. Should they just contain it for now and figure things out later? But when Suzume heard the cat calling her name, her eyes widened. It's the keystone. Haruto froze for a second. Suzume quickly explained, it's the sacred object that seals the gateway between the afterworld and our world. If the keystone is missing, the door won't stay closed. Upon hearing this, Haruto immediately dashed toward the white cat. What was this little thing doing abandoning its post? You. A nuisance. The white cat hissed at Haruto. The next second, Haruto felt a strange energy surge toward him. Instantly, his pupils turned blood red, and the Mangekyo Sharingan appeared. That energy, whether it was spiritual or soul-based, was directly reflected back. Realizing the danger, the white cat immediately tried to flee. With a swift turn, it leaped away from Haruto at an impossible speed. Clearly, with Mitsuo's body, it was impossible to catch this cat. But... Zawarudo. Time stopped. Haruto casually walked over and grabbed the cat midair. 9 seconds later, the color returned to the world. The white cat dangled in Haruto's grasp, completely bewildered. What just happened? Even though he was using Mitsuo's body, she couldn't perceive the activation of the world. To her, it felt like she had just teleported, then suddenly, the cat was in her hand. Suzume, too, stared wide-eyed at Haruto in confusion. Haruto gave an awkward smile. Yeah. There was no way to explain this. And right now, there was no way to use memory erasing techniques. With the cat secured, the two of them returned to the car. Haruto started driving back toward the school. I am Daijin, Suzume. The cat eagerly spoke to Suzume, but it was clearly wary of Haruto. Daijin, why did you leave? What about the door? Suzume asked, worried. Daijin hesitated for a moment before finally saying, the seal has weakened. I couldn't hold it shut anymore. That's impossible. My mother reinforced the seal just 10 years ago. Suzume instinctively refuted. But then, she quickly realized her mother had already exhausted herself just stopping the disaster. Maybe. She never actually completed the reinforcement. Daijin, the keystone, must have sensed that it couldn't hold the door shut any longer, so it left its post to find help. Understanding this, Suzume hurriedly asked, where are the doors that need reinforcement? The knowledge of all the doors was something passed down among the gate closers. But Suzume had never received that training, she only knew about it from watching her mother. Daijin pawed at Suzume's phone and pointed out several locations on the map. Haruto leaned over to take a look. Kobe, Osaka, Tokyo, and Chiba. Suzume suddenly looked up at Haruto. Mitsuo, weren't you going on a trip? Where was your destination? Chiba. Haruto responded. Hearing this, Suzume's face lit up with excitement. Haruto sighed in exasperation. After driving back to the school, Haruto left the car keys in the vehicle. They needed to catch the bus quickly, or they'd miss it. The bus to Itamori town only ran twice a day. Mitsuo, can't we just drive there? Suzume asked curiously. Haruto shook his head. We don't have enough gas, and we don't have money to refuel. Of course, that was just an excuse. The real reason was that Sharingan's genjutsu couldn't maintain false perceptions for long. If there were too many logical inconsistencies, people would start noticing something was wrong. For example, if the female teacher's car went missing, she would eventually realize something was off. After all, that wouldn't make sense. But taking a leave of absence? That was completely reasonable. Not having the blacklight virus was truly inconvenient. Haruto thought to himself. And so, the two of them, carrying a cat in their arms, boarded the bus leaving Itamari. Originally, Haruto had wanted to cast an illusion on Mitsuo's family. Unfortunately, after dealing with the otherworldly gate, there wasn't enough time. Now, Mitsuo had truly become a runaway. Staring out the window at the passing scenery, Suzume's eyes widened. This was her first time leaving Itamari. Mitsuo was the same, her voice occasionally echoing in Haruto's mind, exclaiming in excitement. For these two girls, the sights outside the small town were completely new and fascinating. After a long while, Suzume finally calmed down. Sitting side by side, she turned to the person next to her and suddenly asked, "Actually, you're not Mitsuha, are you?" Eh? The one who reacted the most wasn't Haruto, but Mitsuha. "I've been found out? What now? What should I do? Deny everything?" Mitsuha suddenly felt a bit nervous. Haruto, on the other hand, simply smiled. "What makes you say that?" Suzume had only been guessing, but now, she was almost 80% certain. "The feeling you give off is completely different. The Mitsuha I know is a lively and curious girl. But you feel like a calm and gentle big brother?" Suzume didn't know why, but that was simply the impression she got. Hearing this, Haruto reached out and ruffled her hair. "You have sharp intuition. You guessed right." Chapter 111, Haruto from 3 years ago and primal fear upon learning that her best friend was actually a stranger, a big brother. Suzume suddenly became tense. Thinking back on all their past interactions, especially her somewhat bold behavior, her face turned slightly red. At the same time, Suzume grew extremely curious about Haruto. "Then, who exactly are you? Why are you using Mitsuha's body? And where is Mitsuha?" Suzume was genuinely worried about her best friend. "Mitsuha is still here, inside this body. She can hear everything you say, and she can speak too, but only I can hear her." Haruto briefly explained Mitsuha's situation. He had no intention of hiding anything from these two. After all, they had already witnessed supernatural phenomena. And at this point, he didn't even have the means to erase their memories. So, he might as well just let things be. The scenery outside changed. Itamori had long disappeared from view. Before long, they arrived at their destination and got off the bus. At the station, Haruto used Suzume's money to buy tickets. Seeing the crowds moving through the station, Suzume felt a bit overwhelmed. It wasn't until Haruto returned with the tickets and confidently led her on to the Shinkansen that she finally felt a sense of stability. "Big brother. Are you actually from a big city?" Suzume asked. After all, Itamari didn't have subways or bullet trains. She had nearly succumbed to social anxiety just now, yet Haruto navigated everything smoothly. Haruto nodded. "I currently live in Chiba. In this world's Japan, the 4 great clans had established themselves in Chiba, concentrating a vast amount of educational resources there. With education as the core, commerce and real estate flourished rapidly. As a result, Chiba had become Japan's second largest city, second only to Tokyo. Hearing this, Suzume couldn't help but let out a small wow. In Haruto's mind, Mitsuha also let out a similar wow. It seemed their curiosity about the big city had now transferred onto Haruto himself. After a series of transfers, the two of them finally arrived in the district where Haruto lived. Looking at the familiar yet foreign streets, Haruto felt a mix of emotions. "By the way, big brother, who are you going to meet?" Suzume asked curiously. Earlier, she had assumed that her best friend was going to see her boyfriend. But now that she knew the person beside her wasn't actually Mitsuha, it was obvious that this wasn't some love-driven runaway case. Who, then, was so important that he would travel all this way using Mitsuha's body? Suzume's mind immediately spun up an entire tragic romance story. A young man who had died unexpectedly, his soul lingering in the world due to an unfulfilled wish possessing someone else's body, doing everything he could just to see the one he yearned for one last time. The more she thought about it, the more heartache she felt. Glancing at Suzume's strange expression, Haruto was puzzled. "I'm going to meet myself," Haruto answered truthfully. This response left Suzume and Mitsuha completely dumbfounded. Before they could even process it, they arrived outside Haruto's apartment. If he had counted correctly, today was the 7th day since he had transmigrated. In the distance, a young boy was approaching the apartment. He wore a clean white shirt, his face carrying a faint, unreadable smile, a presence as refreshing as a gentle breeze. Seeing him, Suzume froze. Could that be Big Brother? No. He looked even younger than herself and Mitsuha. Mitsuha, too, was shocked as she observed the boy. So, this was the person currently inhabiting her body? He didn't seem like it at all. Her impression of Haruto was that of a calm and reassuring figure, nothing like a boy their age. At the same time, a question arose in their minds. If this boy was perfectly fine and walking around, then who exactly was the big brother inside Mitsuha's body? As the young boy approached, he noticed the two standing near the apartment and paused. Mimizu Mitsuha? Iwato Suzume? He called their names in surprise. Wasn't this Chiba? Why were these two here? Hearing his voice, Haruto chuckled. So, you still remember, huh? At the same time, his eyes turned blood red, 3 black tomoe-shaped blades slowly spinning. The young boy? He was completely dumbfounded. No matter how composed or experienced he was, this was something beyond his comprehension. Mimizu Mitsuha. Awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Before he could even react further, Haruto reached out and pressed a finger against his own forehead, or rather, the forehead of his past self from 3 years ago. Perhaps because their souls were fundamentally the same, with just the power of the Mangekyo's spiritual connection, Haruto managed to link with his past self's soul. Memories surged into Haruto's mind. The once corrupted and fragmented memories began to piece themselves back together. Mimizumitsu, Iwato Suzume. Nao, Kaguya, Shiro. Countless names and memories overlapped. Only now did Haruto realize there had been so many heroines around him. He had simply forgotten them. Of course, that didn't really matter. What was more important than the story itself was the impressions these people had left on him. After all, unlike the original timeline, their fates had already deviated from the intended path. But the real question was, why had Haruto lost these memories? Within the vast recollections of his past life, Haruto finally found the answer. And upon discovering it, for the first time, he felt fear. Just as he had suspected all along. The world he came from had also contained supernatural anomalies. In fact, the truth was his original world no longer existed. An anomaly, an ultimate divine anomaly, caused a collapse, an erasure, a complete non-existence. Haruto was the sole survivor of that world. By sheer coincidence, he managed to escape death through transmigration. And the name of that anomaly was, the Sevenfold Destroyer, SCP-2747. Also labeled as below, so above. The Sevenfold Destroyer, SCP-2747, alias, the Sevenfold Destroyer, the Lord of Non-Existent, the Lady of Black Thorns. Anomaly Level 6, Supreme Divinity. This entity exists beyond metaphysics and narrative structure. It has the ability to destroy any story that incorporates its information beyond a certain threshold. Many metafictional narrative layers have already perished due to it. When its record reaches a certain limit, it will draw its gaze. Then, the world in which the record exists, along with the layers of worlds nested above it, will be annihilated. This anomaly is of supreme divinity. The properties of the Sevenfold Destroyer cannot be documented, only explained through factual descriptions. In Haruto's original world, there was an anime called Detective Conan. In Detective Conan, Inspector Megure possessed a record called I.O. Within that record was a 7-minute-long song. The song told the story of 7 youths who gathered 7 mysterious gems and defeated the Demon King. Collecting the 7 gems required clearing 7 different games, one of which was called The Sister I Never Had. This game was a fantasy horror RPG in which players controlled a 6-person party exploring a ruined kingdom. The objective was to find a missing companion named Sister. Throughout the game, NPCs repeatedly mentioned an item known as the Charcoal Black Thorn Scroll. Reading it granted immense power. At this point, are you feeling confused? What kind of convoluted, nested nonsense is this? But that's precisely the problem. Every world is layered within another. In Haruto's original world, that Charcoal Black Thorn Scroll reached a limit in documentation, drawing the gaze of the Sevenfold Destroyer. As a result, that scroll ceased to exist. The game The Sister I Never Had, which contained the scroll, ceased to exist. The song that narrated the game ceased to exist. The I.O. record, which contained the song, ceased to exist. The Detective Conan anime, where Inspector Megure owned the record, ceased to exist. And then, Haruto's world ceased to exist. That is the power of the Sevenfold Destroyer. When documentation reaches its limit, entire chains of multiverses collapse, are erased, and are annihilated. Now, if Haruto were to document what he knew here, this world too would be destroyed. Moreover, this process is irreversible. It cannot be stopped. The only way to preserve these records is through Haruto's cognition alone. Only Haruto, who possesses a fragment of a divine intellect, can record these things without attracting the gaze of the 7-horned devourer of origins. It was evident that this anomaly could not be contained. However, this journey was of immeasurable importance. Haruto now knew the truth and could prevent this world's records from drawing the anomaly's gaze. At least, until he had the strength to oppose it, he must not allow it to notice him. 3 years ago, Haruto set a cognitive block in his own soul. He made himself incapable of documenting any nested stories related to the Sevenfold Destroyer. This cognitive block would persist until 3 years later when he acquired the fragment of divine intellect. To his soul, countless years seemed to have passed, but in reality, only an instant had elapsed. Haruto moved his fingers away. The boy from 3 years ago looked at the 2 girls before him with some confusion. Why did they seem so familiar, yet he couldn't recall them at all? But he quickly set aside his thoughts and entered his apartment. He still needed to work hard to get into Sobya High School. Suzume was puzzled. She had no idea what Haruto had just done. And, is that really Big Brother? Then who are you, Big Brother? Suzume felt dizzy, completely lost in the layers of confusion. Haruto chuckled. I'm from 3 years in the future version of that boy. Eh? Mitsuo and Sazume both exclaimed in shock. But Haruto only smiled and said, let's make a promise, you and Mitsuo. 3 years from now, come back here and find me. By then, I'll remember you. Sazume nodded, her eyes filled with anticipation. Mitsuo also silently engraved those words into her heart. Only Haruto himself. He was already plotting he couldn't erase their memories right now. He had to trick these two into coming to find him in 3 years. And when the time came, he'd hit them with an E-rank memory wipe package. Chapter 112, Young Eri, Go Boldly and Conquer Him. Having recovered his memories, Haruto had accomplished his objective. Now, the only matter left was returning to the boundary. Haruto's neighborhood was still quite a distance from the portal in Chiba. Moreover, the sky had already darkened, with the sun setting beyond the horizon. After consulting Daijin, he confirmed that they weren't in such a rush that they had to travel overnight. So, for now, securing accommodations was the top priority. Mitsuo was completely broke. Sazume, while from a more well-off family, wasn't rich enough to spend money recklessly. And since she had run away in a hurry, she had already nearly exhausted her travel funds. Unlike the Western countries, Japan didn't have a highly developed mobile payment system. Haruto looked at his apartment. 3 years ago, his past self seemed to have been quite poor. Aside from a small independent apartment, he didn't have much cash on hand. So, Haruto shifted his gaze toward the apartment next door. If he remembered correctly, his neighbor was a little rich girl. He pressed the doorbell. Soon, a timid blonde Lilai cracked the door open. Seeing the visitor, she showed a puzzled expression. Looking at the younger, still innocent Eri, Haruto smirked mischievously. Excuse me, who are you looking for? The young Eri asked curiously. You're Eri, right? Haruto crouched to her level, making eye contact as he smiled. The young Eri nodded, looking a little intrigued. She didn't understand why this big sister seemed to know her name. Haruto pointed to his own apartment next door. Eri, do you know the boy who lives in that apartment? At the mention of Haruto, a sparkle appeared in Eri's eyes as she nodded again. Yes. His name is Haruto, we're good friends. Seeing her reaction, Haruto clicked his tongue. So this fake childhood friend had already developed feelings for him even back then? He recalled how, after transmigrating into this world, the first familiar person he encountered was Eri. Since they were neighbors, on the second day after their first meeting, Haruto had visited her home. With his eloquence and an unnatural level of maturity, he had quickly won over Mrs. Sawamura's favor. This allowed him to grow closer to young Eri over time. But he hadn't expected that this timid girl, who had once been a little hesitant around him, would now talk about him with sparkling eyes, calling him a good friend. With that thought, Haruto came up with a plan. Eri, do you like that boy? Haruto's voice was as gentle as the devil tempting a child into sin. At his words, young Eri's face turned bright red. We're just good friends. Like? What are you talking about? Clearly, while young Eri hadn't yet fully evolved into a full-fledged tsundere, the signs were already there. And Haruto knew exactly how to suppress her tsundere tendencies. Oh? You don't like him? That's strange. He's quite popular with the girls in his class. In fact, just a few days after school started, he was already drowning in love letters, his desk could barely hold them all. I think he's already considering before he could finish. Young Eri suddenly panicked. She was too young to question how this big sister knew about the boy's school life. She just felt extremely anxious at the thought of something important being taken away from her. I don't want that to happen. The young Eri spoke anxiously. At this moment, Haruto patted her head, signaling her not to be too hasty. If you don't want him to be taken by someone else, then you have to strike first. Haruto's whisper was slowly influencing the young girl's heart. Eh? Then what should I do? The young Eri looked confused, appearing extremely cute. As a senior, I have plenty of experience in romance, so of course, I have a foolproof strategy. Haruto revealed a cunning smile. But, I can't just give away this strategy for free. How about it? Want to buy a copy? The young Eri, upon hearing this, ran back home without a second thought. Not long after, she returned, holding a small piggy bank in her hands and handed it to Haruto. I want to buy it. Her gaze was filled with unwavering determination. Sazume was completely dumbfounded at the sight. What kind of situation was this? Teaching another girl how to win over himself? And even charging her a fee for the strategy? Sazume felt like the image of the dependable big brother in her heart was starting to crumble. This was way too ridiculous. Meanwhile, Haruto shamelessly accepted Eri's piggy bank without the slightest guilt. Although the small piggy bank looked like a child's toy, Ariri was actually quite wealthy. Her family was well off, and her mother, Mrs. Sawamura, spoiled her. Back in middle school, Ariri had bought an entire set of professional drawing equipment with just her allowance. The cost of those supplies was quite high. It was clear how wealthy this little rich girl was. Alright, young Ariri, come closer, and I'll teach you the ultimate strategy. Success is guaranteed. Haruto beckoned her over. Obediently, Ariri leaned in. Haruto whispered a few words into her ear. Mitsuo, who could perceive the body's senses, naturally heard everything Haruto said. And the content made Mitsuo blush furiously as she strongly condemned Haruto in her mind. Ariri's face also turned bright red. Fortunately, Haruto was using Mitsuo's body at the moment. Since they were both girls, it wasn't too awkward. Otherwise, Ariri would have already run away in embarrassment. She covered her face and asked in disbelief, Really? Is this really the strategy? But what if Haruto ends up hating me instead? Haruto waved his hand dismissively. Absolutely not. Since the target of the strategy was himself, Haruto could guarantee its success. At that time, Haruto was still young, and his ambitions for a harem had only just begun to sprout. As long as Ariri had the courage to go for it, she would definitely succeed. Unfortunately, while the strategy was real, Ariri would never be able to carry it out. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become the infamous golden-haired loser heroine of the industry. As young Ariri was still lost in her embarrassment and daze, Haruto took the piggy bank and made his escape. Waving his hand, Haruto grabbed Sazume and ran off. It took a while for Sazume to recover, and she looked at Haruto with a complicated expression. Big brother, this. Haruto waved his hand nonchalantly. She's my childhood friend. She's a good person, just a bit sundear. Tricking her a little doesn't matter. Her family is super rich, and she's a little rich girl herself. Besides, I'll return the money to her later, so don't worry. Even after this explanation, Sazume still felt numb. It felt like stealing candy from a baby. Mitsuo also scolded Haruto in her mind. This guy was completely corrupting children. However, when Haruto opened the piggy bank, both girls were utterly shocked. They had expected it to contain a pile of coins. At most, there might be a few 100 or 500 yen bills. But when they opened it, they saw a neat stack of cash inside. The smallest denomination was 1,000 yen. There were even several 10,000 yen bills. At that moment, their sense of reality was shaken. This much money? Sazume swallowed hard. Haruto shrugged. I told you, Ariri is a little rich girl. Even so, isn't his way too much? Won't we get arrested? Mitsuo worried. Haruto casually picked up the money and reassured them. By the way, you two were pretty eager to see the big city, right? Well, this is the perfect opportunity to experience it. At this moment, Haruto's words sounded like the tempting whispers of a devil, luring them astray. In the end, they couldn't resist the temptation. It wasn't that they didn't try. It was just that Haruto's influence was too strong. Haruto first took them to a dessert shop in Chiba. It was the best shop he had found in his 3 years in Chiba. The prices were reasonable. Haruto didn't intentionally take them to splurge. Even though they had enough money, he didn't want to distort their values. 3 years later, he could bring them to his side. But that was something for the future. Sazume ordered a small cake and a coffee milk. Mitsuo got a parfait. She had always wanted to try one. Now, even though Haruto was the one eating, she could still taste and feel it. It was almost the same as eating it herself. This is so good. Sazume took a small bite of her cake and sighed in delight. Mitsuo enjoyed her parfait while urging Haruto to eat faster. After dessert, Haruto booked a hotel room. He originally planned to book 2. But Sazume firmly refused, saying it would be a waste of money. Haruto could tell that she was actually a little scared. After all, suddenly leaving home and coming to a completely unfamiliar place. Of course, she would want someone familiar nearby. So, Haruto didn't argue and agreed. On the way, they stopped at a convenience store to buy 2 discounted bento meals and some soda. At this hour, except for ramen shops, almost everything in Japan was closed. Only 24-hour convenience stores had food available. Sazume and Mitsuo had no complaints about the bento. In fact, they were quite satisfied. As night fell, inside the hotel room, Sazume curiously looked around. Everything was so new to her. Mitsuo was the same. What's this? Sazume asked curiously. A projector. It's similar to a TV, but it projects images onto a screen. Haruto turned it on, and the screen slowly lowered. Wow! 2x Sazume and Mitsuo gasped in amazement. The bed is so soft. It's nothing like the tatami mats at home. Sazume jumped onto the bed, bounced up slightly, and laughed. But then she remembered there was a boy in the room. And quickly sat up, looking a little embarrassed. Haruto simply smiled and waved his hand. Honestly, when I first came to the big city, I was just like you. So I totally understand. The moment these words were spoken, Suzume's eyes immediately widened. Memezu also asked excitedly, huh? So Haruto wasn't always in a big city from the start? Haruto nodded. Seeing Suzume's curious gaze and sensing Mitsua's emotions, Haruto began recounting some trivial stories from his past life. Of course, he left out the details about transmigrating. Chapter 113, Suzume, I'll leave her to you. Listening to Haruto's story, Suzume and Mitsuo were deeply immersed. Haruto also found it enjoyable to sort through his past life's memories. In his previous life, Haruto was not born into a wealthy family. Although he wasn't born in the mountains, he was still a typical small-town student. He studied hard, got into a big city, and by chance, found opportunities to develop himself. As they listened to Haruto's story, the two girls' impressions of him changed once again. Before, they felt admiration and a sense of distance from him. Life in the big city and the people there felt so far away from them. But now, that sense of unfamiliar distance was quietly shattered. It turned out Haruto had once been just like them. Admiration gradually turned into understanding. Their relationship unknowingly grew closer. Just as the two girls were engrossed in the story, Haruto suddenly reached out and tapped Suzume on the head. You and Mitsuo, it's too late now. Time to sleep. We have to wake up early tomorrow. Hearing this, Suzume reluctantly shook her head. Just a little longer. It's still early, isn't it? Mitsuo mumbled softly. Haruto picked up Suzume's phone and turned on the screen. Still early. See for yourself what time it is. Mitsuo glanced at the screen and was shocked to find that it was already past midnight. Normally, she would have been asleep by now. As a student, Mitsuo never stayed up past 10 at night. Only during New Year's Eve would she stay up until midnight. But today, listening to Haruto's story, she had unknowingly lost track of time. Suzume, though unable to hear Mitsuo's words, could roughly guess what they were talking about. She covered her mouth and chuckled. However, at that moment, Haruto's brows furrowed slightly. Suzume's phone had multiple missed calls and a flood of messages. They were from someone saved as and Suzume hadn't replied to any of them. Glancing at the girl who was still chuckling, Haruto's expression became serious. Suzume, why haven't you responded to your family's messages? Hearing this, Suzume immediately stopped laughing. Well. She hesitated. Seeing this, Haruto sighed. This is just like a rebellious kid. Aunt always makes decisions for me, and my existence is a burden to her. Suzume muttered softly. Iwado Tamaki was Suzume's mother's younger sister, her aunt. Suzume's mother had passed away in a disaster 10 years ago. Since then, Tamaki had raised young Suzume. For years, Tamaki treated Suzume as her own daughter, giving her all she had. Despite her young age, she carried the demeanor of a married woman and never even considered finding a boyfriend. Suzume had complicated feelings toward this aunt. Her love for Tamaki was unquestionable. But at the same time, she felt like she was a burden to her. Additionally, Tamaki cared for Suzume so much that she completely neglected her own life, dedicating herself entirely to raising Suzume. This made Suzume feel even more guilty. As a teenager going through a rebellious phase, her guilt made it difficult for her to express her emotions properly, so she acted out in frustration. Haruto was momentarily silent, unsure how to console the girl. At that moment, Suzume's phone lit up with an incoming call. It was from Tamaki. Suzume instinctively prepared to decline the call. But Haruto reached out and pressed his hand against her forehead. Answer it. Explain things properly to your family. At the very least, communicate. Family is important, don't do something you'll regret later. Suzume lowered her head. After a long pause, she finally took the phone and pressed the answer button. The moment the call connected, an anxious woman's voice erupted from the speaker. Suzume. You went to Chiba? You ran away from home? Can you explain why you ran away? Suzume forced a bitter smile. Her phone had GPS tracking, so Aunt Tamaki had found out where she was, but how should she explain? That she was out saving the world? I'm saving the world? Huh? What kind of nonsense is that? Tamaki's tone was still angry. Do you even have a place to stay? Come back home first. Or should I come pick you up right now? Suzume immediately said, no. I'm not going back. Then, she moved to hang up the call. Haruto was quick and snatched the phone before she could. Rebellious phase? Or did some guy trick you? Toa's tone softened slightly, showing her genuine concern for Suzume's safety. Haruto glanced at Suzume, who was sulking. Clearly, she didn't know how to respond to her aunt, who didn't understand her. So, Haruto took over the conversation. And, I'm Suzume's classmate. We are currently staying at an inn in Chiba, so there's no need to worry about accommodation. There was silence on the other end, then a small, doubtful mumble. A girl? Suzume. Isn't having problems with her orientation, is she? Haruto? This aunt. Is she a little too open-minded? Aunt? Haruto tested. Ah, you must be Mitsuo. Suzume always talks about you. But you two girls being out alone is too dangerous. Tamaki's tone was noticeably softer when speaking to someone other than Suzume. Perhaps it was just her personality. Both she and Suzume were strong-willed, so whenever they talked, they unintentionally clashed. But with Haruto acting as a middleman, the tension eased. And, please don't worry. I'll make sure Suzume returns safely to Itamori town. But for now, she can't go back just yet. Haruto paused before continuing. Suzume has been keeping a lot of things bottled up, especially about you and her mother. This trip might help her sort out her thoughts. Suzume immediately grew anxious and tried to snatch the phone. She had never told her aunt about this. She didn't want to burden her any further. She was already enough of a burden, she didn't want Tamaki to worry even more. On the other end of the call, there was a brief silence before Toa let out a long sigh. I see. I always felt like Suzume was keeping something inside. But I didn't know how to talk to her. When her mother passed, I was powerless. The only thing I could do was raise Suzume. If going on a trip can help her, then let her go. If you need anything, call me. Suzume froze. She hadn't expected her aunt to say something like that. Haruto leaned in and whispered in her ear, see? She never thought of you as a burden. She just loves you with all her heart. So now, say goodbye properly. And when you go back, have an honest talk with her. Suzume nodded firmly, tears glistening in her eyes. Haruto handed the phone back to her and turned away. Mitsuo, watching all of this, muttered to herself, I never realized Suzume felt this way. I should have noticed. Haruto shook his head. Side note from the author, to be honest, when I watched the movie, I didn't understand why Suzume fought with her aunt. I just felt so bad for Tamaki. She raised Suzume for 10 years without complaint. It's not your fault. She keeps everything to herself. If it weren't for a coincidence, I wouldn't have noticed either. A moment later, Suzume walked over and handed the phone back to Haruto. Judging by her expression, it seemed like she had been crying. But she didn't look sad, it was more of a mix of gratitude and relief. Haruto took the phone, feeling a bit puzzled. Hadn't they already finished talking? Why was she calling him again? Hello, Auntie? On the other end of the line, Tamaki's voice came through immediately. Mitsuo, you're a good child. From now on, I'll be entrusting Suzume to you. Even if you're both girls, it's totally fine. Haruto? Suzume. Suzume had just heard from her aunt that she had something else to say to Mitsuo, so she handed the phone over. But she never expected her aunt to say something like that. Auntie Tamaki, what are you talking about? Suzume shouted and quickly hung up the phone. Haruto was momentarily at a loss, caught between laughter and exasperation. It seemed he had gained another unexpected approval and trust. After hanging up, Suzume avoided looking at Haruto. Haruto, on the other hand, simply patted her head lightly. Alright, it's getting late. Get some rest. With that, he prepared to get up and head to the sofa to sleep. However, Suzume grabbed the edge of his sleeve. I'm afraid of the dark. Can you stay with me? After all, it's Mitsuo's body. Haruto was briefly taken aback and found himself at a loss for words. Mitsuo immediately protested. Don't use my body for weird things. In the end, the two of them slept together. Of course, it was a pure sleep. Not that there were any conditions for anything else anyway. As the lights were turned off, in the darkness of the room, Suzume tentatively reached out and held the hand beside her. Their fingers gradually intertwined. A sense of security filled Suzume's heart. Ever since that disaster 10 years ago, she hadn't felt this kind of peace. The night passed without incident. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room, casting a golden glow. Daijin stretched, let out a lazy yawn, then leaped onto the bed, pressing its paw pads against Mitsuo's cheeks. A familiar sense of morning drowsiness washed over Haruto. It had been a while since he felt this way. He half opened his eyes. Shielding his face from the light with his hand, Haruto looked at Daijin with mild irritation. Didn't you bristle with hostility at me just yesterday? Why are you waking me up? Go wake Suzume instead. Daijin swished its two pure white tails. You. Good person. Haruto couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Getting a good person card from a cat? Seriously? Sitting up, he glanced at the girl beside him. Suzume's clothes were slightly disheveled, but her sleeping posture wasn't too bad. What stood out was her relaxed expression, the corners of her lips subtly curled into a smile. She must have had a good dream. Seeing this, Haruto instinctively reached for his phone to take a picture. But his hand grasped at nothing. Only then did he remember, this was Mitsuo's body. No choice. Instead, Haruto reached out and poked Suzume's cheek, trying to wake her up. It was time to begin today's journey. Chapter 114, A God? Even gods must be contained. Leaving the hotel, the two headed toward the gate in the Chiba region. With ample funds, there was no need to worry about transportation. By the time they arrived at the gate's location, it was still early. The gate was only slightly trembling, showing signs of activation, but it would take some time before it fully opened. It was clear that this time, sealing the gate would be an easy task. Suzume was just about to use the key to close the gate when Haruto stopped her. Recalling the concept of Suzume's journey, Haruto had gained some understanding of the Ever After and the sealing process. The Ever After was a world where lost time was frozen. And the key to sealing it, the keystone, which Daijin originally was actually a manifestation of a soul. Daijin had once been human, willingly sacrificing everything to seal the Ever After, choosing to remain in that world forever. Since the keystone was made of spiritual power or mental energy, then could an artificial keystone be created? Haruto opened the gate, revealing an extraordinary sight within. Placing his hand on the doorway, he could feel the slight tremors of time's energy flowing between the two worlds. The world inside the gate resembled a small, isolated pool, separated from the vast river of time. Haruto's eyes turned blood red, three black blades spinning rapidly. The Mangekyo Sharingan was an ability that manifested mental and spiritual power. The Susanoo was a powerful application of mental and spiritual force. Right now, Haruto was consuming his energy, attempting to forge a new keystone. Behind him, Suzume and Daijin stared in astonishment. Especially Daijin, it was a keystone itself and knew exactly what it meant. But the person in front of it was actually creating a keystone by hand. This was Haruto gradually condensed a glowing white stone nail in his palm. It was as if he had compressed the immense form of Susanoo into a single object. The stone nail became more defined, gaining weight, becoming solid. Once it reached a certain threshold, Haruto hurled it forward. The stone nail embedded itself into the Ever After, sinking into the ground. The previously turbulent dark red mist instantly settled, becoming stable. Seeing this, Suzume and Daijin were both shocked beyond belief. Alright, close the gate. If we drive a keystone into every location, the Ever After should stabilize completely. Haruto spoke as if it were a casual matter. Haruto, this is something that generations of gate closers have never been able to accomplish. Suzume murmured in awe. Haruto simply smiled and said nothing. After all, his job was to contain anomalies. Suzume then used the key to seal the gate. Once the gate was closed, it remained utterly still. Clearly, Haruto's keystone was working. After that, the two continued their journey to the next location. There was no longer much urgency. With Haruto around, closing the gates was no longer fraught with danger. Suzume was finally able to let go of her worries. Along the way, Haruto practically played the role of a tour guide, taking Suzume and Mitsuo sightseeing. The bustling cityscape of Tokyo, the cultural charm of Osaka. With the threat greatly diminished, their journey felt more like a vacation. Mitsuo's curiosity was thoroughly satisfied. Suzume, too, was smiling more than ever. One by one, the gates were sealed, and Haruto drove a keystone into each. The Ever After had been completely stabilized. The keystones, condensed from Haruto's spiritual power, should be able to suppress the Ever After for at least 1,000 years. Once he returned to his own timeline, he planned to have the Foundation send personnel to secure the locations of the gates. That way, the Ever After anomaly would be completely contained. At the same time, aside from the white cat, another black cat had joined them. It was another keystone, also named Daijin. Now, there were two of them, Left Minister and Right Minister. Haruto's intervention had freed them from their eternal duty, allowing them to finally leave the Ever After. The white Daijin perched on Suzume's shoulder, while the black one sat on Mitsuo's shoulder, creating a strangely harmonious scene. Come to think of it, both of them were anomalies too. But Haruto couldn't contain them just yet. He'd have to bring them over when he returned 3 years later. For now, it was time to head back. Their return journey would be by ship, crossing the vast ocean. Suzume leaned on the railing, gazing at the endless ocean in the distance, her face full of joy. Mitsuo also urged Haruto to come to the railing and experience it for himself. Being repeatedly urged, Haruto had no choice but to walk over to the railing and feel the sea breeze and the crashing waves. After being excited for a while, Suzume suddenly retracted her happy expression, looking somewhat melancholic. Haruto, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong?" The sealed Ever After, the cat obtained, and a journey full of adventure. Wasn't this perfect? It feels like we're about to part ways. Suzume looked at Haruto with a hint of reluctance. As the journey came to an end, The two returned to Itamori. Haruto had already achieved the purpose of his visit. Although Suzume didn't know exactly how Haruto had possessed Mitsuo, she could guess that their farewell was approaching. Hearing her words, Haruto shook his head. It's just a temporary goodbye, not like we won't see each other again. 3 years from now, I'll be waiting for you both to find me. Mitsuo and Suzume, upon hearing this, became unusually serious. Then, pinky promise. Suzume extended her little finger to make a promise. Does it count if I'm using Mitsuo's body? Haruto joked before also reaching out his hand. Their fingers hooked together, and the three of them made a promise. With the promise sealed, Suzume became cheerful again, gazing at the ocean as if she could never get enough of it. Not long after, the ship reached the shore. This time, no need for a bus, Tamaki Iwato had personally came to pick them up. As soon as Suzume stepped off the ship, her aunt rushed over impatiently and grabbed her by the ear. You really are in your rebellious phase. How dare you run away from home? Ow ow. Auntie Tamaki, didn't we already talk about this over the phone? A phone call is one thing. Clearly, although Aunt Tamaki had agreed to their journey over the phone, now that Suzume had actually returned, she couldn't escape her punishment. Haruto watched the scene unfold, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted. But before he could enjoy the moment, after scolding Suzume, Tamaki soon dragged her over to him. Thank you for taking care of this child. Aunt Tamaki pressed down on Suzume's shoulders, making them bow together. Haruto quickly helped Tamaki up. Auntie, Suzume and I supported each other along the way. Although he said that, Tamaki knew full well her niece's capabilities and temperament. She must have received a great deal of care from this young woman before her. At first, Tamaki had been quite worried. Although she was a relatively open-minded person, this was still about her own family. But now, after meeting him in person, she felt reassured. Not bad, actually. Auntie Tamaki. What kind of look is that? We're really not in that kind of relationship. Suzume was on the verge of tears. How could her aunt suddenly jump to such strange conclusions? Though, she did feel a certain way about the person in front of her. But he wasn't Mitsuo. After that, Tamaki took Suzume and Mitsuo back to Itamori. As they got out of the car, Haruto looked at the house in front of him and suddenly found himself in trouble. He had been smiling just moments ago, but now he couldn't muster a single one. Mitsuo had also run away from home. Although she had used Suzume's phone to call her family while they were outside. As expected, what awaited Haruto was an interrogation from Mitsuo's entire family. Even her father, who was usually away for work, had rushed back and was now sitting at home with a stern face. A trial. In the end, Haruto used his Sharingan's genjutsu to muddle his way through. Whether Mitsuo's family would later snap out of it, well, that was uncertain. He did feel a little guilty about Mitsuo, but time to run. After settling everything, Haruto shifted his focus back to the anomaly affecting him. Upon regaining his memories, Haruto now understood the true nature of this anomaly. It was the deity worshipped in Itamori. The Itamori deity had used its authority over time and consciousness to guide the body-switching event. Its ultimate goal was to help the people of Itamori avoid disaster. And Mitsuo's family served as the shrine maidens of the Itamori deity. Every year, they performed a sacred dance in the town to offer prayers and brewed Kuchikami's ik, chudesake, as an offering. To resolve his current abnormal state, Haruto needed to find this Itamori deity. According to Mitsuo, after performing the sacred dance each year, she would bring the Kuchikami's ik to a shrine deep in the mountains. Clearly, the Itamori deity was most likely within that shrine. Following Mitsuo's guidance, Haruto entered the mountains. Among dense shrubs, he found a shrine dedicated to the Itamori deity. It was an altar within a cave. In front of the altar sat a small jar, and within the altar was a small statue. Haruto casually picked up the small jar. Put it down. You can't touch that. Mitsuo immediately flared up, strictly forbidding Haruto's actions. Haruto immediately understood. This must be Mitsuo's Kuchikami's ik. Hee. What do you mean hee? Mitsuo was already too embarrassed to speak. Kuchikami's ik, although meant as an offering, was still way too shameful. Haruto, however, didn't tease her any further and instead turned his gaze to the statue within the altar. Reaching out, he opened the altar. Haruto tapped on the statue. Hey, can you hear me? Even though you're a benevolent deity, I still need you to cooperate and accept containment. Mitsuo was dumbfounded. What kind of way was that to speak to a god? Hey, that's a deity. Mitsuo whispered in protest. But Haruto remained unfazed. A deity? Even deities had to accept containment. Before the SCP Foundation, even gods were nothing more than powerful anomalies to be secured. Yet, Haruto's words received no response. Cooperate with the containment process, or I'll have to personally capture you. That wouldn't be very friendly. Haruto muttered, simultaneously opening his system panel. If the deity refused to cooperate, he would simply elevate his authority over time, obtain divine essence related to time, and personally capture it. The fragments of divine enlightenment were extracted, transforming into an invisible stream of light that merged into Haruto's body. The concept of his ability, the world, began to ascend. A sliver of supreme divinity manifested at this moment. Chapter 115, containing the Itamari deity and a promise with Mitsuo. Time is not a linear concept. Humans, limited by their own nature, are merely swept along by the river of time, unable to stop or turn back. Thus, they assume time is linear, flowing straight ahead. But at this moment, a human named Haruto caught a glimpse of the true nature of time and stepped beyond the river's flow. With the fragments of divine enlightenment in effect, Haruto's power, the world, was elevated to a metaphysical concept, gaining a fragment of supreme divinity. At the same time, Haruto himself underwent a form of ascension. Things that once seemed impossible could now be achieved effortlessly. Zawarudo. As his elevated power activated, the entire world darkened, time was frozen, unable to flow. But unlike before, now, within the world, everything Haruto saw had a progress bar hovering above it. If he wished, he could adjust it at will. Inside the cave, there was a plant. When Haruto manipulated its progress bar, the plant began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. And when the progress bar was reversed, the decayed plant regained its vitality, its branches retracting until it ultimately transformed into a single seed. This was the power of the world, a fragment of supreme divinity. Haruto turned his gaze toward the idol within the shrine. The idol also had a progress bar, though it appeared far longer than those of the surrounding objects. Moreover, this particular progress bar seemed rusted, requiring a great deal of effort just to move it slightly. After attempting it for a moment, Haruto gave up and instead reached out to grasp the idol directly. From within the idol, Haruto pulled out a stream of dazzling light, which finally took the form of a multicolored, dreamlike butterfly. This was the guardian god of Itamori, hidden within the river of time. Whenever disaster threatened to befall Itamori town, it would ripple through the river of time, causing shifts in the timeline. Thus, it protected the entire town. Come to think of it, this deity could truly be considered a benevolent god. Anomaly, guardian god of Itamori. Anomaly level 5, Apocalypse. This anomaly manifests as a non-corporeal yet tangible existence, responding to sincere prayers and shifting the timeline to safeguard life within a certain range. This anomaly possesses temporal attributes and holds a fragmentary form of supreme divinity. This time, instead of waiting for 9 seconds, it was Haruto who controlled the power of the world to end the process. The world around them regained its clarity, and time resumed its flow. Mitsuo felt a momentary daze, but when she looked forward again, she found a butterfly of indescribable beauty perched on her fingertip. This is... what? Mitsuo asked in astonishment. If she could control her body, she would have surely moved closer to take a better look. This butterfly was undoubtedly the most perfect, most beautiful thing she had ever seen in her life. This is the god of Itamori town, the very deity you pray to every year as a shrine maiden. Haruto explained. Mitsuo was so shocked that she momentarily lost the ability to speak. So, this was the guardian god of Itamori? Although she had inherited the role of shrine maiden, she had never truly believed in gods. On the contrary, she had always felt embarrassed about wearing the shrine maiden outfit, performing ritual dances, and making kuchikamis ache every year. And yet, today, she had truly witnessed the deity of Itamori town. When I pray every year, does it actually hear me? Mitsuo asked. It has received your prayers well. Haruto affirmed with a smile. The guardian god of Itamori, the radiant butterfly, seemed very affectionate as it perched on Mitsuo's fingertip. It clearly recognized its shrine maiden. Even though Haruto had plucked it from the river of time, the deity neither resisted nor showed any displeasure. It really hears my prayers. That's wonderful. Mitsuo's face lit up with joy. All those years of feeling embarrassed during the annual rituals suddenly gained meaning, making her genuinely happy. That said, it still won't be drinking the kuchikamis ik, though. Haruto quipped. Mitsuo, who had just been brimming with excitement, was struck by a massive blow and let out a mortified scream. Haruto chuckled but kept his gaze fixed on the guardian god resting on Mitsuo's fingertip. It was almost time to wrap things up. When Haruto had used the power of the world to extract the guardian god from the river of time, he had sensed that he could communicate with it and make requests of it. Naturally, that meant he could also have it remove the anomaly affecting him. However, before lifting it, there was still one more thing to do. Through the guardian god, Haruto once again perceived his own body 3 years in the future. He needed to retrieve something from that future. But that was beyond the guardian god's ability. Though it could traverse the river of time in spirit and consciousness, it could not retrieve physical objects. However, Haruto could. He lent a portion of the power of the world to the guardian god. With this, the deity was able to cross time and retrieve something for Haruto. Something invisible to the naked eye. The Blacklight Virus. Haruto's own Blacklight Virus merged into Mitsuo's body. Over time, the virus would spread throughout all of Itomori town. Under Haruto's control, this virus would not cause any physical changes in humans. Its sole function was to induce blindness in the infected at a specific moment 3 years in the future. The blindness would last for 7 days. This way, the anomalous outbreak caused by the Shy Guy, SCP-096, in the future would never happen. Because no one in Itomori town would be able to see its face. And such a large-scale case of sudden blindness would undoubtedly attract the attention of the SCP Foundation. When the Foundation's investigators arrived in Itomori town and made contact with any of the townspeople, the Blacklight Virus would infect them, carrying an embedded piece of information, a report on the anomalous properties of the Shy Guy, SCP-096. With this, even if Haruto was not in the main world at that time, the SCP Foundation would still be able to contain SCP-096 successfully. With that, the Guardian God's purpose for pulling Haruto back 3 years in time had been fulfilled. This journey through time was about to come to an end. Mitsuo, farewell for now. Haruto said. Mitsuo was taken aback before quickly realizing that Haruto was about to leave. A sudden wave of urgency overtook her. She had always known that this day would come, but its abrupt arrival left her flustered. In the end, she shouted from the depths of her heart, "I will definitely come find you. It's a promise. Haruto, I've remembered your name, so please remember mine too." Hearing this, Haruto smiled. "Yes, I remember, Mitsuo Mimizu." The promise was made. The next moment, Mitsuo staggered. The girl regained control of her body. She looked down at her hands in confusion, feeling somewhat lost. At that moment, the butterfly on her fingertip also prepared to fly away. In a moment of desperation, Mitsuo untied the ribbon from her hair. "Divine One, here. Please take this to Haruto." Time seemed to lose meaning. When Haruto opened his eyes again, he had already returned to his own body. Sitting up, Haruto checked the time. Barely any time had passed on his own timeline. It was still the morning of the following day. But for Haruto, this morning was different. He had embarked on a journey and met 2 wonderful girls. Preserving the memories in his heart, Haruto got up to take care of unfinished business. At that moment, from seemingly nowhere, a radiant butterfly fluttered into existence and landed on Haruto's fingertip. The tiny butterfly struggled to fly, burdened by an orange-red hair ribbon wrapped around its body. Haruto paused for a moment before reaching out to take the ribbon. Its vivid color was unmistakably Mitsuo's signature hue. "You've worked hard," Haruto said to the guardian god. "It must have used the last remnants of the world's power to deliver this ribbon." Truly, it had gone above and beyond. Tying the orange-red ribbon around his wrist, Haruto gently stroked the guardian god's butterfly wings, lending it another fragment of the world's power as payment. Then, he set off for the containment site. There was still a mountain of trouble to deal with. Anomalies successfully contained, Guardian God of Itomori, Containment Level 5, Apocalypse. Containment status, Perfect, Reward, 1 Level 5 lottery draw. In the end, the Guardian God of Itomori was placed under the SCP Foundation's containment. Haruto personally carved a jade butterfly statue for it and would occasionally offer it fragments of the world's power. "Itomori town's protection is my responsibility now. You needn't worry," Haruto assured the Guardian God, though he wasn't sure if it could understand. Regardless, the deity obediently cooperated with the containment process, showing no resistance. Afterward, Haruto gathered all the SCP Foundation personnel responsible for network operations and programming. Under his command, they developed an advanced supervirus program, a technology 30 years ahead of its time. It was named the Pure Holy Grail Program. The purpose of this program is to lurk within the world's internet and monitor all forms of records. When the recorded content reaches a certain limit, the Pure Holy Grail program will proceed with mass deletions and modifications of that record. Furthermore, the modifications cannot be queried, nor can they be restored. The fundamental purpose of the Pure Holy Grail program is known only to Haruto. It is to restrict records and prevent them from reaching the limit that would attract the gaze of the Sevenfold Destroyer. This purpose must not be known by anyone. Every member involved in the development of the Pure Holy Grail program was only responsible for a small part of its functionality. Additionally, communication between developers was strictly prohibited during the development process. Once the Pure Holy Grail program was completed, all personnel involved in its development underwent an A-level memory erasure procedure. After the Pure Holy Grail program was deployed onto the network, it rapidly spread, infiltrating the entire internet. Only then did Haruto finally breathe a sigh of relief. And lastly, Regarding Itamori Town, Haruto checked the containment records related to Kisamari Town and the Shigai, SCP-096, project. As expected, with the timeline's changes, the event records had also been altered. Chapter 116, Return to Hueco. Russian roulette. An anomaly broke out in Itamori Town, leading to a significant reduction in population and noticeable geographical changes. The SCP Foundation intervened and sealed off Itamori Town. D-class personnel were dispatched to investigate, but they encountered an anomaly and were completely wiped out. 051 intervened in the investigation and found a single survivor, as well as the containment entity Shigai, SCP-096. 051 successfully contained the entity. The SCP Foundation completed containment, lifted the lockdown, and Itamori Town began post-disaster reconstruction. After the timeline change, the record was altered to, an anomaly broke out in Itamori Town, causing all residents, including the members of Japan's military base stationed there, to collectively fall into a state of blindness. The SCP Foundation intervened and sealed off Itamori Town. D-class personnel were dispatched to investigate. The D-class personnel claimed they were guided by 051's anomalous property, describing a certain anomaly's characteristics and containment method. C-class investigators were sent to verify the claims. The investigation confirmed that the Itamori Town anomaly was indeed influenced by 051's anomalous property. The Foundation dispatched armed personnel to contain the Shigai, SCP-096. The SCP Foundation successfully completed containment and lifted the lockdown. After 7 days, the residents of Itamori Town recovered from their blindness. The Foundation then carried out public opinion management, marking the end of the containment process. Haruto also briefly reviewed the information regarding Mitsuo Mimizu and Suzumi Iwato. The two were unaffected by this anomaly outbreak. They remained diligent in their studies, achieving excellent grades. 3 years ago, they were still high school girls. And this year, coincidentally, it was their college entrance exam period. Who knows how their results would turn out. However, it seemed that both had applied to universities in Chiba. After finishing up the matters related to the SCP Foundation, Haruto suddenly remembered, shouldn't he be attending class? Ever since transferring to Hueco Private Academy, Haruto had barely attended any classes seriously. And this morning, he had skipped all of them again. Originally, Haruto had also planned to skip the afternoon classes entirely. However, his agreement with Kairari Momobami was nearing its conclusion. Haruto already had 8 billion in gambling funds. If he participated in just a few public matches, he could reach the 10 billion limit. To secure control over the 4 great financial conglomerates as soon as possible, Haruto decided to head to Hueco Private Academy. When he arrived at the classroom, no teacher came to question why he had skipped the morning classes. At Hueco Private Academy, teachers were nothing more than tools for lecturing. They had absolutely no authority over students. Master. As always, Yumiko energetically greeted Haruto. This somewhat suggestive title had long become a common occurrence, and the surrounding classmates no longer found it strange. In their eyes, Haruto had already been elevated to a godlike status. Haruto smiled and acknowledged Yumiko's greeting. Then, his gaze landed on Satome Mary. Today, Satome looked slightly different. For the past 2 days, after falling into debt and being reduced to the status of a house pet, she had been walking around with a gloomy and resentful expression. And that was understandable. After becoming a house pet, her classmates had been mercilessly bullying her. But today, Satome had a triumphant smile on her face. The tag around her neck was gone. At Hueco Private Academy, house pets were required to wear their tags at all times. Failure to do so would result in additional fines on top of their existing debt. Now that Mary's tag was gone, there could only be one explanation. Congratulations. Haruto casually remarked. Mary lifted her chin proudly, as if waiting for someone to ask for details. Haruto sighed, then asked anyway. Mary immediately began to excitedly recount what had happened in the morning. Yumiko had taken her to an event organized by the student council, a gambling match exclusively for house pets, where debts were used as stakes. Some managed to free themselves from debt, while others sank deeper into despair. Mary and Yumiko had gone up against 2 veteran players who had been setting traps in these events for a long time. With a bit of trickery, they had turned the tables and won. Mary's debts were cleared instantly, and she even made a profit. And that's how it went. Mary boasted proudly. Her strategy had been to exploit loopholes in the student council's event rules. It was an impressive feat that showcased her intelligence. After 2 days of being crushed by defeat, this victory had completely restored her confidence. Not bad. Haruto offered a fair assessment. Finding loopholes in the student council's gambling events was no easy task. Mary pouted, dissatisfied. Huh? Just not bad. You should be admiring me more. At the very least, call me Lady Sagam. Seeing Mary getting cocky, Haruto smirked. How about a gamble? He still needed 2 billion more to meet the required amount. Mary? Her smug demeanor instantly vanished. Who'd want to gamble against a monster like you? No thanks, I'm off to enjoy my freedom. With that, Mary swiftly made her exit. Watching her leave, Haruto chuckled but didn't take it to heart. Master, are you still short on funds? I do have some money left, Yumiko offered obediently. She had heard the rumors that Haruto and the student council president were gambling under a 1 million to 10 billion constraint. The stakes were enormous, but Yumiko didn't care. If she could help Haruto, then money was just a trivial matter. Besides, she wanted to play a few more rounds with him. Even if her chances of winning were slim, it was still fun. Haruto shook his head and gently ruffled Yumiko's hair. No need. If I'm not mistaken, someone is about to bring me some money. He sensed a group of people quickly approaching. Clearly, they were here for him. Since someone was delivering money to him, there was no need to take Yumiko's. Just then, the classroom door swung open. A group of extravagantly dressed girls entered. Leading them was the most flamboyantly dressed one. She scanned the room and quickly locked eyes with Haruto before striding toward him. This girl had shoulder-length hair, a large bow on her head, an eye patch over her left eye, and multiple piercings on her face and tongue. She looked like a hardcore chuni. She slapped her hand on his desk and met his gaze. You must be Haruto. Let's gamble, with our lives on the line. Her words were so outrageous that the entire class was stunned. As murmurs spread, Haruto looked up and locked eyes with the girl. She had only one visible eye. The left one was covered by an eye patch. That didn't seem like a mere costume, it was a real medical measure. Before we talk about bets and wagers, at least introduce yourself first. Show some manners. I'm allergic to savagery, Haruto said calmly. The woman, despite being rebuked, revealed a sickly smile. Haha. Good. I knew it. You're completely different from those other people. You don't care about life at all. My name is Ikishima Midari. I'm a member of the student council and the beautification committee chair, but none of that matters. Let's gamble. In truth, Haruto knew this person. And he had no desire to deal with her. Unlike Itsuki, this person was beyond fixing in Haruto's eyes. And even if she could be corrected, they were neither friends nor family, so why would he bother wasting his energy? Ikishima Midari is a student council member, a complete degenerate, incapable of enjoying normal gambling, and obsessed with betting her life on the line. Her thrill came from pain, loss, and even the prospect of being killed in a gamble. She was utterly beyond saving. So, what do you say? Let's gamble. Midari urged him, her expression twisted with excitement. I don't mind the gamble itself, but wagering your life holds no meaning for me. I don't want your life. Haruto replied indifferently. Let's keep it normal, 200 million in funds as the bet. You can pick the game, and I don't care if it involves life or death. You're a student council member, so you should be aware of my wager with the council president. Just think of this as doing me a favor. Midari's single remaining eye gleamed with a dangerous light. Alright. Perfect? You're amazing, Haruto. You're exactly the kind of person I've been looking for. Midari had long been searching for someone like Haruto, someone who could disregard life in a gamble. The student council president was like that. Originally, Midari had no interest in gambling at all. She was highly intelligent, most people couldn't beat her. More importantly, no matter how much money she won or lost, she felt nothing. To her, it was just a string of numbers, there was no thrill in it at all. That sensation persisted until her gamble against the president. The price of that gamble was her right eye. She had personally gouged out her own right eye as payment for the bet. That gamble completely twisted her personality. For her, money meant nothing, only bodily harm, or even death, could bring her the thrill of gambling. However, almost no one was willing to wager their bodies or lives. Even in Hueco Academy, there were very few people crazy enough to take it that far. The only person she had found to gamble with her was the president. But after their first match, the president never gambled with her again. Until now, she had found a second person. Haruto. A heavy thud. Midari slammed something onto Haruto's desk. The moment everyone saw it, they felt a chill run down their spines. It was a silver revolver, gleaming with a metallic sheen. We'll use this. Haruto. I can't wait any longer. Designing other rules would be too much of a hassle. Come on, Russian roulette, the simplest gamble. Yes. That indifferent gaze. Haruto, you're truly incredible. Midari was in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Haruto was contemplating whether or not he should grant this lunatic her wish and actually kill her. Chapter 117, Maintaining Elegance Under Pressure. Hey, you're kidding, right? That has to be a toy gun. This isn't gambling anymore. This is straight up murder. That lunatic, what the hell is she doing? There's no way Haruto would agree to something this insane. The student council. Are they all this crazy? With Haruto's wealth, there's no reason for him to humor her madness. The classroom buzzed with frantic discussion. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out. Midori had raised a silver revolver and fired. The barrel still smoked. A hole had appeared in the classroom ceiling. The revolver had a large caliber, piercing straight through the concrete ceiling. Everyone stared at Midori in horror. This lunatic had brought a real gun. Come on, Haruto. Rather than letting the president break you, I'd rather be the one to enjoy you first. Midori raved. Haruto ignored her and turned to Yumiko. Yumiko, if it were you, how would you handle this? At his question, Yumiko touched her cheek with a finger, tilting her head cutely in thought. After a moment, she seemed to figure it out and smiled. If it were me, I'd probably agree. But I doubt I'd enjoy it much. Haruto chuckled and ruffled her hair. As expected of her. Clearly, Yumiko had seen through Midori's true nature. This woman wasn't gambling, she was actively seeking death, treating the pain of losing as a reward. For Yumiko, this kind of gamble was boring. Because Yumiko sought games where both parties took on true risk. Hey, you! What nonsense are you spouting? Midori scowled at Yumiko, worried she might ruin her gamble with Haruto. Let's begin. Haruto suddenly spoke. The entire classroom fell into stunned silence. Haruto had agreed. A few students who wanted to get on Haruto's good side rushed forward, hoping to dissuade him. But Midori's lackeys immediately blocked them off, pushing them into a corner. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I knew it. Haruto, you're exactly the one I've been searching for. Let's get started. I can't wait even a second longer. Midori grabbed the revolver and opened the cylinder. 5 bullets and 1 empty shell clattered onto the desk, producing a crisp metallic sound. She picked up a bullet, preparing to load it. But Haruto suddenly grabbed her wrist. Midori looked at him with confusion, and even a hint of pleading, as if afraid he would back out. Let's add one extra rule. Haruto smiled. Realizing he wasn't backing out but merely adding a condition, Midori relaxed and nodded. In Russian roulette, whoever gets shot naturally loses. But let's add one more rule. After both players have fired at least once, either player may call to stop. The winner is determined by whoever has more empty chambers. Of course, if one player stops, the other may continue, accumulating empty shots. If you agree, we start. If not, leave. Haruto's tone left no room for negotiation. Midori furrowed her brows but quickly let it go. It wouldn't stop her from pulling the trigger, so she didn't care. Fine. Let's start. Midori grinned, her mouth stretching into a manic smile. A single bullet was loaded into the cylinder. She spun the chamber forcefully. The deadly roulette game had officially begun. The students of Class 1A watched, thinking these two were absolute lunatics. Russian roulette? They'd only seen that in movies. Even at Hueco Academy, known for its gambling, no one had ever gambled with their lives for real. And yet, these two were doing just that. The silver revolver rested on the desk, with both standing across from each other. Everyone else had backed far away, terrified of getting caught in the crossfire. Except for Yumiko, who remained beside Haruto. Aren't you going to step aside? Haruto ruffled her black hair, smiling casually, completely unfazed by the life and death gamble. Yumiko also smiled brightly. Master, I don't feel like there's any risk for you, so there's no need to move away. Seeing their carefree demeanor, Midori scowled. Hey. Let's start already. She spoke to Haruto in dissatisfaction. However, the moment Haruto's gaze swept over her, Midori immediately fell silent. When that gaze landed on her, she felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. A fear even greater than death instantly enveloped her entire being. Her legs went weak, and she almost collapsed to the ground. That gaze. It was even more maddening than a life and death gamble. However, the feeling vanished in an instant. The classroom remained silent for a long time before Midori regained her senses. But when she looked at Haruto again, her eyes had changed. Still, the gamble had to continue. Ladies first. Haruto smiled and gestured for Midori to go first. His impression of the woman in front of him was genuinely poor. So, let's test her luck. Haruto didn't bother watching her spin the chamber, nor did he use any abilities to cheat. If her luck was bad and the bullet was in the first chamber, she would truly die. Midori didn't protest. She simply picked up the silver revolver on the table and aimed it at her temple. As the cold muzzle pressed against her head, the fear of death stimulated her nerves. Her face started turning red, as if she were engaged in some indecent activity. She gasped heavily, her breath rapid and deep. Click. The trigger was pulled. Unfortunately, her luck wasn't too bad. With a 1 in 6 chance, she survived. With a thud, she collapsed onto the floor, her expression one of pure ecstasy, as if she had just, well, reached a high. She was completely insane. That thought appeared in everyone's minds. Before she pulled the trigger, they had been wondering if this crazy woman was just bluffing. After all, who would actually bet their life on something like this? Your turn, Haruto. Midori handed the silver revolver to Haruto. Her expression grew even more maniacal. Haruto took the revolver with a hint of helplessness. Hey, Haruto. Just stop already. Gambling with your life is absurd. Someone shouted. Haruto looked in their direction and merely smiled. He gave the revolver a slight shake. With his inhuman senses, he immediately pinpointed the bullet's position. Bullets had weight. When shaken, the force acting on each chamber was different. This gamble was an assured victory for Haruto, even without using his special abilities. How convenient. Haruto murmured. The bullet was in the 6th chamber, the very last shot. That meant he didn't even need to use his ability to adjust its position. Raising the revolver to his head, Haruto looked at Midori. Yes. Just like that. Haruto, let us revel in the thrill of life and death. Before she could finish her crazed declaration, click. The crisp sound echoed through the classroom. The crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. Did he just pull the trigger? Haruto's movements had been as fluid as flowing water, without a moment of hesitation. The instant the gun was against his head, the trigger had been pulled. This. Calling him crazy wouldn't even begin to describe it. Even someone seeking death wouldn't be this decisive. But for Haruto, since he already knew the outcome, there was no reason to hesitate. Besides, even if the bullet had fired, it likely wouldn't have been able to pierce his skin. Midori burst into laughter. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Haruto, you are truly a gift from the heavens. She reached out, wanting to take the revolver for the next round. However, Haruto didn't lower his hand. Click. Another trigger pull. The classroom fell into complete silence. Everyone stared at Haruto with wide eyes. He pulled the trigger twice in a row? Midori was just as shocked, her eyes full of disbelief. But this was far from over. Midori, what's the key to great comedy? Click. Haruto asked as if he were merely making conversation, pulling the trigger once more. Timing. That made 3 times. Midori, what is courage? Click. Another trigger pull. It's maintaining grace under pressure. Chapter 118, 10 billion achieved, subduing Kairi Momobami. Midori, what is courage? As the trigger clicked, the crisp sound echoed through the classroom. It's maintaining grace under pressure. Just as Haruto said, his actions were as fluid as playing a violin. In comparison, Midori's earlier performance was utterly disgraceful. 4 trigger pulls in total. Adding in Midori's first one, the revolver's chamber was now almost fully cycled. Only one chamber remained unfired, the 6th one. And now, it was clear as day that the bullet was in the 6th chamber. Everyone stared at Haruto, not making a sound for a long while. A dead silence filled the room. Standing opposite Haruto, Midori's eyes were wide, her body trembling slightly. She had considered the possibility of dying in this gamble. But she had never expected death to come so swiftly, so inevitably, and in such a deliberate manner. Her hand stretched out, fingers trembling as she reached for the revolver to finish the gamble. Even though it was obvious that the next pull of the trigger would fire the bullet without question. Watching her shaking fingers, Haruto let out a scoff. He slapped away her hand and aimed the revolver at her forehead. Now, are you ready to die? The black barrel loomed in front of her. Midori's body trembled slightly, her face twisting into an expression of pure madness. I never thought someone like you would truly exist. I've been searching for the perfect man. A man like the president. Dominate me. I want to be killed by a man like you. Pull the trigger. Do it. Her voice rose from a hushed whisper to an intense shriek. By the end, she sounded completely deranged. Boring. Dull. Disgusting. Watching this scene, Yumiko spoke in clear disdain. Meanwhile, all eyes were on Haruto. At this moment, no one doubted whether he would actually pull the trigger. After that elegant yet chilling performance, everyone had came to a single realization. The boy holding the silver revolver right now was on an entirely different level from them. To them, this gamble was unfathomable. But to Haruto, it was nothing more than child's play. He even had the leisure to make it graceful, turning the gamble into a grand spectacle. Bang! The sound of a bullet firing was completely different from the crisp click of the trigger. The gunshot was so loud that everyone experienced ringing in their ears. Maybe it wasn't that the sound was too loud, but rather that the act itself was deafening in everyone's hearts. Instinctively, everyone turned their heads away, unwilling to witness such a cruel scene. Seeing a classmate get shot in the head right in front of them would surely become a lifelong nightmare. As the buzzing sound faded, The only thing that resonated in the classroom was the sound of heavy breathing. Breathing? Doubt crept into everyone's minds. After all, that person, Haruto, did not seem like someone who would breathe so heavily. That didn't seem very elegant. Cautiously, someone shifted their gaze back, wanting to see what had happened yet fearing the terrifying scene they might witness. But when they looked back, the gruesome scene they had imagined had not occurred. Midori was still standing in place, with no gaping wound on her forehead, no splattered brain matter. Confused, the students looked toward the back of the classroom and saw a noticeable hole in the blackboard. The bullet had deviated, passing right by Ikishima Midori's ear. The gamble is over. Without a doubt, I am the winner. Ikishima Midori, transfer the 200 million as soon as possible, I have to meet the president. Haruto casually tossed the silver revolver onto the desk and spoke indifferently before turning to leave. Wait. No. It can't just end like this. Midori reached out unwillingly, trying to make Haruto stay. How could this gamble end just like that? She couldn't accept this outcome. However, the moment she stretched out her hand, Haruto's gaze fell upon her, and she immediately froze. That gaze, colder than death itself, landed on her once again. Midori collapsed to the floor. The sensation of brushing past death just now, coupled with this gaze that felt even colder than death, made her entire body go limp. A wet stain began to spread beneath her. Seeing this, Haruto rubbed his forehead in exasperation. His sister really played in a messed up way. The gamble is over. Do you not understand? Have you forgotten the additional rule I mentioned? This gamble didn't have to continue until someone got shot. After saying that, Haruto turned and walked straight out of the classroom. Even though Midori hadn't transferred the money yet, it didn't really matter. The gamble was valid, and whether she transferred the money or not was irrelevant. Surely, the president would acknowledge his victory. Haruto still had to go and subdue the president. It was only when the sound of the door closing echoed through the room that the students snapped back to reality, as if waking from a dream. Initially, just like Midori, they had thought Haruto's act of intentionally missing the shot went against the rules of Russian roulette. But after hearing Haruto's explanation, they suddenly understood. Right, the condition for victory in this gamble was the number of empty shots. Even if a bullet wasn't fired, as long as one side reached 3 empty shots, they had already won. Whether the other party fired or not no longer mattered. In fact, this was obvious. Anyone who thought about it for a moment should have realized it. Yet, not only the students but even Midori herself had failed to grasp it in the moment. Because this was a life-or-death gamble. Their nerves had been overwhelmed by the fear of death. It was only when Haruto reminded them, when the dust had settled, that they finally understood. And upon realizing the true victory condition of the gamble, everyone felt a sense of disbelief. This victory condition, this pre-established rule. Could it be that Haruto had already prepared himself to pull the trigger at least 3 times from the very beginning? Haruto. Even at the risk of being killed, you insisted on ending the gamble this way. Midori stared blankly at the ceiling. There, the bullet holes from her earlier shots remained. He has far surpassed my ideals. Haruto, you're practically a god. My god. Even just a single bullet, please, give me pain. No one but you can do it. Tears streamed down Midori's face. Meanwhile, after leaving the classroom, Haruto looked slightly annoyed. What an absolutely perfect gamble. Even with such a despicable victory condition, Masters still won in the most dazzling way. Yumiko was thrilled, her crimson eyes sparkling with excitement. Midori's victory condition wasn't as simple as winning the gamble, getting killed would have satisfied her as well. As Yumiko had said, winning under such an unfair condition was no easy feat. Yet, Haruto had won effortlessly. Hearing this, Haruto reached out and ruffled Yumiko's long hair. Yumiko, don't leave after school. Yumiko was momentarily stunned before she smiled and nodded. Seeing her reaction, Haruto sighed again. There was absolutely no joy in bullying her. Maybe he would seek Iriri. Shaking his head, Haruto dismissed such dangerous thoughts. Master, are you going to gamble against the president next? Momobami Kairi. The president of Hueco Academy's student council. And without a doubt, aside from Haruto, she was the strongest in this academy. She was an immensely powerful ruler who enjoyed expanding her experiences. For instance, the reason she once made someone gouge out their own eyeball in a gamble was simple: she wanted to see what the back of an eyeball looked like. After all, seeing it in pictures wasn't the same as witnessing it in reality, it wouldn't count as an experience. If not for Haruto's existence, Yumiko's ultimate goal upon transferring to this academy would have been to challenge Kairi. Haruto nodded, then shook his head. Yes and no. The gamble is just a means, not the end goal. The goal is simply domination. Upon hearing this, Yumiko's enthusiasm did not diminish in the slightest. That's fine. If it's master, then even the process itself is mesmerizing. Please take me with you. Haruto indifferently nodded. The two of them walked all the way to the student council room. The door, which was usually tightly shut, was wide open at this moment. The long tables meant for student council members had been moved to the walls. The grand council chamber had been cleared, leaving a vast open space in the center. Only Momobami Kairari remained seated at the center, her gaze fixed on the doorway, clearly waiting for Haruto's arrival. The moment he saw her, Haruto raised his hand and flicked his fingers. A tiny drop of blood landed on Kairari's forehead. The blacklight virus instantly invaded and infected her. Haruto did not immediately assimilate Kairari, instead allowing the virus to lie dormant. After all, the game had been played properly up until the final boss. There was no reason to skip ahead and ignore the story. To Haruto's surprise, however, Kairari smiled, as if in gratitude. Apparently, her intuition was so keen that she vaguely understood Haruto's decision. Wow, he really came. Haruto moves at an astonishing speed. Runa, with a lollipop in her mouth, played the role of the commentator, for once not absorbed in her video games. Haruto glanced at the adorable girl. I know what you're implying, but the way you say it sounds weird. And I have a feeling you're doing it on purpose. Runa gave an innocent smile, feigning ignorance. At that moment, Kairari stood up and walked toward Haruto. Haruto, as per our agreement, you have completed the gamble from 1 million to 1 billion. To be honest, no one has ever accomplished this before. Thank you for giving me a new experience. So, as promised, you may now set the rules and terms of our gamble. Anything is fair game: the position of student council president, the control of Momobami Kairari as an individual, or even the entire Momobami family. Whatever you wish to wager, I will gladly accept. Kairari maintained her elegant smile. And yet, the words she spoke were enough to leave any knowledgeable person utterly speechless and dumbfounded. However, she had the ability to handle numerous trivial matters in an orderly manner. When Momobami Kairari stated that she could use the entire Momobami clan as a wager, the masked girl behind her instinctively raised her hand but ultimately put it down. Haruto glanced at the girl. She had the same long white hair as Kairari, but instead of being styled up, it cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Upon closer observation, one could also notice that this masked girl had a figure strikingly similar to Kairari's. Haruto was familiar with her. Momobami Ririka. Sharing the same surname as the student council president, she was actually Kairari's twin sister, though their personalities were entirely different. Momobami Kairari was a dominant force, a ruler, an overwhelming lion. On the other hand, Momobami Ririka, though strong in her own right, had a timid personality, more like a gentle lamb. Of course, none of this truly mattered. The reason Haruto was paying attention to Momobami Ririka was that this girl was a carefully cultivated all-rounder by the Momobami clan. She usually stayed by Kairari's side, managing countless affairs within Hueco Academy. Chapter 119, She's my beloved family, my twin sister. Add more to the bet. And beneath the mask, her face could be considered stunningly beautiful. She was an ideal candidate for a secretary. Haruto had actually wanted a capable secretary for quite some time. This idea had sparked when he first saw Hayasaka. Hayasaka was simply too convenient to use, leaving a lasting impression. But unfortunately, Hayasaka was too loyal to Kaguya Shinomiya. Using her occasionally was fine, but truly taking her away would provoke her resentment. Haruto would not twist others' wills for his own selfish desires. Previously, he had considered grooming Naao for the role. But unfortunately, Naao seemed to prefer handling affairs within the Foundation. And now, finally, another suitable candidate had appeared. These thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Haruto retracted his gaze and looked back at Kairari. Since Kairari has said this much, I won't hold back. I want the Momobami clan. And that girl. As Haruto spoke, he pointed his finger at Ririka. The masked girl flinched instinctively when she was singled out. Beneath the mask, her expression showed a hint of panic. Clearly, Ririka Momobami didn't understand why this person was specifically asking for her. Kairari raised an eyebrow at his words. The Momobami clan didn't matter, after all, after today, they would be controlled no matter what. But he actually wanted Ririka. The Momobami clan is no issue. I even guessed that Haruto would ask for them, so I've already prepared the corresponding wager. As for the bet, simply putting you up as the stake is already a profitable deal for me, even if it's unequal. But as for her, Haruto-kun, are you unaware? This Ririka Momobami is my sister. Haruto raised an eyebrow. Oh? Someone like you actually cares about a sister? Kairari shook her head. Haruto, you misunderstand. Ririka is my beloved family, my twin sister, after all. Haruto remained silent, waiting for her to continue. I need you to raise the stakes. Kairari put on a pained expression, as if making a great sacrifice. Ririka Momobami, Even though her face was hidden behind a mask, her entire demeanor visibly became gloomier. Haruto chuckled and waved his hand. Just a raised bet? If you win, I'll take you to personally witness 100 experiences you've never had before. How about that? In the SCP Foundation, every anomaly was a new experience for Kairi. Besides, she wasn't going to win anyway. And once she was in his grasp, he would have introduced her to anomalies sooner or later. Deal. What an irresistible wager. Kairi said with a smile. At that moment, the other student council members were left speechless. This conversation was simply outrageous. Especially Rana. There were so many things to question that she didn't even know where to begin. Haruto-kun alone was worth an entire clan? Maybe even more? Beloved family, twin sister, and yet the president sold her off with just an extra bit? The list of absurdities went on and on. Meanwhile, Yumiko had stealthily slipped into the student council's ranks. Sidling up to Rana, Yumiko whispered to gather some information. Whoa, Huero, it's you, that woman. Well, I guess there's no harm in talking. Rana was startled at first but quickly recognized Yumiko. After all, Yumiko had been frequently seen around Haruto, constantly appearing in intelligence reports, making her quite noticeable. In the past, Rana might not have chatted much with Yumiko. But since they were watching the president's antics for entertainment, she didn't mind. The two of them hit it off. So then, Haruto-kun, what will the gamble be? Kairi asked. Haruto stroked his chin, thinking. What kind of gamble should he use to wrap up this visit to Hueco Academy? Maybe recreate that iconic scene, can a flush beat a full house? A flush beating a full house? Only if your dad turns into a rabbit. Then what if it's a flush plus a straight? Can a twin then? Cough cough. After some thought, Haruto scrapped the idea. People in this world wouldn't understand the reference. So, Haruto reached into his pocket and pulled out a coin. Let's just flip a coin. What do you think? The moment he said this, the entire student council gave him bewildered looks. Flip a coin? A gamble determining the fate of the four great financial conglomerates, an unprecedented bet in Japan, was to be decided by flipping a coin? Everyone in the Hueco student council was highly skilled. Yet even they thought Haruto had lost his mind. The simpler the gamble, the harder it was to cheat. And if cheating was impossible, then it was purely down to luck. Whoa, as expected of master. Whoa, my foot. Don't copy me. And besides, Haruto has gone insane. Another person joined the chorus of complaints. Kairi, however, simply smiled. A coin flip. Deciding the fate of the Momobami clan with a coin flip, what a novel experience. Fine, I accept Haruto's proposal. But who will flip the coin, and how will we make our choice? Flipping a coin was simple. But if either Haruto or Kairi flipped it, they could easily manipulate the result with technique alone. So, who flipped it, and how they chose, would determine the gamble's outcome. Haruto spun the coin between his fingers and casually said, you, me doesn't matter. As for the choice, before the coin lands, you can pick any side you want, and I'll take the others. The crowd looked at Haruto in sheer disbelief. This was like handing a loaded gun to Kairi, unlocking the safety, and pressing his head against the barrel. Wasn't this just suicide? Forget the president, even the student council members were confident that they could calculate the outcome of a coin flip. The coin's highest point, its facing side at the peak, its motion upon landing, all of these could be calculated. Under such circumstances, letting Kairi choose after the coin was tossed guaranteed a 100% victory. Kairi paused for a moment before smiling and nodding. Then, I'll leave the flip to Haruto, and I'll make the call. Haruto nodded, then flicked the coin into the air. The golden coin spun rapidly as it rose. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the coin. At its highest point, the coin's face was clearly visible, heads. Converting height into kinetic energy, numbers rolled in their minds, and they all reached the same conclusion. The coin would flip 142 2/3 times before landing. It would bounce 4 times, spin for 5.2 seconds and ultimately land on tails. Kairi's eyes lingered on the coin for a moment before shifting to Haruto. On his face, she saw no expression. No tension, no smugness, no fear, nothing. Was he that confident? I choose tails. As Kairi's words fell, the crisp sound of the coin hitting the floor rang out. Everyone's gaze followed the coin as it bounced off the ground. After 4 bounces, it finally. In the crowd's astonished eyes, the golden coin stood upright on the ground. A standing coin, an improbable but not impossible outcome. But everyone knew this coin was never meant to stand upright. The calculations were absolute, unless... How should I put it? Of all the times Haruto has cheated, this is the most blatant one. Master sure has a twisted sense of humor, and it's quite clever too. I didn't even notice it at first. Huang Quanyu Luna and Jabami Yumko commented from the side. At this moment, the coin had landed in a gap between the floorboards. It was precisely because it was stuck in the gap that it remained standing. And this was the student council room of Hueco Academy. A gap in the floorboards? That was completely impossible. So, that gap was clearly created by Haruto. But how should we count this? Is it a draw? Haruto was aiming for an exchange of bets, wasn't he? Runa was curious. After all, that Haruto didn't seem like the type to exchange benefits with others. Of course, Master wins. Because the initial condition was. Yumko smiled as she spoke. Everyone recalled the original conditions of the bet. The president would choose one side, and Haruto would get the remaining. The remaining? A realization dawned upon them. They had all overlooked such a simple language trap. The remaining of the opposite side wasn't just heads, it also included this exact scenario. Kairi had lost, yet she was still smiling. She walked up to Haruto, crouched down, and picked up the coin. It looks like Haruto has won. Then, according to the bet, the Momobami clan will now be under your care. Chapter 120, Containment Sites Established, Foundation Expands. Please don't look at me with that victimized expression. I'm not going to do anything weird to you. Haruto sighed helplessly. Standing before him was Ririka, who had removed her mask. Just as Haruto had known, beneath the white mask was a beautiful face strikingly similar to the student council president's. However, while Kairi exuded an aggressive, domineering beauty, Ririka gave off an air of frailty, a gentle and delicate girl at first glance. But right now, her expression was far from adorable. A mix of fear and trepidation, she looked like a helpless maiden about to be taken advantage of. Yes, the gamble had ended. Kairi had already been assimilated by Haruto, becoming his possession. However, Haruto had not pried too deeply into Kairi or altered her too much. The president had an extraordinarily sharp intuition, an extremely rare talent. Interfering rashly and causing her to lose this talent would be a significant loss for Haruto. After that, Kairi used her authority as the family head to summon all the main and branch members of the Momobami clan. Without a doubt, they were all taken over by Haruto. Under the influence of the Blacklight virus, the Momobami clan was now more unified than ever, becoming a powerful asset for Haruto. From then on, one of the four great financial clans and its immense wealth and status would serve Haruto and contribute to the SCP Foundation. Haruto acted swiftly, using the Momobami clan's resources to establish new containment facilities. In the initial phase, 9 sites were set up worldwide. Among them were locations in Japan, the Northern Country, the United States, and the city of Rome, strategically placed in major global powers. With this, when anomalies were contained outside Japan, there was no longer a need to transport them all the way back. This significantly reduced the risk of containment breaches during transport. Additionally, containment facilities were established in Japan's outskirts and its offshore seabed. Once the site in Japan's outskirts was completed, certain highly dangerous anomalies, which could cause mass casualties or even alter the landscape upon outbreak, would be transferred to this remote site for containment, minimizing the risks of containment failure. These anomalies included SCP-096, the Shy Guy, SCP-2662, Cthulhu, the Grotesque Worm, the Root of the Titans. Even though Haruto's control greatly reduced the chances of a containment breach, if these anomalies were to break out in a populated area, the consequences would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, the offshore seabed site in Japan was designated for anomalies of higher research value. A large number of researchers would be relocated there. Transferred anomalies included the Benji to Rise Kamishiro, Ghoul, SCP-500. The Panacea transferred personnel included Miharioyama Ihibara. Aside from building new containment facilities, another major project was set in motion. Using the Momobami clan's wealth and influence, the SCP Foundation purchased an island off the coast of Japan. On this island, an academy was to be built, tentatively named Starsea Academy. This academy would cater specifically to students of adolescence, with investment surpassing even the prestigious Hueco Academy. And the entry requirement? Possession of supernatural abilities. Yes, this was an academy specifically designed to contain and regulate individuals affected by adolescence syndrome. It was also the dream Haruto had once promised to Shunsuke Tosaka. Once Starsea Academy was completed, Shunsuke Tosaka and other adolescence syndrome patients would no longer have to live in containment site residential units. Although the containment site's living conditions were beyond luxurious, their exterior was alloy reinforced, but their interiors were filled with organic materials, designed to resemble normal streets. Each residential area contained a massive central garden, with a transparent dome that simulated the sun, moon, and stars. The spacious gardens, lush vegetation, and floral landscapes made it indistinguishable from the outside world. These accommodations ensured that SCP Foundation personnel could stay indefinitely without experiencing psychological stress, maintaining mental well-being. Even though Starsea Academy was essentially a larger containment unit, it would at least provide a greater sense of freedom. With this, Haruto had fulfilled the promise he made to Shunsuke Osaka. With so many projects underway at once, even the mighty Momobami clan was feeling the strain. Of course, this wasn't much of a problem. The SCP Foundation wasn't just a money pit. In fact, even a fraction of its scientific breakthroughs could drive the world into a frenzy. Previously, the SCP Foundation lacked external influence, making it vulnerable to other factions' greed. If they had revealed their research earlier, they would have had to fight off every major power, one by one. It's too troublesome. But now, with the Momobami clan acting as its public face, the Foundation could afford to reveal a little. Thus, Momobami Pharmaceuticals announced the development of a new cancer cure. In reality, it was a diluted Ghoul 1 solvent with only 0.1% of its original potency. Even Ghoul 3 solvent, despite heavy restrictions, couldn't yet be revealed it would cause global upheaval. Additionally, Momobami Energy announced the invention of the cold plasma battery. In truth, it was just a byproduct of the arc reactor, with its cold nuclear reaction components entirely removed. This technology only slightly improved existing battery efficiency, reducing energy loss and increasing storage capacity. But the result was a staggering 573% improvement over the world's best batteries. Just these two innovations caused the Momobami clan's financial power to skyrocket overnight. Previously, the Momobami clan was a dominant force in Japan but only a recognizable name globally. Now, the Momobami Financial Group was a world-renowned powerhouse, with corporations flocking to invest. And there was no room for corporate warfare. On Earth, who would dare challenge the Momobami Group? Anyone who tried the SCP Foundation would cut them down. With this, the previously strained financial resources of the Momobami clan quickly rebounded, surpassing their peak. Ahem, but let's not get sidetracked. The various constructions of the Foundation can be discussed later. Right now, Haruto was still dealing with Momobami Ririka. After handing over his beloved family member, his twin sister, to Haruto, the president simply pushed her into his arms. Then, without a second thought, he turned and left to handle the affairs of the Momobami clan, completely ignoring the fate of the trembling girl. As a result, Ririka was now in a state of fear, shivering but not daring to resist. "I'm not some kind of demon, so please relax," Haruto reassured her. Ririka blinked, looking at Haruto. She really wanted to tell the young man before her that he was far scarier than any demon. As the twin sister of the president, Ririka had always been like her shadow. Since birth, she had followed Kairari, handling trivial matters for her. As a shadow, she understood better than anyone how terrifying Kairari was. In fact, the Momobami clan originally had no main family. Everyone carried the same bloodline of the Momobami clan. And in this generation, the clan had split into a terrifying number of branches, hundreds of them. Moreover, with the clan's superior genetics and abundant training resources, there was not a single ordinary person among their descendants. Among these hundreds of monsters, the one who emerged victorious was Kairari. She had almost completely crushed her peers, trampling over those monstrous rivals and claiming dominance over the clan. From that moment on, Kairari became the head of the clan, establishing the main family. Ririka, having witnessed this process firsthand, had an almost blind reverence for Kairari. And she had also witnessed how Haruto had effortlessly defeated Kairari and taken the Momobami clan as his spoils of war. With that in mind, how could Ririka not be terrified of Haruto? On top of that, he had specifically requested her by name. This only made Ririka even more panicked. Ririka was not particularly concerned about devotion. However, what she feared was that Haruto played in a rather extreme manner. After all, someone like Kairari already had a chilling way of doing things. And Haruto, who was even stronger than the president, if he played in a twisted way, that would actually be quite normal. "May I ask, Haruto-sama, how do you intend to use me?" Ririka asked in a small voice. Seeing her concern, Haruto simply sighed and reached out to ruffle the girl's white hair. "Don't worry, it's no different from when you were by the president's side. Just as a secretary, nothing more. I'm sure you'll be more than capable, Ririka. I requested you from the president because I value your abilities. I won't do anything excessive." Translation: "You're a very useful tool." Hearing this, Ririka looked at Haruto in confusion and surprise. She hadn't expected that this ruler, who was even stronger than Kairari, would actually say something so gentle. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. Handling miscellaneous affairs is something I'm good at, so Haruto-sama, you can't leave it all to me. I'll make sure you're satisfied. She spoke with a gentle smile. Haruto nodded in approval. And then, he immediately handed her a huge stack of documents and paperwork. "Ririka?" The pile of materials and documents mainly consisted of Haruto's personal matters. This included his studies and exams at Sobu High, leave requests for Hueco Academy, publishing arrangements for Takatsuki Izumi's works, idol company reviews, and numerous affairs related to women. Ririka's smile froze on her face. She had already started regretting the bold words she had just spoken. I was just being polite. Did you really have to take it seriously? Chapter 121, Hikaru's Resentment and Bunny Girl. Haruto-sama, setting aside your work as a famous mangaka and idol producer. Handling the academic affairs of two schools is understandable. That's still within reason. But may I ask, why are you dumping the task of maintaining relationships with multiple women and buying gifts onto me? Ririka looked at him as if he were human trash. Her deep fear and sliver of reverence for Haruto had completely vanished. There was not even a trace of it left. Although Ririka was the gentle and somewhat soft type, even she couldn't help but feel a bit of resentment when faced with the massive pile of work he had thrown at her. The workload wasn't the issue, it was just exhausting. But making her responsible for preparing gifts for multiple different girls? Plus one resentment from overworked secretary. Seeing Ririka's expression, Haruto smiled helplessly. Please, Ririka. He put his hands together and sincerely pleaded. After a long silence, Ririka sighed, picked up the mountain of files, and went to work. Haruto had no complaints about her attitude. He knew himself best. Being Haruto's secretary was truly exhausting, both physically and mentally. If he had handed this pile of work to another all-rounder secretary like Hayasaka, he would probably get a cold stare and a trash, go die before she threw the files away and left without looking back. By comparison, Ririka was still too soft. A few sweet words were enough to coax her into doing the work. With Ririka as his secretary, Haruto suddenly had a lot more free time. Speaking of which, there was still one troublesome matter left unresolved, wasn't there? As Haruto sifted through his memories, he recalled a pending issue. Kamiki Hikaru. A reincarnator he had arranged to be monitored and investigated. But since he didn't possess any particularly abnormal traits nor posed a severe threat to human society, his priority for handling was set quite low. After giving the order for surveillance, Haruto had been busy. Only now did he finally have free time to deal with this guy. Haruto pulled out his phone, connected to the Foundation's database, and retrieved Hikaru's investigation records. Born in Kanagawa. Mother died in childbirth, raised by relatives, inherited a large fortune. Formerly a member of the Lililai Theater Troupe and one of its top-tier actors. Graduated from a science university, participated in Lililai from ages 10 to 16 as an actor. Now the legal representative of Kamiki Productions' talent agency, established his own company at 25. Currently active as both the owner and star actor of Kamiki Productions. At first glance, Hikaru's life seemed normal. But upon closer inspection, it became clear that he possessed an unusual depth of knowledge and skills far beyond his age. During middle and high school, he was mostly on leave, constantly performing in the theater. Logically, his academic foundation should have been severely lacking. Yet, he still managed to enter university with excellent grades. This was the telltale sign of a reincarnator. Unfortunately, even the Foundation's investigation couldn't determine the exact cause of his reincarnation. Beyond his public records, there were also some dark secrets. Hikaru had dated 7 girlfriends, all of whom were either rising stars or already famous actresses in the entertainment industry. Without exception, all 7 women died in violent incidents. While 1 or 2 cases were officially ruled as accidents, the Foundation's investigations uncovered the truth. And at the center of it all, Hikaru himself. He was never directly involved, always acting as the instigator, manipulating others to satisfy his twisted desires. He derived a perverse sense of fulfillment by ending the lives of talented and promising actresses. Haruto's fingers tapped rhythmically on the back of his phone. After a brief moment of thought, he made a decision. Since he is a derivative of the reincarnation anomaly, let's conduct a little experiment. Based on Kamiki Hikaru's memories, he has thrived in the entertainment industry across multiple lifetimes. So, what happens if we make him fall from the top? Will the anomaly react? If nothing happens, then I'll just kill him once. Or maybe a few times. Eventually, I'll figure out the answer. In Haruto's eyes, Hikaru wasn't even qualified to be called human. He was just another disposable asset like a D-class personnel used for testing anomalies. And according to the surveillance records, Hikaru was currently filming a reality show in its preparation stage. The timing was just right. At this moment, Hikaru was backstage at the romance reality show Starting Love Today. A stylist was doing his makeup and choosing his outfit. Though his face remained calm, inside, he was seething with rage. Throughout multiple reincarnations, Hikaru had rarely faced problems he couldn't resolve. Everything had always gone his way. If obstacles arose, he could easily deal with them using his methods. But this time, the image of a certain young man surfaced in his mind. Hikaru gritted his teeth in fury. I am a reincarnator, someone superior to all others mere insects. And yet, that insect actually dared. The reason he was appearing on this reality show was not part of his original plan. He was supposed to be starring as the lead actor in Want to Love You, a major drama adaptation. The original work had an excellent reputation, a massive fan base, and enormous production funding with top-tier writers. It was a guaranteed hit. Hikaru had worked hard to secure the lead role, it was almost set in stone. But just as filming was about to begin, he was kicked out of the project. And the one responsible? Umbrella Talent Agency. This company, with its absurd wealth and backing, played by its own rules, ignoring the entire industry. Even with all his manipulative tactics, Hikaru was ousted with no chance to fight back. He had no way to appeal. The investors were replaced, the director obeyed without question. It was terrifyingly efficient. Even taking the matter online was useless. Any channel where he could voice his complaint was already bought off. Umbrella simply didn't care about the cost. Forced to retreat, Hikaru had no choice but to accept this reality show gig. But he swore, someday, he would get his revenge. A mere insect dared to humiliate me like this. The call from the styling assistant snapped Hikaru out of his thoughts. The makeup was done, and his outfit matched his usual style. The formal attire might have looked stiff on others, but on Hikaru, it worked perfectly. Suppressing his hatred for the moment, Hikaru looked toward the door. Participating in this dating show was actually beneath his status. The reason was an actress. The hatred surged up again. Hikaru still wanted to destroy Hoshino Ai. That woman was, without a doubt, the most radiant person he had ever seen in his multiple lifetimes. She had a natural talent, as if she were destined to become an idol. If he could destroy someone like Hoshino Ai, he would surely feel an immense sense of satisfaction. He would finally feel the weight of his own existence. But under Umbrella Entertainment's management, Hoshino Ai was completely out of his reach. He wasn't even worthy of meeting her again. He was forced to change his target. Just thinking about it made Hikaru's hatred flare up again. In the end, it was all because of that boy. Hikaru-san, are you ready? We're about to start. A staff member's voice came from outside. Kamiki Hikaru took a deep breath and stepped out of the preparation room. Coincidentally, a girl emerged from the preparation room across the hall at the same time. She had long limbs, deep eyes, a small face, and a model-like slender figure. Her dignified face carried a slightly bored expression, exuding a mature, lazy charm. Her waist-length black hair had slight inward curls near her face. The bangs on the left side were pinned back with 2 hairpins, and further back on the left side of her hair was another hairpin, this one a pink rabbit-shaped decoration. Sakurajima-san, please take your position. The first scene requires your opening monologue. Just keep it natural. The staff member addressed the girl. Got it. The girl named Sakurajima responded and walked toward the camera. However, there was a hint of frost on her face, clearly showing her dissatisfaction with this gig. Hikaru's gaze followed Sakurajima. His next target was this girl named Sakurajima. Sakurajima had debuted as a child star, gaining considerable fame at a young age. Although she had a brief slump during her transition from child star to adult roles, she quickly regained her popularity. Now, she worked as a model and actress. Without a doubt, this girl was shining brightly. Hikaru wanted to destroy her. And this time, it would be easy. Because Mai's manager, her mother would accept any job for her daughter, no matter how much Mai disliked it. As long as he offered some resources in exchange, he could easily get close to Mai through her manager. Chapter 122, Haruto makes a guest appearance. Everyone, the premiere of Starting Love today will be broadcast live. YouTube live streams have been trending lately, so we're using this format to build hype. But don't worry, only the premiere will be live. After all, it's a dating show. The first episode is simple, no script. Just introduce yourselves and get to know each other. The usual games and group activities will be filmed in later episodes, and we'll plan the script then. Even though it's live, just relax and treat it like a casual chat. Any questions? The staff explained the unique format of today's show. The 6 participants, 3 men and 3 women, all attractive figures in the entertainment industry, nodded in agreement. After all, this wasn't a last-minute decision. When the show was first planned, YouTube live streams were already gaining traction. So, the decision to premiere the show live had been written into the contract from the start. Since they had agreed to participate, they had no objections. Seeing their nods, the staff smiled and turned to Mai. Mai-san, as we discussed earlier, you'll do the opening monologue. While Mai wasn't the most popular, she was the most well-known, having debuted as a child star. Her experience made her the perfect choice for the opening. Mai nodded. The lines were prepared, And as a former child star, she was well versed in all kinds of promotional work. Even a live stream was nothing to fear. Dropping her icy expression, Mai switched into professional mode and walked to the designated spot in front of the camera, ready to deliver the opening monologue. The staff checked the time. The scheduled live stream was about to begin. All departments, prepare for the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. With the signal, the live stream began, and the camera started rolling. Behind the camera, a large screen displayed the live feed. Comments were already flooding in. While the dating show wasn't a massive hit, it had a decent following, and the live stream format had drawn a lot of early viewers. The screen showed a bright classroom, with sunlight reflecting off the desks. The atmosphere of youth was instantly captured. Since the participants were all of student age, the show had rented a private school building as the filming location. The classroom setting evoked nostalgia, making it a great choice. Mai appeared in the classroom. The girl sat at a desk in the back, leaning on it sideways. As the camera approached, she slowly sat up. After stretching, she turned to the camera with a natural, charming smile. The opening was perfect. Comments like AWSL, "Ah, I'm dead," flooded the screen. "I'm Sakurajima Mai, 17 years old. I'm currently working as a model and actress. Nice to meet you." After Mai's introduction, the other guests began entering the frame one by one, introducing themselves. The director watched the livestream metrics and comments, smiling. Things were going great. The livestream was trending, and it looked like the show would attract a lot of attention. The director estimated that this episode might break records. When Hikaru appeared on screen, the comments noticeably increased. Clearly, he still had a lot of fans. The guests sat down, forming a semicircle and leaving space for the camera. The first episode was designed to feel like a casual classroom chat, with the participants getting to know each other. The camera focused more on Hikaru. After all, he was the biggest star here. "Mai-san. Can I call you that?" During the conversation, Hikaru suddenly turned to Mai, smiling. His acting made him seem harmless, like a sunny, friendly boy. Mai was momentarily stunned. For some reason, perhaps intuition, she instinctively wanted to stay away from him. But in front of the camera, Mai put on a professional smile and agreed. Comments like "they're so cute together" immediately flooded the screen. Even without a script, the show was clearly pushing the Kamiki Hikaru and Sakurajima Mai pairing. One had deep roots in the industry, and the other was a rising star. Together, they had the highest potential to boost the show's popularity. Isn't that what shipping is all about? The reason Mai had looked so cold earlier was that she didn't want to fake a relationship with a stranger. However, her mother had accepted the show without consulting her. Meanwhile, in front of another screen, a girl was holding her phone, grinning foolishly. "This is so great. Love and all that." The girl had short pink hair and a large black bow on her head. Not far from her, Shinomiya Kaguya was glaring at her coldly. "Cancer of the earth," Kaguya muttered under her breath. This was the student council room. Yet, Fujiwara Chika wasn't doing any work. Instead, she was lounging on the sofa, watching some live stream. Watching a live stream was bad enough, but she was also shouting things like love and romance. Kaguya, already stressed about many things, was even more annoyed now. Especially when it came to love. Just hearing the word made Kaguya think of Haruto, who hadn't accepted her invitation, and a strange sense of loss washed over her. "Hayasaka, kindly put Fujiwara-san to a barrel, then feed her to the fishes." Kaguya waved over Hayasaka, then whispered into her ear. Hayasaka was speechless. "Miss, please don't joke like that." The Fujiwara family was an indispensable ally to the Shinomiya family. Moreover, Hayasaka knew that Fujiwara Chika, despite being a bit of a mess, was one of the few friends her mistress had. Kaguya sighed. She was just venting. Standing up, Kaguya walked over to Chika. Since she couldn't actually take care of her, she might as well see what this cancer of the earth was watching. Standing behind Chika, Kaguya looked at her phone. On the screen, several men and women were chatting. There were also many comments scrolling across the screen. Kaguya frowned. "What is this?" Chika was startled by the voice behind her, nearly dropping her phone. But when she saw it was Kaguya, she quickly adjusted and smiled. Pulling Kaguya down to sit beside her, Chika began enthusiastically explaining. "This is a live stream of the dating show starting Love Today. It's really interesting. Watch it with me, Kaguya." Kaguya tilted her head in confusion. What was a dating show? And what was a live stream? As the caged bird of the Shinomiya family, Kaguya had been isolated from the internet since childhood. So, she really didn't understand the concept of a dating show. It's where celebrities date each other and show the process. It's super fun. Look, these two are so sweet together. Chika, Noticing Kaguya's confusion, explained while pointing at the screen. The comments were also overwhelmingly positive. Kaguya, however, frowned as she watched. That woman doesn't seem to want to talk to that man. It looks more like she is being forced. Chika was stunned, then let out a confused sound. Huh? Is that so? Kaguya was confident in her judgment. Although she didn't know much about love, she had a keen eye for reading subtle expressions. While the girl on screen was a good actress, Kaguya could still detect a hint of reluctance. Hayasaka also walked over and stood behind the sofa, looking at the phone. She reached the same conclusion as her mistress. Dating shows are about celebrities pretending to date. While some might develop real feelings, most of it is acting. What Kaguya-san is seeing as forced is just the performers adhering to the show's rules and putting on an act. Hayasaka explained to her mistress. Hearing this, Kaguya's frown deepened. Forced romance? Wasn't that just like her? Her future arranged marriage would be for the sake of benefit, not out of something as frivolous as love. In the past, Kaguya would have accepted this sacrifice for her family, but now, she felt nothing but disgust at the idea. It's all acting? Ugh, I thought the couple I was shipping was real. I even liked some of Kamiki Hikaru's works. Chika whined tearfully. At that moment, someone suddenly entered the live stream. It looked like a staff member. The comments were flooded with question marks. A live accident? What's going on? I was just getting into it. Is this the next segment? But the preview didn't mention this. The staff member who had entered the frame addressed the camera. Actually, for the premiere of Starting Love today, we have a surprise. In addition to the 6 main guests, we've invited a special guest. Now, let's welcome our mystery guest. After the announcement, the camera cut to the door. Huh? A special guest? Wait, isn't 3 guys and 3 girls perfect? Why add another guest and create a love triangle? It was me. It was me who came first, whether it was the kiss or the hug. Someone ban the White Album 2 fan above. Why are there always these stomach-churning White Album 2 fans everywhere? The comments buzzed about the mystery guest. Meanwhile, off-camera, the 6 guests were stunned. What special guest? They hadn't been told about this. Their contracts definitely didn't mention this. Hikaru's right eyelid twitched, and he felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. He glanced at the director. The director was on the phone, bowing and nodding obsequiously. Seeing this, Hikaru's unease grew. And then, his worst fears were realized. The person he hated most appeared at the door. Haruto Fr, hello MF, on camera, Haruto, dressed in a high school uniform, stepped into the classroom and smiled at the camera. His smile was like a gentle breeze, radiating warmth even through the screen. Hayasaka? Kaguya? Chika picked up her phone, scrutinized it, then turned to Kaguya in disbelief. Kaguya-san, isn't that Haruto-kun? Chapter 123, Izumi-sensei? Question mark. Kaguya snatched the phone and stared wide-eyed at Haruto on the screen. Then, she turned to Hayasaka in confusion. However, Hayasaka was equally shocked, her face blank. Since when did that scoundrel start filming a dating show? Huh? So Haruto-kun is also a celebrity? A star? Let me look him up. Chika's curiosity was instantly ignited. This was the guy Kaguya wanted to pursue. And now he was on a dating show. This was just too interesting. However, after a quick search, she found nothing. Meanwhile, the live stream comments were exploding. Bro, why are you so handsome? He smiled at me. He has feelings for me. 3 minutes, I need this man's full info. Damn, there's actually someone handsomer than me? Even I have to admit defeat. To the guy above, buy a mirror. They're not expensive. Or just pee and take a look at yourself. Am I the only one wondering who this guy is? I've never seen him before. Half the comments were marveling at Haruto's looks, while the other half were puzzled about his identity. Any initial skepticism had completely vanished. After all, with looks like that, he was unstoppable. The camera followed Haruto as he walked over to the 6 guests. Hikaru's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He wanted nothing more than to rush over and take revenge. He couldn't understand why Haruto was here. At the same time, his sense of foreboding grew stronger. The director, watching the comments, breathed a sigh of relief. The higher-ups had suddenly pressured him to add a special guest. This was a live stream, and the director had thought it was over. But if he didn't follow orders, he'd be replaced tomorrow. So, gritting his teeth, the director changed the live stream format. To his surprise, this newcomer with no prior experience was so handsome that no one could resist. Well, that solved that. On camera, Haruto smiled and introduced himself. Hello everyone, I'm the special guest, Takuman Haruto. Nice to meet you. With that, Haruto casually took a seat. The room fell silent for a moment. The 6 guests, except for Hikaru, were all confused about why Haruto had suddenly joined the show. They glanced subtly at the director, only to see him holding up a sign that read, "Keep going." They had no choice but to continue with the show, despite their confusion. So who is this guy? The guests all looked shocked. Did they not know about the special guest? Is this really a surprise? Did the higher-ups just shove this newcomer into debut? The comments were still puzzled about Haruto's identity. Meanwhile, the guests found it hard to continue their previous conversation. So, they shifted the focus to Haruto. One of the actresses asked curiously, "Haruto-kun. Forgive my ignorance, but I don't think I've heard your name before. What do you do for a living?" She voiced the question on everyone's mind. Where did this guy come from? Was he a newcomer shoved in by the higher-ups? "I'm currently still a student," Haruto replied without batting an eye. At this, everyone understood. He hadn't debuted yet. He must be a newcomer pushed in by the higher-ups to ride the show's popularity. Honestly, this wasn't a good impression. Only Hikaru knew that this young man wasn't here to debut. If Haruto really wanted to debut, the forces behind him could catapult him to the top in no time. Why bother with this small show? However, even though he knew some of the details, Hikaru couldn't just spill them. Wouldn't that just give Haruto free publicity? But if he said nothing, wouldn't that just let Haruto show off? The actress who had asked the question, with a hint of malice, continued, "Oh? Which school do you attend?" In her mind, since he was debuting, his academic performance couldn't be great. If he named some no-name school, she could just say she hadn't heard of it. The higher-ups had added a newcomer without consulting the existing guests, not even notifying them. Naturally, there was some resentment. Hikaru gritted his teeth. Wasn't this just handing Haruto a platform to show off? He had seen Haruto at the Sobuhai Cultural Festival. "I currently attend Sobuhai," Haruto replied calmly. The actress was stunned. "Huh? You're from one of the big 3 schools? Then why are you debuting?" In Japan, the idol and acting industries were highly developed. This meant the number of people in these industries was staggering. But only a small fraction of them actually made it big and earned significant money. Graduates from Sobuhai, one of the big 3, could easily enter major corporations, even the 4 great Zaibatsu. Why bother debuting and wading into this mess? Meanwhile, the comments exploded. Alright, this guy's probably just here for fun. Why would someone from the big 3 debut? Anyone with the skills, check if what he's saying is true. Report. Found it. Haruto, top scorer in this year's national exams. Currently enrolled at Sobuhai. He's a god. CCC. Top scorer. The live stream's popularity began to skyrocket. Mai, however, found Haruto increasingly familiar. Coupled with the mention of Sobuhai, she pulled out her phone and found a video. "Haruto-kun, is this you?" she asked curiously. Everyone turned to look at the phone screen. The video showed the stage at the Sobuhai Cultural Festival. The first thing everyone noticed was Hoshino Ai. She was a top-tier idol, far more popular than any of them. Then, the boy took the stage. A powerful, emotional voice came through the speakers. The song was Guren no Yumiya, Crimson Bow and Arrow. When the video ended, everyone stared at Haruto in shock. "Yes, that's me." Haruto nodded. "I was randomly chosen to go on stage during the cultural festival." Hearing this, everyone was speechless. Wait, you call that random? With skills like that, other singers would be utterly crushed. Wouldn't it be a waste not to debut with that talent? Oh. Sobuhai Cultural Festival. Never mind. Mai was also surprised. She had seen this video online before and had marveled at the boy's singing skills. She never expected to meet him in person. Ahaha. Haruto-kun, do you like Attack on Titan too? The actress who had tried to pick a fight earlier laughed awkwardly, trying to make up for her earlier mistake. Haruto-kun must be a huge fan of Attack on Titan. Otherwise, you couldn't have written such a fitting song. Someone else chimed in nervously. Haruto shook his head. I wouldn't say I'm a fan. It's mainly because Attack on Titan is my work, so I have a deeper connection to it. The room fell silent. Even the comments paused for a moment, leaving a blank space on the screen. Then, an overwhelming flood of comments followed. WTF. Izumi. This genius is Izumi-sensei. Izumi-sensei, I'm your fan. Stay right there, I'll bring you some local specialties. Someone. Get over here. Izumi-sensei has appeared in the flesh. Does anyone know where this livestream is happening? Report. Found the show's location. Heading there now to meet Izumi-sensei in person. Many viewers went wild. If there was one manga series that was currently the most popular, not just in Japan but across the entire anime community, it was Attack on Titan. And its author, Izumi-sensei, was a mysterious figure whom readers both loved and hated. Loved, because he had created Attack on Titan, allowing everyone to enjoy such an incredible manga. Hated, because the guy kept taking breaks, saying things like going out for research, taking a break, mwah. Now, people were actually planning to track down the livestream location and meet Haruto in person. On screen, the guests were stunned for a long time before finally coming to their senses. "You're Azumi-sensei?" one person asked, their voice trembling, using an honorific. Haruto waved his hand. "My pen name is Azumi, but I'm not really a sensei. Just a hobbyist who likes drawing manga." Everyone felt suffocated. If Azumi-sensei, who had debuted at the peak with Attack on Titan and locked in the Rookie of the Year title in just 1 month, didn't qualify as a sensei, then everyone in the manga industry might as well switch careers. You've truly mastered the art of humble bragging. Meanwhile, the director, watching the skyrocketing popularity, was over the moon. Countless people were flooding into the live stream, whether to pay homage to the top-scoring genius or to catch a glimpse of Azumi-sensei. Either way, the hype was all about Haruto. This wasn't a dating show anymore, it was purely Haruto's solo performance. But with popularity like this, who cared about romance? The director just wanted to say, "Please keep showing off. Don't stop." Mai looked at Haruto, feeling like she had never met anyone like him. Unable to hold back, she asked curiously, "Then, Haruto-kun, why did you came to this dating show?" This was also on everyone's mind. This guy, academically, could choose any high-ranking position in the 4 great Zaibatsu after graduation. In terms of achievements, he was the rookie king of the anime world. Who hadn't heard of Azumi? As for money, the peanuts this dating show paid probably weren't even enough for Haruto to draw 1 chapter of his manga. Haruto, however, looked at Mai and smiled. "I came here for someone." The room fell silent. This was a story. The other guests all looked at Mai with envy. The comments exploded. "Wow! What kind of light novel plot is this? I'm shipping them so hard. Izumi-sensei is too smooth. Izumi-sensei's eyes have been on Mai since he sat down. So sweet." Mai blinked in disbelief. "You came here for someone?" From the moment Haruto had entered, his gaze had been on her, and she had felt it. But for her? Why? Meanwhile, Hikaru was seething. He was certain that the person Haruto had come for was him. Just then, the door to the studio burst open. A figure rushed in, a gleaming knife in hand, lunging toward the guests. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, including the staff. The live stream was still running, and viewers watched as the figure charged into the frame, attempting to attack. A glint of mischief flashed in Haruto's eyes. He reached out, pulling Mai into his arms and shielding her as he moved aside. At the same time, he grabbed the others nearby, pulling them out of harm's way. In the chaos, the guests managed to retreat thanks to Haruto. Only Hikaru, sitting across from Haruto and farthest away, was left unprotected. The figure, clutching the knife, lunged at him. "Kamiki Hikaru! I'll kill you!" The figure screamed hysterically. Chapter 124, The Attacker's Identity, and Kamiki Hikaru's Fear and Emergency? CCC. An obsessive fan? Really trying to kill someone online? Call the police. The sudden incident threw the studio into chaos. Fortunately, Haruto had stepped in to save the guests. Otherwise, given their nerves, they might have frozen in place, staring as the attacker charged. Hikaru, however, had lived multiple lives and possessed considerable courage. While dodging, he subtly glanced at Haruto. Though he had no evidence, Hikaru was 99% sure this incident had been orchestrated by Haruto. After all, inciting obsessive fans to attack celebrities was one of Hikaru's own tactics. He suspected this was Haruto's way of turning the tables. Rip. Dodging, Hikaru only suffered a cut on his arm, avoiding any life-threatening injury. Jumping over tables and chairs, Hikaru escaped the attacker's range. "Hey, this level of threat? It'll just be a stepping stone for me." Hikaru sneered inwardly. Once this was over, the media would praise his quick thinking, and his injury could be used to garner sympathy. In fact, the cut on his arm was intentional. The attacker, failing to land a hit, tried to climb over the tables and chairs. Hikaru kicked the table, causing the attacker to lose balance and fall. As the two faced off, the staff finally reacted, and several people rushed forward. The attacker was pinned to the ground by the staff. The knife was wrestled away and kicked into a corner. Hikaru looked slightly panicked, but inwardly, he was smirking. His gaze flicked toward Haruto. However, Hikaru didn't see the disappointment of a failed plan on Haruto's face. Instead, there was still a mocking glint in Haruto's eyes. Just like before. This made Hikaru's confidence waver. That was terrifying. This is straight-up criminal behavior. Thankfully no one was hurt, or this would have been the biggest broadcast accident of the year. Izumi-sensei was so cool just now. He immediately protected my san in his arms. Kamiki-san was amazing too. If it were me, I'd have frozen on the spot. By the way, who's the attacker? An obsessive fan? Seems like they were targeting Kamiki-san. The comments were filled with praise. As Hikaru had predicted, his quick reaction and injury became positive publicity. Once this recording was over, his company could edit and promote it, boosting his popularity even further. That is, if nothing else went wrong. The staff pulled the attacker to their feet, preparing to restrain them until the police arrived. The director breathed a sigh of relief. This livestream had too many accidents. But this was also an opportunity for explosive popularity. The topic was trending like crazy. The director could already imagine the show topping the hot search tomorrow, achieving massive success and reaping both fame and profit. But then, as the attacker was pulled up, the hood covering their head slipped off. A twisted face appeared on screen. The moment Hikaru saw that face, his mind exploded. He recognized the attacker. They were a former member of the Lililai Company, where Hikaru had also performed. Realizing this, Hikaru vaguely guessed what was happening. He glared at Haruto. At that moment, Haruto was off camera, and the other guests were focused on the attacker. Only Hikaru saw the mocking smirk on Haruto's face, just like before. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hikaru immediately moved to shut down the live stream. Kamiki Hikaru. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. For Mikaya. You deserve to die. The restrained attacker roared. At the same time, they began struggling violently, their strength overwhelming the staff trying to hold them down. Mikaya. Does the attacker know Kamiki-san? Mikaya must be that girl from the Lililai agency. Wait. Look closely, isn't he a member of the Lililai agency? Didn't they go to jail? Didn't Mikaya die in a violent incident? Why would the attacker seek revenge from Kamiki Hikaru? I smell a huge scandal. Could Kamiki Hikaru be involved in Mikaya's death and this person's imprisonment? Fans of Hikaru quickly recognized the attacker's identity. Mikaya had also been a member of Lililai, once as famous as Hikaru. But she had died in a violent incident. Behind that incident, of course, was Hikaru pulling the strings. It seemed like the truth was coming out, but in reality, the attacker and Mikaya had almost no connection. Moreover, Hikaru had covered his tracks perfectly, leaving no evidence. Hearing this, Hikaru was furious. Though he had indeed orchestrated Mikaya's death, this situation was clearly a setup. Shut down the live stream? Hikaru shouted at the staff, no longer caring about appearances. While shutting down the live stream mid-incident might seem like covering up, it was still a reasonable response. If they could end the stream now, the fallout could be managed later. But Haruto wasn't about to let him have his way. A faint red light flashed in Haruto's eyes. The staff member controlling the equipment fell under the influence of the Sharingan's genjutsu, their eyes going blank. Seeing this, Hikaru rushed to the equipment, planning to shut it down himself. Meanwhile, the attacker continued to shout, Kamiki Hikaru. You bullied me, and I could forgive that. You used your resources to take Mikaya from me, and I could forgive that too. But why? Why did you incite your fans to kill Mikaya? You slept with her. She was carrying your child. You framed me and sent me to jail. Were you that afraid I'd seek revenge? Then why did you kill Mikaya in the first place? I'll kill you, Kamiki Hikaru. Even if I have to crawl out of hell, I'll kill you. Let's go to hell together. As the attacker roared, they broke free from the staff and lunged at Hikaru. This time, their speed and strength were noticeably enhanced. Hikaru, trying to shut down the equipment, had moved away from the tables and chairs. He was tackled to the ground, the attacker's hands around his throat. The shadow of death loomed over Hikaru. Even after multiple reincarnations, this was the first time he had faced such violent death head-on. His survival instincts kicked in, and his hands flailed wildly. His fingers brushed against something cold. Hikaru instinctively grabbed it and thrust it toward the attacker. Thud. The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed. The knife that had been kicked into the corner had coincidentally ended up in Hikaru's hands and was now coincidentally plunged into the attacker's chest. The blade pierced the heart, and the attacker immediately went limp, their grip on Hikaru loosening. Blood splattered as the attacker collapsed onto Hikaru. This scene was captured by the camera and broadcast to thousands of viewers. Amid the bloodshed, the live stream was forcibly shut down, and the channel was banned. Viewers, after screaming in shock, began refreshing the page. But their efforts were in vain. The live stream was gone. With nowhere to discuss the incident, viewers flooded YouTube's discussion boards. Many had recorded the incident from the beginning. In the blink of an eye, dozens of screen recordings were uploaded to the video section of YouTube. The heat quickly climbed, and the topic instantly became a hot search. Questionable cause of death of Mikaya, member of Lililai? Accident during live broadcast of dating show starting Love Today. Intrusion by an obsessive fan? The shocking scoop about Troop Lililai. Bullying members, forcing young girls, and he's still popular today? We are all responsible. Fugitive caught, escaped from prison just to avenge his beloved, and the target of revenge is actually this celebrity. Several tags were hung on the hot search list, instantly dominating it. And the top search term was, Hikari Kamiki kills. Some of the uploaded screen recordings involving bloody violence were banned. But some clever people cut out the last few frames or added thick mosaics. This way, without the gore elements, it was just pure violence, and because of the high topic search, it passed the review. Soon, the homepage was occupied by screen recordings. Netizens in the first line of surfing in Japan almost all learned about this incident. For a while, various speculations were flying everywhere. PR? Not to mention too late for PR, even with the fastest reaction, PR was powerless. The videos were already welded on the homepage, and the hot search list was early nailed down. Withdrawing from the hot search? The staffs managing the hot search were all at a 5-star restaurant in Japan, invited by Umbrella for a meal. Pushing away the corpse on his body. Yes, a corpse. The stab just now went straight into the heart, causing instant death. Hikaru, covered in blood, got up from the ground, his face ferocious. Seeing this, several guests all stepped back. Even the staff of the dating show were scared and retreated. Hikaru looked at Haruto, wishing he could pounce on him and eat his flesh and drink his blood. Hikaru knew that his acting career was over. Reached the end. Even without looking at the outside information, he understood that there was no room for maneuver. The assailant died on the spot. The slander against him with a human life, even if the assailant's words had no evidence, it didn't matter anymore. Hikaru only felt that the young man in front of him, who still had a calm sneer attitude, was a devil. Because of reincarnation, Hikaru, who considered himself superior, now deeply felt that he was nothing more than an ant that could be casually crushed underfoot in front of him. The appearance of this assailant, from the very beginning, was not to kill Hikaru. The scene at this moment was what the devil wanted. This assailant had no extra interactions with Makai and had no reason to seek revenge. Moreover, he was also a real criminal, drug addict and rapist, and it was natural for him to go to prison. But, after the incident, the assailant's imprisonment would be spread as Hikaru Kamiki's framing. Makai and the assailant would become a pair of ill-fated lovers, persecuted by Hikaru Kamiki, both meeting their demise. Even without evidence, labels like bullying, scum, murderer were already welded onto Hikaru. And all of this was thanks to the devil in front of him. At this moment, Hikaru felt a deep fear. It was a fear deeper than death. Chapter 125, Adolescent Syndrome of Sakurajima. My wow. That was thrilling. But Haruto is so amazing, I think I've caught on to Haruto's handsomeness. Looking at the dark live broadcast room, Chika stroked her chest while exclaiming. Meanwhile, Shinomiya Kaguya's expression was complicated. So handsome. No, not that. This man, isn't he too much of a scum? He already has high Asaka, yet he still goes to participate in a dating show. And he's so protective of the woman next to him. Are actors and celebrities really that good? Kaguya was somewhat dissatisfied. Her invitation fell through, as the young lady of the Shinomiya family, where is she inferior to that actress? Thinking of this, Shinomiya Kaguya looked down. A sudden surge of resentment arose from her when all she could see is the great plain of Kendo. Meanwhile, Hayasaka had guessed something. This scumbag president was most likely carrying out an anomaly containment or contact mission. That assailant was probably a D-class personnel. Although Hayasaka hadn't seen the anomaly materials on Hikaru, she had guessed the truth pretty well. But, even while on a mission, he still doesn't forget to flirt. This scumbag president. Kaguya-chan. You need to step up your offensive. Quickly bring Haruto to Shuchian Academy, don't let someone else take him first. Fujiwara Chika shook Kaguya. This girl was completely a romance enthusiast. Kaguya looked numb, planning to send an invitation to Haruto in a couple of days. No matter what, she had to bring Haruto to the upcoming evening party. At this moment, at the live broadcast site of the dating show. Seeing Hikaru sink into fear, Haruto just sneered. Reincarnator? Even if you were the reincarnation anomaly entity, in front of the SCP Foundation, you're just a containment object. The assailant this time was transferred by Haruto. Coincidentally, this guy was sentenced to death for various crimes, drug addiction and trafficking, rape, etc. He was extradited by the Foundation and brought back as D-class personnel. Since he's D-class personnel, it doesn't matter how he's expended. After an A-level memory alteration, this scene was set up. From the initial design, Haruto didn't plan to kill Hikaru here, but to ruin his reputation. Through this method, to observe if the reincarnation anomaly would react. Moreover, This was a live broadcast. Killing Hikaru in front of the live broadcast camera, in case it triggered the reincarnation anomaly, causing some anomalies. Then Haruto would have to conduct a large-scale memory wipe. Afterwards, in the silence, Inspector Megure arrived with the officers from the Chiba Police Department. The scene was preserved, and the staff and Hikaru were taken away for investigation. The others, being unrelated to the incident and considering the artists going to jail would be bad for their image, were on the spot recorded and then released. "Oh, it's you again." Inspector Megure recognized Haruto, walked over, and patted his shoulder. He had just watched the recording. Once again, this young man had acted bravely and righteously, protecting several artists, especially the young girl beside him. This was a live broadcast, and with several artists who had fan bases. If these artists were involved in the incident, and something happened, then the police department would be very busy. Of course, even now the matter was not small. But, Haruto had prevented a huge trouble for the Chiba Police Department. Therefore, Inspector Megure's attitude was extremely good, and his impression of Haruto was increasingly better. This was not only a brave and righteous good young man, but also a helpful citizen to the police department. Haruto chuckled, feeling somewhat complicated. After retrieving his memories, he remembered this Inspector Megure. Speaking of which, this wasn't even in Beka Town. Well, in the next couple of days, I'll have to prepare a brave and righteous banner for you, and also apply for a bonus for you. Inspector Megure said with a smile. Haruto waved his hand, indicating it wasn't necessary. By the way, Inspector Megure, do you know a kid named Conan? Haruto tentatively asked. Inspector Megure was stunned, then nodded. Yes, I know him. That kid is quite smart, and has helped me solve many cases. Do you know him? Hearing this, Haruto couldn't help but click his tongue. The detective Conan. Haruto always felt that Conan was a walking weak mimetic. Ahem, no, I don't know him, it's just that I used to be neighbors with Kudo Shinichi, and I heard him mention it before. Haruto casually brushed it off. And by the way asked where Conan lived. He planned to check it out later, in case it really was a mimetic anomaly, it would be better to contain it. After the conversation, Inspector Megure led the police department team to wrap up. At this time, the managers and teams of the artists also one after another arrived. Haruto glanced at Sakurajima Mai. Regarding Sakurajima Mai, with his memories retrieved, Haruto of course knew. Not only is she a stunning beauty, but she also has an amazing personality, kind, understanding, and highly emotionally intelligent. She can drive at 300 miles per hour bold, confident, straightforward and shit, but can also become shy and bashful in the next moment, like a delicate maiden. Because he knew her, Haruto's gaze remained on Mai after entering the show. Speaking of which, Mai was also a victim of puberty, adolescence syndrome, making her an anomaly. At this moment, Mai was facing off against her manager who was also her mother, with a cold expression. But that was to be expected. Her mother had forcibly signed her up for this romance reality show. Moreover, she had planned to pair Mai up with Hikaru for a publicity stunt. Now that Hikaru's scandal had came to light, even though Mai knew that the entertainment industry was quite dark and that things weren't always what they seemed, she didn't believe that this incident had come out of nowhere. Just thinking about Hikaru made her feel physically uncomfortable. To put it plainly, she felt like vomiting. In truth, ever since she found out that her mother had forced her onto this show, Mai had already felt utterly disappointed. Her own mother treated her as nothing more than a tool to make money. And Hikaru's scandal was just the final straw. Now, Mai was having the most extreme thought, she wanted to quit the industry. During the standoff, Mai's gaze unintentionally swept across the room, eventually locking eyes with Haruto. Without hesitation, she boldly ignored her mother and walked straight toward Haruto. Once she reached him, the girl bowed deeply. Haruto-san, thank you for saving me back then. Haruto waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it wasn't a big deal. It was just a reflex. It would have been too much of a waste for a young girl like you to perish at such a young age. He made up an excuse offhandedly. In reality, even if he hadn't done anything, the attacker wouldn't have been able to harm Mai. Hearing his words, Mai lifted her head and looked at the young man, a hint of surprise in her expression. From the moment they first met, Mai had a certain feeling. And now, that feeling had reached its peak. The boy before her was unlike anyone else she had ever met, he felt like a completely unique existence. Having been in the industry since childhood, Mai had encountered all kinds of people. Many surrounded her, showering her with attention. But they were all after something, either treating her as a tool for their benefit or coveting her beauty. The boy before her, however, was completely different. As if possessed, Mai suddenly asked, "You said you came to this romance reality show for someone?" The moment she asked, she regretted it. Her fingers unconsciously rubbed the hem of her clothes. Haruto was momentarily taken aback before letting out a chuckle. That was just something I said to fit the show's theme. In reality, I'm just here to boost the livestream's popularity. Mai was stunned by his response. She had thought she would hear something else. Haruto continued explaining, this romance show is now being funded by Umbrella, and I'm the owner of Umbrella. For the sake of profit, it's only natural for me to step in and stir up some publicity. Mai was completely dumbfounded. The young man before her was actually the boss of Umbrella? The director, who had been stealthily listening in, was also in shock. He had originally planned to approach Haruto and ask him to become a regular guest for the next episode. After all, with Hikaru's scandal, the likelihood of continuing the show was practically zero. He might even get blacklisted. But the show was now hotter than ever, and the director didn't want to waste this opportunity, so he was trying to keep it going. But now, Haruto turned out to be the biggest sponsor? The phone call he had received earlier, pressuring him, had come from Umbrella. The director was completely stunned. Seeing Mai still frozen in place, Haruto teased with a playful smile, it seems like Mai-san isn't satisfied with that explanation. Honestly, I was just being a stubborn teenager trying to cover up my true thoughts. The truth is, I came here for Mai-san. After all, you're simply too charming. Before he could finish, Mai's face turned slightly red, and she stomped her foot in feigned anger. This guy. Haruto chuckled but didn't tease her further. However, his gaze lingered on her. Mai's puberty syndrome hadn't triggered yet. Just like the others who were about to attend Starsea Academy, Mai had been infected with puberty syndrome due to the Charlotte meteor shower 10 years ago. And her infection level was even higher than the others. Once it activated, even she wouldn't be able to control her newfound abilities. Speaking of which, he wondered if the universal cure, SCP-500, could treat the illness caused by the Charlotte meteor. Later, Mai left, but before doing so, she gave Haruto a long, deep look. After she was gone, the director came over with a flattering smile. Haruto-san, do you have time to stay for future episodes? Haruto immediately understood his intention. Under normal circumstances, his goal was already accomplished after getting rid of Hikaru, so he wouldn't have continued filming. But now, there was still a certain bunny girl senpai here. After a brief moment of thought, Haruto nodded, give me a copy of the filming schedule. If I have time, I'll join. If not, the crew will have to adjust to my availability. The director eagerly nodded. Of course. This guy was the big boss. Making money was the priority. No shame in that. Chapter 126, Picking Up a Butterfly. First encounter with Bocchi. After further investigation, Hikaru was ruled to have acted in self-defense rather than intentional assault. Additionally, the case involving Miss Aya's violent altercation and death was reopened for investigation. However, due to a severe lack of evidence, while Hikaru remained a suspect, he was not detained and was instead released on bail. That said, until the case was resolved, he was restricted to Chiba City and had to be available for questioning at any time. But none of that mattered to Kamiki Hikaru. What mattered was that the internet had erupted into chaos. Though he wasn't a top-tier superstar, he was quite well known. Especially with his carefully crafted public persona of a morally upright actor, he had built a solid reputation. But now, everything had crumbled. The public was in an uproar over Miss Aya's death. Even though the police were still investigating and withholding official statements, public sentiment had already gone wild. Furthermore, even if Miss Aya's death was formally ruled out, the fact remained that Hikaru had killed someone. The attacker's image had already been twisted into that of a tragic avenger. Some people even voiced their dissatisfaction with the police for ruling it as self-defense. The situation had become so distorted that Hikaru's career as an actor and as a public figure was completely over. Back at his company, Hikaru finally lost his composure. With a loud bang, he kicked a table, sending it flying. Haruto! He roared in fury, venting his frustration. For the first time, he had completely lost his cool. Until now, as a reincarnator, he had always been successful and never felt such rage. After all, anger was just another form of helplessness. When faced with overwhelming powerlessness and fear, emotions would ignite into rage, driving people to madness. His once pristine office was now a wreck. Outside, his employees exchanged uncertain glances. Most of them were already thinking about their next career moves. They had once admired Hikaru's charisma. But now, their respect had turned into contempt, both for his actions and for their impending unemployment. This company was doomed. After all, it had revolved entirely around Kamiki Hikaru. Without him, there was no business. Meanwhile, all of this was being monitored in real time by the Foundation's operatives. Kamiki Hikaru's image had shattered, his career as an actor was finished. Will the reincarnation anomaly behind him appear? Will it intervene? This was the primary focus of the Foundation personnel's observation. If, after a certain period, Hikaru still did not exhibit any abnormal phenomena, then, He would be detained, executed, and the process would be observed to see if it triggered a reincarnation anomaly. It may sound cold, but this was because Hikaru was unworthy of being considered human. His actions alone were already enough to categorize him as Class D personnel. Thus, the Foundation personnel would act without hesitation, adhering strictly to their principles of observation and containment of anomalies. On the other hand, as Haruto left the livestream location, he was immediately surrounded by a crowd. People had actually come in person to see Izumi-sensei offline. Faced with the enthusiastic fans, Haruto found himself at a bit of a loss. Do you guys want autographs?" he asked sheepishly, feeling somewhat guilty. Somewhere in the crowd, a voice suddenly shouted, "Catch that damn Izumi!" Haruto was instantly swallowed by the crowd, lifted up, and tossed into the air. As they threw him up and caught him, the fans interrogated him. "Izumi-sensei, you're always out gathering material, does this seem reasonable to you? Kisses? Hell no. Updates. This industry doesn't need a tumor like you. Izumi-sensei. If you don't agree to daily updates, then just stay up there forever." Being thrown up and down, Haruto was both amused and exasperated. True, he had been slacking off with his manga updates, but wasn't it all in the name of saving humanity? This is a lie. In the end, Haruto reached a compromise with his fans. For the next 3 months, he would ensure stable weekly updates. Only then did the fans finally let him go. Their expressions were filled with misery. Other manga artists, when their work becomes popular, immediately increase their update frequency. But this guy? They had to fight just to get him to update consistently. And it was only for 3 months. Absolutely ridiculous. But it was also a sign of deep love and frustration. Finally, Haruto managed to soothe his fans by giving each of them a signed autograph and taking photos with them. Unfortunately, for the next 3 months, he would actually have to stick to regular updates, no more going out under the pretext of gathering material. Afterward, Haruto slipped away, heading back to his apartment. What? School? At this point, the Hyaka Private Academy was practically under Haruto's control. Classes? He could attend whenever he wanted. As he walked, Haruto passed by a small park. Glancing at the familiar scenery, he couldn't help but sigh. The scenery remained unchanged, but everything else was different. Ever since he picked up Annie here, his life had undergone a massive transformation. As he reflected, Haruto noticed a girl sitting on a park bench.